सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक, तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला, जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं CCE के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर, फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना, हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली, फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली, द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन, दावों का समय पर भुगतान। अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान, जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन, उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन, आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान, पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। सीसीई एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैंप और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब सीसीई ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to 8th National Review Conference on Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana at Cochin, Kerala, the God's own country. I wish you all have a great time today. Namaste, Daivatinde Swandam Natilukku Ellavarkkum Swagatham. Since we are all in Kerala, God's own country, and I know you all have joined from different states of India, representing unity in diversity. I would like to welcome you all from different states. For people from Karnataka, do we have people from Karnataka? Yes? Superb. Namaskara. Atiti avarige. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮದು ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆನಂದವಾಗಿ ಇರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಲ್, ರೈಟ್? ಆಮ್ ಐ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ పీపుల్ ఫ్రమ్ ఆంధ్ర, ఎస్? సూపర్బ్. నమస్కారం అండి. మీరు అందరూ క్షేమంగా సురక్షితంగా ఉన్నారని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఈరోజు మీ అందరికీ చాలా బాగా ఇన్సైట్స్ దొరుకుతుంది. సో మీరు తిరిగి కూర్చొని ప్రోగ్రామ్ను ఆస్వాదించండి. పీపుల్ ఫ్రమ్ తమిళనాడు as well we have here, right sir? Superb. நமஸ்காரம். உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னோட காலை வணக்கம். தயவு செய்து ஒரு நுண்ணறிவு கொண்ட அமர்வு. So very warm welcome to people from Tamil Nadu as well. And we have our guest from Assam as well. Yes? Mur moramur akhobia bondu bondobi kokoluk swagatam jonaisu. And people from Orissa as well. So a little bit of kimiti achanti samaste Odisha bhashi. Ajira dini ehi karyakram ku upabhog korantu. Ajira din kebolo kebal apon karo. And I'm sure people have joined from UP and MP as well. So नमस्कार, आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ मैं मोनिका मूर्ति इस कार्यक्रम में. और मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप सब कुशल मंगल हैं और उम्मीद करती हूँ कि आज का संपूर्ण ये दिन आप सभी के लिए मौल्यवान रहेगा. And for people from Maharashtra, do we have anybody from Maharashtra as well? नमस्कार उपस्थित सर्व अतिथींना. सर्वप्रथम आपण सगळे इथे एका महत्त्वाच्या समारोहासाठी जमलोय आणि मी आपल्या सगळ्यांना नम्र विनंती करते की आज या कार्यक्रमाचा मनपूर्वक लाभ घ्यावा. सो वेलकम टू यू ऑल एज वेल फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र and people from Rajasthan, Khamma Gani Padharo sa God's own country ma. Anybody else that I'm missing that I should be covering? Gujarat? કેમ છો બધા? સરસ છો ને? મજામાં. સુપર. તમારું પણ સ્વાગત છે અહીંયા આ પ્રોગ્રામમાં. So once again a very warm welcome to all of you. I am Monica Murthy, your host for this National Review Conference, and I will take you along the agenda and proceedings as we go along. It's so wonderful to have you all see the experts and the dignitaries from all over India under one roof, gathered for this National Review Conference. And I'm so sure that this will certainly lead to a much more insightful and interesting discussions for all of us. This is the 8th National Review Conference on PMFBY, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, in a flagship scheme that is launched by Government of India in 2016 on the theme of One Nation, One Scheme. It is the world's biggest risk mitigation scheme on agriculture in terms of farmer enrollment and coverage. PMFBY aims at providing financial support to our farmers suffering from crop loss, damage arising out of national calamities and natural calamities. PMFBY has been implemented in 27 states and union territories. This conference is being organized at the background of recent modifications made in implementation of PMFBY that are effective from Kharif 2020 season onwards. This National Review Conference is planned through hybrid mode through both physical and virtual participation for all our stakeholders. Due to COVID restrictions, very few stakeholders are invited to be present for this conference at Kochi, complying with all the COVID protocols that we have in place. But compared to last 3 national conferences conducted at Bhubaneswar, Goa and Chennai in 2021 and early 2022, this time we are very fortunate to have more physical participation. Can we have a round of applause, everyone, ladies and gentlemen? So I welcome you all the participants from Government of India, state governments, insurance companies, reinsurers, banking sector, CSC, technical agencies, and international organizations supporting crop insurance, and all the stakeholders who have joined us physically as well as virtually. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. May I now call upon all our dignitaries on the dais for the formal inaugural session. We'll be beginning with the lamp lighting. We all need to take the blessings of the Almighty for such a wonderful occasion we all have gathered here today. For gracing this occasions of lamp lighting, may I please call upon on stage our dignitaries, Shri Manoj Ahuja, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri Sanjeev Kumar, IAS Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri Thomas Devasiya, Member Non-Life, IRDAI. Shri Dr. B. Ashok, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Shri Ritesh Chauhan, IAS Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO, PMFBY, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. And Shri Kishore Kumar Poludasu, MD and CEO, SBI General Insurance Company Limited. Mark the beginning of this lovely morning with a round of applause. Let's take the blessings of the Almighty. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much, all our dignitaries. Heartiest gratitude for beginning this morning with a lovely lamp lighting. Moving on, we have an audio-visual presentation on the screen, so requesting you all to kindly have a look on the screen, please. Thank you. Well, that was a very classy and a lovely cruising through the entire morning that we're going to see. Thank you so much. Moving on, now we have the welcome address by Shri Kishore Kumar Poludasu, who is a seasoned BFSI professional with over 3 decades of experience in commercial banking, including large corporate infrastructure credit, international banking operations, enterprise management, mergers and consolidation, etc. Shri Kishore Kumar Poludasu has been associated with State Bank of India since 1991 and held several positions with the bank during his tenure. Prior to his current role at SBI General under State Bank Corporation and Group, he was the Deputy Managing Director as the country head of State Bank of India Singapore operations. At SBI General, Shri Kishore Kumar Poludasu will drive the overall business strategy, operations, budgets, and strategic growth of the company as it enters the next phase of growth. Requesting Shri Kishore Kumar Poludasu, MD and CEO, SBI General Insurance Company, to kindly come on the dais for the welcome address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri B. Ashok, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Mr. Thomas Devasia, Member Non-Life, IRDAI, the regulator. Shri Ritesh Chauhan, CEO, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Government of India. And all other dignitaries, both from state government, central government, as well as the representatives from BFSI sector and all other stakeholders. Very good morning to you all. SBI General heartily welcomes all of you to the 8th National Review Conference of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Kochi today and tomorrow. SBI General Insurance team, who is actually organizing this event, has put in all efforts in place to make this conference and your stay in this location comfortable, pleasant, and memorable. So if any specific requirements are there from any of the participants, I request them to contact with the organizing team so that the team could be able to assess the situation and provide the necessary requirements. And as we all know, agriculture being the major livelihood provider in India, it's more than 55% of the population directly and indirectly depends on the agriculture. And being a share of around 18% in the national income, the agriculture definitely occupies a significant role in the Indian economy. And we have both exports and domestic consumption prevalent in agriculture, and predominantly depends on the farmers' welfare. Without the welfare of the farmers in place, the development of agriculture sector we cannot think of. And that is clearly visible from the current year budget allocation of 1,24,000 crores, which was allotted by the Government of India for the development of agriculture and allied activities. So that should definitely give a fillip to the development of agricultural sector in India. And State Bank Group is not behind in the supporting activities of Government of India in developing the farmers and the agricultural sector in India. Being the predominant player in the banking industry with the largest branch network and the business correspondents ranging more than 75,000, and both digital and physical modes of service, SBI has been providing both lending and non-lending support to the farmers. To put it in numbers, the lending book portfolio itself is more than 2,27,000 crores only to the agricultural sector through KCC and other forms of lending. So that clearly defines the commitment of State Bank of India towards the welfare of the agriculture, both by state SBI and also through its subsidiaries who are present across all financial services industry, including general insurance. And when we look at the agricultural sector and farmers, the risks are immense for a farmer. And predominantly, if I want to mention, there is a couple of risks which actually drives the concerns of the farmers. The first and predominant most one is the production risk, where it is dependent on the vagaries of the natural calamities and the weather. And the second is the market risk in terms of determination of the right price for his product based on the quality and yield. So these two are the major risks where the farmer has to be insulated so that he will be in a better position to contribute for the national development. So towards this risk mitigant measures, the catalyst in the industry is the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, which was launched in 2016. And initially it started with 5.8 lakh of farmers get covered in the initial years. And right now it has already surpassed 8.2 lakh farmers who are covered under the insurance through this scheme. So there is a great achievement. And the main essence and main success factor for this PMFBI is the leveraging of the technology and digital initiatives. And one of the initiatives is the National Crop Insurance Portal, which actually a catalyst and a predominant future when we look at the operational excellence and operational ease in terms of the providing services in a quickest mode of time, as also satisfying all the stakeholders' requirements through that portal. Be it in the CSCs or the banks, everybody has been consolidated their databases in this portal, and that is actually driving the progress towards the betterment of the industry. And if you look at the way forward, by the way of deliberations in these 2 days, today and tomorrow, there are themes which are selected with a aim and focus. And the contribution of Sri Ritesh Chauhan ji is very immense there in identifying the themes and subjects so that the way forward approach is very clear, and whatever is the bottlenecks or the operational improvements which are required to make this scheme more successful, that is going to come out of the deliberations in these 2 days. And just to name a couple of things, the technology-based yield estimates where most of the people are expecting that instead of human visits, the technology-driven yield measurements will be better, and we can remove the whatever is operational difficulties being faced by the ground forces. So that is one of the things what is going to come in near future. And how to get the subsidies released in time so that the players will be able to contribute their bit without any further delay and inconvenience. And these are the two things what basically we are aiming that a lot of resolutions will come in force during these 2 days deliberations. And I'm sure and confident that these deliberations will definitely contribute for the future further growth towards the nation and the agricultural sector in India. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to SBI for taking the organization lead in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Polu Dasu sir. I would now request our dignitaries to kindly join us on stage on the dais. Shri Manoj Ahuja, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, kindly come on the stage. So requesting you also settle down. Thank you. Shri Sanjeev Kumar, IAS Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. Shri Thomas Devasiya, Member, Non-Life, IRDAI, to also join us on stage. Shri Dr. B. Ashok, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Kerala, to also join us on stage. And Shri Ritesh Chauhan, IAS Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO, PMFBY, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much. Proceeding forward, we would now have the opening remarks by Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO, PMFBY, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Shri Ritesh Chauhan, my apologies, is a 2005 batch IAS officer of Himachal Pradesh, presently Joint Secretary Credit and CEO, PMFBY from October 2021 onwards. Prior to his position, Shri Chauhan was Private Secretary and Chief of Staff to Honorable Coal Minister of India. Before to his central government deputation, he served government of Himachal Pradesh on different capacities as Deputy Commissioner, Director Transport, Additional Deputy Commissioner, Subdivisional Magistrate, etc. Requesting Sir to kindly join us on stage for the opening remarks. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Namaskar, one and all. I welcome everyone to this 8th National Review Conference of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, being held in God's own country, Kerala. It is indeed a pleasure that we have all gathered here in Kochi, where agriculture thrives, where the breeze has an aroma of spices, and the lofty coconut trees adorn the landscape. The ambience has become all the more auspicious as we have all assembled together in the month of Kartik, which is the holiest month under the Indian lunar calendar. Kerala has been a regular participant in the scheme, and with this conference being organized here, I hail and thank all the farmers of this state who have opted for this scheme. Simultaneously, I extend my hands to all those who are yet to do so. I also express my gratitude to Government of Kerala, who have always been supportive in the overall execution of the scheme in general, and for this conference in particular. Thank you, sir. These review conferences give us an opportunity to deliberate on the most pressing issues and to take stock of the situation to assess where we stand at present and where we are headed in the future. These conferences, this is the 8th edition, have been instrumental in building the continuous and long-term framework of cooperation amongst all stakeholders in the sector, whether it be insurance companies, reinsurers, technical bodies, multilateral institutions. We have all come together in the last 7 iterations and to take the scheme and the sector forward. This time around, our focus will be on thrust areas of PMFBY, like adoption of yield estimation system based on technology, or as we are lovingly calling it, Yes Tech. Collection of real-time objects and photographs of crops, or as it is being called, cropic, and weather information network data systems, or WINDS. So you can all see that we have a mouthful of acronyms to go through in the next 2 days. By the way, they are purely developed in-house by our very capable TSU members, Prerna and Audamba. The last 6 months since the 7th conference have been quite eventful for us. We saw 3 meetings under the working group framework, a high-level meeting with the insurance companies and reinsurers at Mumbai, and a large workshop on Yes Tech at Delhi. Further, I am sanguine that the deliberations during this conference will pave the way in shaping up the forthcoming tenders in the next year. If we go back to earlier conferences, it is seen that a lot has been discussed and a lot has been worked upon. Shortly, I will also be making a presentation on what we discussed during the 7th conference and how far we have come since then. Let's keep this momentum going and let's make this conference another success. By the way, the theme of the conference, Zeitgeist, very well defines its spirit, the general trend of thought, the collective attitude, and the outlook, which will hopefully define the whole conference. So I call upon each and every one of you let's engross ourselves in these 2 days of deliberative exercise and make the most of it. I expect lively discussions and valuable viewpoints to follow. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I would like to now invite on stage keynote address by Dr. B. Ashok, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Dr. B. Ashok is Secretary, Agriculture Department, Government of Kerala, and has domain experience in various government and public sector verticals like water resources, energy, human resources development, and higher education. Dr. Ashok has held leadership positions as Chairman and Managing Director, Kerala State Electricity Board Limited, and Vice Chancellor of Kerala Veterinary and Animal Science University, apart from his various departmental assignments. Dr. Ashok is a recipient of many international recognitions as well. He is the author of many books and a well-known columnist. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Dr. B. Ashok.
Good morning and namaste. Hearty welcome from my personal behalf and on behalf of Government of Kerala to the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Secretary Shri Manoj Ahuja, Additional Secretary Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Thomas Davis here of IRDA, and my colleague Mr. Ritesh, distinguished delegates from the other states, companies offering insurance solutions, and dear friends. When I actually paid obeisance to the written instructions received to wear formals in the morning, I told myself that Government of India will make us wear the blazer and come in shirt sleeves, knowing Mr. Manoj Ahuja and his team. And in any case, I decided to put it on because probably this is the only day in the year where we get to wear it in, probably in 2022, I'm putting the blazer on for the first time within the state, because if you wear a blazer or suit to the place where I work, Thiruvananthapuram, you will look like a penguin stuck in the middle of Sahara Desert. So, and there is, without digressing into it, for those who are interested in how tastes, attires, and even fragrances change in government, there is an interesting chapter in this very curious small book called Bureaucracy by Mr. M.K. Kaur, one from the tribe of IAS officers, on how those who get allotted to the commercial ministries, industries, and heavy industry, and the so-called high-flying ministries develop fragrances of cologne and French perfumes. And those who get allotted to rural development and agriculture get a different flavor, which I don't want to mention. You may read, you may read the chapter there. Coming to this important conference and address, I'm extremely pleased to be part of this review of the PMFBY, as well as the weather-based crop insurances which Government of India is offering to farmers across the country. I'm sure this stock taking and review will go a long way in enhancing the effectiveness of the coverage of assistance, the depth, the ease to avail, and also the administrative efficacy of the schemes to farmers at global standards, because they deserve nothing less than that. I remember when I was briefly working with the Union Agriculture Minister in 2009-10, the same ministry. It was not a very pleasant period for Indian farming. If you recall those days, there were lots of reports in the media about farm distress. A lot of leading writers had published how farmers are forced to even take their life in large numbers from leading states. One of the experiences we had was answering parliamentary questions on the exact number of farm distress-related deaths, etc. When an interesting thing crossed my mind. In fact, I won't elaborate, but the states would prefer to report rather the home department figures, whereby the police were supposed to be the authorities to categorize a death as owing to farm distress or otherwise. And one of the things we came across as a stumbling block in estimating the exact severity of the issue was that police often combined causes. They said that obviously there was death distress, but he was also stressed about X, Y, Z. And therefore the categorization will fall extremely short of possibly what was happening. Interestingly, that phase is probably over in Indian farming. The farmer is a lot more sort of comforted by a series of schemes which are seen working much more effectively, and a very big personal applause to the entire team that is making it happen in Delhi, as well as an extremely important service such as insurance, which is doing probably a quarter of, or more than a quarter of what goes into actually comforting the farmer and putting him in a trajectory of growth. All of us, all of you here, from GOI to state governments to insurance companies, have an extremely important role in what you call drawing the bottom line and keeping him above board, away from sinking, so that farm distress stories are certainly not the flavor of media anymore. At least you don't hear about it in the dimensions or the severity which they were reported when we were there in GOI, which has that's a phase which Indian farming has come out of, and that's a matter of great satisfaction. I would just leave the following remarks with you. We all know that schemes operating in India have area-based approaches. Also, the individual liability approach or the individual farmer approach, and now hybrid approaches are possible because we have the sufficient technology to do so. For instance, in Kerala, we have PMFBY, which is covering about 3 districts and 3 crops. Despite our reservations, the farmers have, by and large, accepted the weather-based crop insurance pattern in huge numbers. I conjecture, I presume that that is the case with most of the states. It has come to stay. Despite initial reservations, our farmers are reacting very nicely to the larger crop coverage and the larger district coverage achieved under the weather-based crop insurance scheme. And we also have a concurrent state scheme in crop insurance, which I argue with my officers is not proper insurance, but I'm sure Devasya would agree with me. It's a state scheme which underwrites farm risks with a very low premium. So what is concerning me here, and the suggestion I would put to you, is that with the technology possible in remote sensing as well as artificial intelligence as well as mobile telephony, an example of which was shown to us, that you can purchase the right package which serves your interest over the mere choices exercised over a digital interface and a few clicks, gives us the scope to expand these schemes and bring together the best of them so that there is a basic inlay. I'm sure this thought is with all of you here, a basic inlay which covers possibly on a weather-based approach, and then personalized choices, or the other way around, which covers on the area base and further layers built upon from your personal liabilities, which farmers are able to sort of assess at higher levels, given the crop diversity, given the agroclimatic diversity, as well as individual requirement. So we are in a position to do that. The technology is around. And the possibility for such a leapfrogging initiative is offered by medium and long-term remote sensing, which is available now, micro weather forecasting, for which a lot of commercial platforms have come in, and our IT's potential to handle historical weather and crop loss data, often big data, with very high degrees of accuracy. So this is expected to tackle, along with the other states, Kerala's chronic issues in insurance inducted by multiple cropping, predominance of perennial crops to a large extent, lack of distinct seasonality, unlike the north, where you have 2 very distinct climatic phases, our diverse agroecological zones, and inadequate and often questionable methodology in the yield data, which limits the area approach. I'm sure all of us have the same things in mind, and without elaborating into the details, I think this thought that the Indian farmer, having sort of served the nation with the basic security which it should, and that often repeated story of 60s versus 2020s, where a country is able to navigate its essential requirement of food, grains, and nutrition at a much better level than what we started out with. This is not impossible to take the present schemes to their next level of achievement. And without elaborating, I can say that already there are models which commodity boards are executing in Kerala itself, which I found when we discussed, which have the elements of a basic inlay and further choices with obvious implications in premium and regulatory control, which can be administered to a much higher level of achievement. I'm also very glad to see the Government of India innovate and incubate a lot of new things in agriculture, with not only in insurance, but with PM Kisan, which has become possibly the largest assistance and support program for farmers in the whole world, possibly. I don't think any other country is doing something of that scale. And with the vibrant leadership from the officers and the ministers in the Government of India, and also AgriStack, which is going to uniquely database the entire variables which control the success of farming with a very federated structure. And I don't want to go into the details, but separate vertical is working on that, and having associated with the very vibrant team which is taking it forward. I think the strong insurance cover, the informatics which will get a big boost with AgriStack, and PM Kisan will give the necessary underwriting to the Indian farmer so that he is able to step to the next level of achievement, where India also emerges as a very strong exporter of select agricultural produce and also value-added products in the global market, as many other countries in Southeast Asia, for instance, have done with much lesser resource basis and definitely much lesser human resource. So I wish this very important conference all success, and do thank the Ministry of Agriculture, Shri Manoj Ahuja, his secretary, and all senior officers, particularly Mr. Ritesh, who extended an invitation to offer these words to you, and all attending stakeholders for having chosen to organize this meeting at Kochi, the Queen of the Arabian Sea, surfing God's own country. I look forward to participating in the conference, which has to succeed immensely to meet the farmer's cause of extending a comprehensive insurance cover unto the last farmer, because clearly he deserves the best potential insurance package possible to any farmer in the world at this point in our history. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Valare Nanni, Dr. B. Ashok, for the thoughtful, provoking keynote address. Moving on, our next dignitary on the dais, Mr. Thomas Devasya assumed charge as member non-life IRDAI on 19 September 2022. He is a general insurance and reinsurance domain expert with over 35 years of experience in roles spanning management of direct and reinsurance underwriting, loss adjustment and broking across the Indian and Middle East insurance markets. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for special address by Sri Thomas Devasya, member non-life IRDAI. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, senior executives of the central government and the state governments, and the sponsor, SBI General. I'm both glad and honored to be participating in this 8th review meet of one of the flagship programs of the Government of India, supported by the participating states and the insurance community. Looking back nearly 40 years, it is a matter of shared pride to see how crop insurance has evolved into the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. It is my ardent hope that we together, when we gather these 2 days, will partner to reach the benefits of this program to every farmer. We all are aware of the issues that are perhaps inhibitors or even hurdles to taking up PMFBY to every corner of India. In our discussions and deliberations today and tomorrow, I urge and look forward to an objective resolution of the conflicts and the disagreements. Let me highlight a few issues. The problems around securing fair crop cutting experiment estimates, the non-conduct of CCEs, the delays in receipt of subsidies that are budgeted from participating states. I understand the accumulated funds are in the order of 11,000 crores. The consequential delay in the inability to settle claims on time on the part of insurers and reinsurers. The divergence in opinion as to what should be the structure of scheme. Should it be a fair 60, 130, or something in the region of 80, 110? The need for having additional investments in creating and increasing awareness of the scheme and its benefits. The obligation for all of us to work on the trust deficit that is currently there. Insurance as a mechanism needs scale and consistency. Within this boundary, we have all the options to choose with regard to structure, scope of cover, additional coverages or add-ons, smart sampling approach, 2 CCEs, remote sensing data support, deep imaging analytics, coupled with auto weather installations and rain gauge stations. Insurers and reinsurers too, likewise, should look at reinvesting season surpluses after appropriating a fair proportion of profit. The insurance industry should set aside such surplus and hold it in trust, say, as a climate fund. We then together will get increasingly enabled by the equilibrium that we achieve so that we are able to risk manage the entire value chain, supported by parametric solutions and, let us say, tech-based loss assessments. This is best achieved by an independent agency. In our country, where 50% of the population is dependent on agriculture, 66% of the farmers are marginal farmers, 66% of the cropped area is dependent solely on rainfall. Only a pooling of all resources organized into a single mission can support and sustain those who feed this nation. Frankly, I've looked up some numbers, and I'm sure that the insurance industry together can put up and propose to the governments a universal model with an efficient pricing mechanism that will attain equilibrium at the earliest and cater to the whole country. Together, the insurance industry can actually carry the mantle forward and progressively assist the governments in reducing state and central support. This is the only forum, this is the only vehicle that can make a significant contribution to self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. The IRDA and my own desk there are working towards a very clear shared vision that has been very well propounded by our chairperson, Sri Debashish Panda. It is achieving social inclusion via insurance. We are here to support and facilitate every work towards that goal. So let us today remove all walls and fences that represent more narrow or short-term goals and work as one towards one national common objective with the farmer and for the farmer. I'm confident that if we pool all our ideas, resources, energies, then in just 3 odd years, our contribution to India's growth story, will be the most significant. I thank you all for your presence. I especially thank the CEO, PM, FTI, Mr. Ritesh Chauhan, for his excellent leadership and stewardship in guiding this conference. Thank you all. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Shri Thomas, sir. Next, we have the presidential address by Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri Manoj Ahuja is a 1990 batch IAS officer of Odisha cadre. He is presently holding the host post of Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India since February 2022 onwards. Prior to his present position as Secretary Agriculture, Shri Ahuja was Chairman CBSE, Ministry of Education and Special Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration at Mussoorie. Having numerous training modules and research papers to his credit, our Agriculture Secretary has over 32 years of experience in administration and public policy in various capacities with the state government of Odisha and central government. I request to kindly come on the dais, sir. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. And I must compliment the organizers for putting this review workshop of 2 days together in a very nice and aesthetic manner. You see, I flew in this morning, and as the plane was coming down for its landing, you can see lovely hillocks from the windows and backwaters. And when I landed, I could actually breathe in fresh, clean air. And when I left Delhi, I think our air quality is poor and we have problems of stubble burning. But I just thought that we should, for a moment pause and think what we have, what nature has bestowed on us, and cherish it and do our best to protect it. Because the future which we see in Delhi and what is available here, something is given, and we need to just think about it and make it a part of our life. That was just an aside, not related to this conference, but I think it's very important. You see, today we are gathered here, all of us who are linked and joined with the Fasal Bima insurance ecosystem. And by default, because the scale of India, the number of farmers in India, it becomes globally the biggest such insurance program for farmers. I think the speakers before me did talk about it, the fact that mitigating risk, if you want to bring in improvement in agriculture, increase investment, increase returns to farmers, make it a viable activity, mitigation of risk is fundamental to it. In any economic activity, unless you take care of the risk, bring down the risk, have mechanisms to kind of control it, you cannot, have the kind of pace or speed at which you want this any economic activity to grow. We've shifted from a system where we didn't have private insurance organizations bidding for premium amounts. I think 2016 we shifted, Ashish, 2016 when we had that NAIS, and then we came to Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. And Ashish, who's here now, Principal Secretary ACS in Assam, looking after agriculture, has looked after it for a large number of years and provided excellent stewardship. And now Ritesh has taken it up from him and is carrying it further and evolving it every year. Just two things I'd like to highlight broadly, because most of the issues I went through the program schedule and the workshops you are going to have and the subjects you're going to cover. But broadly, I'll put it in a strategic manner, and then issues which I would call more tactical or plumbing issues, ensuring that nitty-gritty works and everything is smooth. See, strategically, any insurance is based on, it's an actuarial science, it's based on credible data. And it's very important, whatever we are doing moves towards that. An insurance company will not be able to bid unless it knows what is going to be broadly the extent of damage. Do we have credible systems to assess them or not? If not, bids will go high. It will cause a lot of other kind of issues. So I think that is the fundamental problem which we do try to assess through crop cutting, through remote sensing, through digital technologies. The change which is available today is the extent of technological interventions and the efficiencies or the accuracies it can bring in as on date. And the Government of India is committed to support any such endeavor. We are willing, we've talked with the Department of Space, we are in touch with them. If necessary, specific satellites which can give us accurate information on crop health monitoring, we have the capability within India, we can do that also. And we would. If we feel there is certain kind of information we bring in, we can do that. We have institutions which are working on all these things, on AI, ML, putting all the satellite data together, give us the kind of accuracy we want. You will be talking about YesTech or Ritesh, what do you call it? YesTech, right? Taking, like many states have, 5 states are also taking photographs of the crop the farmer is kind of growing every year, which means a digital kind of a Girdwari system where you collect data on what farmers are doing. So that, along with remote sensing, along with MIL, can bring in that kind of accuracy we want in terms of how do we estimate what kind of crops are growing, what kind of losses are there. And the way we are planning is, you see, our entire Government of India's focus on digital has been in terms of public digital goods with a very broad interoperable architecture. And that is something which the Government of India will lay down certain standards. A part of it will be from AgriStack and all. And we will be able to kind of work or make use of existing potential, be it in these states or be it across in different domains. You know, things like Aadhaars are available, that JAM is available, you have things like UPI, so things like that would be made, which would make it easier for using these. What I mean to say is, once those systems are available, the users can actually just plug and play. Rather than we building new systems, states building new systems, everybody coming up with capacity building programs and helping people to use it. What I am stating is that we should have, if you want credible systems of technology for yield estimations or crop health monitoring, then it should be available in a plug and play manner. A state should be able to plug in and use it. And I think that will drive the use of technology rather than coming up with newer things, novel things, and then investing a lot in capacity building and trying to roll it across the country, which takes a large amount of time. Technology has, in these last 7 years, made a lot of difference. And the availability of what I would say is different types of technology, bring them together, would make a substantial difference. Second is issues, since everybody is here, we have the regulators, we have insurance companies, the state governments and the central governments. The issues which were pointed out, you know, non-payment of money in time, disputes from farmers not knowing if they have registered a complaint, they don't get acknowledgement for that they have filed a complaint, or they've filed something that they've had a loss within a certain time and all that. So streamlining that, I mean, ultimately, if we are giving a service to a farmer, then it has to be state of the art. And he should, if he's paid money, he should be told that this is the money, he should know what happens. And if an incident happens, then that payment should be in time. I mean, these are functional issues which the portal is trying to address, the grievance redressal system which is trying to be put in. I mean, the beta version is there, comes in. And issues like that, which this conference, I'm sure, would also deliberate upon. What I wanted to also point out is the collective knowledge and wisdom which all of you are bringing to this table, I think, is sufficient in itself to solve the problems we are talking about. There is no dearth of technological solutions. There is no dearth of systems which can work in such situations. And the experience you have collectively working on this program for so many years is unparalleled. You can't go to a university or something and ask, or go to an organization and tell you what to do. You have it in you. And I think you will have to think through, we will have to work through to find the solutions we need. And there is no not finding a solution. Because as I said, unless we address these fundamental issues of risk in agriculture, which is much more for let's say a small farmer, unlike let's say a public limited company or any limited company, you see the risk is 100%. It's year after year. So I put in an investment, and if my crop grows, doesn't grow well, I lose the entire amount, which is a very high risk I am facing, and that happens year after year to a very, very large number of farmers. And because the capacity of a small farmer or a marginal farmer to withstand that risk is much less, he suffers more. And thereby a lesser investment, a very risk-averse attitude, and those kind of things happen. So unless we crack this problem of providing insurance properly to farmers, we would have to, we would not be able to meet the goals we have set for ourselves, which is, increased. We call it doubling farmers' income. We've moved in that direction, but we will not be able to move away from our business as usual trajectory. I think it's a very fundamental problem, and I think as a country, we should be able to take it to the level. It's come a long way, but take it to the level where actually we are able to, universalize it and give a farmer an insurance program where if he suffers a production loss for any kind of a thing, then quickly we are able to provide him relief. and then he carries on with these activities. I'm sure there are a lot of issues, but I'm also confident because of what you all are bringing to this table. And secondly, what are the tools available with us? They are available within the country, and as I said, even if there is a requirement, they are not available, the Government of India is willing to fund it and get it done. It may take an year or two, but that kind of investment and priority is there for this program. This is one of our flagships program, and for the agricultural sector, it's very, very important that we find, ways and means to bring it to the level where actually it's more and more farmers come for it, insurance companies come willingly for it, all the state governments, they see the benefits very easily and take up this scheme, and as a result, we'll be able to actually, make a difference for the farmer. So like I told in the morning, I was able to go through the schedule for it. It's well structured. There are a lot of these programs. All I would request you is to bring forth your knowledge and experience into these discussions. And if there are certain other things which need change, we are willing to go in for that, invest in it. The Government of India would be solidly behind it. This 2 days deliberation, I am sure, because the next year would be the new tender which will be coming. Most of the states would be coming out with the new tenders. There's going to be a massive change in guidelines. And these guidelines, the changes would incorporate lot of what your deliberations are, what your thoughts are, so that it actually becomes something which is very, very, like I said, state of the art, of a global standard, and embodies the philosophy of what the government is trying to do. Something very effective, and second, very easy, and of an actual benefit to the user, which means both strategically we should be right, and even in terms of all our plumbing issues, design of the scheme, how it is implemented, how do we bring that money to the farmer if there is a loss. All those, I would say, the entire gamut which we'll have to cover, which is a tall order, but I'm sure, like I said, with all of your experience and all of the knowledge, collective knowledge which is there, I'm sure we'll be able to do it. So I wish all of you the very best, and I do hope that these 2 days spent in this lovely place would bring out the best, and we are able to tackle some of these issues which are still left unaddressed as we march forward in our endeavors to help our farmers in maximizing their produce and increasing their incomes. So thank you very much.
I now request all the dignitaries to kindly stay back on the stage. We are moving on to our felicitation ceremony. Thank you, all the dignitaries. According to the famous author T.L. Rees, behind every novel is a greater story of how it came to be published. The story of PMFBY carries behind many such stories of immense hard work, thoughtfulness, decisive moments, arguments, and togetherness. These stories couldn't have been created without the grit and experience of certain people to whom we would like to present our wholehearted gratitude at this auspicious occasion. Let us join hands together to celebrate the brains behind India's crop insurance and acknowledge their contribution, hard work, and dedication towards what we call today as the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana PMFBY. First of all, I would like to request to felicitate Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, Additional Chief Secretary Agriculture, Government of Assam, and former CEO PMFBY for positioning the scheme of this entirety, bringing the concepts of crop insurance to fruition, and for being the guiding light behind PMFBY. For felicitating Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, may I please invite Shri Manoj Ahuja sir. With great pleasure and honor, may I request Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani to please come on stage and accept his felicitation. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? requesting you to kindly exit from this side of the stage. Requesting all the guests also to do the same. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would like to felicitate Shri Gajendra Singh, who has fortified the PMFBY's development with technology and creating a dynamic platform for all the stakeholders. And Shri Gajendra Singh has been instrumental in creation and development of National Crop Insurance Portal. For felicitating Shri Gajendra Singh, may I invite Shri Manoj Ahuja, sir, to felicitate Shri Gajendra Singh. Thank you. Sir. Moving on, next we would like to acknowledge the service of Common Service Centers for being an important channel partner of the scheme and a major stakeholder at the grassroots level, ensuring last mile reach to the farmers of India in terms of enrollment. In this connection, may I invite Shri Manoj Ahuja sir to kindly felicitate Shri Sanjay Kumar Rakesh, MD and CEO, CSCE Governments India Limited. Requesting Sanjay Kumar ji to kindly come on the dais to accept the Certificate of Excellence. Sanjay Kumar ji to kindly stay back on the stage with us, sir. Requesting you to kindly stay back. Thank you. The most salient feature and absolute part of PMFBY is that scheme is a multi-stakeholder scheme, and despite of its huge scale, the scheme is successfully only because of the cooperation and the support it extended by our stakeholders. Here we are taking this opportunity to acknowledge our partners who have done extensive support for the successful implementation of the scheme. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge all the state governments and union territories who have implemented the scheme and offered the benefits to their farmers. And today, in this auspicious occasion, we are acknowledging those state governments who went one notch above the routine scheme implementation and undertook an extra effort and the massive task of integrating their land records with PMFBY's National Crop Insurance Portal, so that more transparency could be brought in while enrolling the farmers and ensuring claim settlement to the genuine farmers. We're inviting states as per the alphabetic order. So let's begin. May I now call upon Dr. Ayaj Tamboli, Special Secretary Agriculture, Government of Chhattisgarh, to kindly come and accept the Certificate of Excellence from Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Ms. Preeti Maithil Naik, Director Agriculture, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to come and accept the Certificate of Excellence from Shri Thomas Devasiya, Member of Non-Life IRDAI. Welcome, sir and madam. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Next we have Shri Eknath Dave, Principal Secretary Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, to come and accept Certificate of Excellence from Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Additional Secretary and Finance Administration, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. खूब अभिनंदन. Thank you. Shri Prem Chandra Chaudhary, Director Agriculture, Government of Odisha, to come and accept Certificate of Excellence from Shri Ritesh Chauhan, CEO PMFBY and Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Congratulations. Next we have Shri Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan, to come and accept the Certificate of Excellence from Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, the insurance companies who have ensured that the umbrella of protection over the farmers' lives and secured with their livelihoods and future. A big congratulations to all the empaneled insurance companies for making this scheme a success since last 6 years for the upcoming years as well too. Here we would like to acknowledge the ICs for the immense ground level activities and activations, campaigns, sensitization of farmers, and most importantly, reaching out to farmers through structured information system and communication, IEC activities. Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has done a comprehensive analysis and ranking of the ICs for the IEC activities they have carried out for the Rabi, that is 2021 to 2022 season. And the ranking was like AIC in first place, followed by Reliance GIC, Bajaj Alliance, SBI GIC and HDFC Ergo. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Girija Subramaniam, Chairperson and Managing Director of AIC, for receiving the first prize in the comprehensive IEC assessment from Manoj Ahuja sir. Congratulations. Now requesting Mr. Apurva Tatiya and Mr. Prakash Thomas from Reliance to receive this Lavari Award from Sanjeev Kumar sir to kindly come on the dais to receive. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Requesting Shri Ashish Agarwal and Mr. Prashant Pandey from Bajaj Alliance GIC to kindly come on the dais for receiving the award from Shri Thomas Devasiya ji. Let's keep the claps coming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Requesting Shri Piyush Kumar Singh from SBI GIC for receiving the award from Ritesh Chauhan sir. Next we have Shri Subhashish Rawat and Nivedita Mondal ma'am to kindly come from HDFC Ergo for receiving the award from Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji. Heartiest congratulations. Heartfelt thanks to all our stakeholders with the hope that we will continue our dedication and commitment towards strengthening crop insurance and agriculture in India and ensure that our farmers are able to secure and safeguard their income and livelihood and derive maximum benefits of PMFBY. Thank you so much. I will request for a group photo right outside the grand ballroom after this, requesting you all. And post which we will be joining for tea break, which will go on for 15 minutes, and I will request all of you to gather in the ballroom once again after that. Thank you all the dignitaries for gracing the occasion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all once again. Hope you all had a memorable scenic photo session and a tea break. So let's begin. We're moving into our presentations. And for the first one, I would like to invite on stage Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Joint Secretary Credit and CEO PMFBY, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, to talk about 7th NRC to 8th NRC assurances to execution. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So this is an attempt to, one, take a snapshot of the scheme as it is currently, and also to see where we're headed and set the tone of the conference. So as these are basic pointers about the scheme, and you all being stakeholders, I think most of it has been covered. This is our journey for the last 6 years. We have launched various initiatives, including a lot of tech intervention has happened, has been rolled out under the able stewardship of Dr. Bhutani. We are also trying to stand on his shoulders and take it forward. The scheme has been implemented for this is its 13th crop season, and has been at one point or another time implemented in about 27 states and UTs. These are basic numbers. So now let's come to the key concerning metrics. As you can see, the sum insured per hectare has sort of plateaued, but the quoted premium rates continue to increase. And this is where I would like to invite the attention of all the insurers and reinsurers that continuously there is a increase in QPR. What is interesting more is that although the loss cost has gone down, claim ratios have gone down, the QPR and APR actually, are increasing. So indicating maybe there is some conservative pricing happening. We would want to know what are the factors behind this, but yeah, this is what has been observed. Another key concern that I would like to flag to the states is with regard to the pending subsidies, about 11,000 crores of it, and an equal government share is pending, leading to claim pendency of about 3,700 crores. State-wise totals have been given, so my request to the states will be to have a look at it. We are building systems within our subsidy management modules to tackle this, and I'll come to that. So what are the challenges that the scheme currently faces? There is delay in claim settlement, which creates some sort of a negative impression amongst our customers, that is farmers. There is increasing financial liability because of the increasing premium rates. So states are under pressure. So for some of them, and many of the states did move out because of financial pressures. There is a lack of information access because awareness of benefits and processes, as well as query resolution amongst the farmers sometimes leads to misinformation at the field level. And also grievance redressal has been a challenge. We are trying to address that. There is other challenges include stakeholder exit. Some companies had moved out, many states had moved out, launched their own schemes. And there is unreliable loss and yield estimation. As I said, yes tech is, we are trying to find an answer in it. Institutional framework sometimes is missing, especially at the state level for PMUs and TSU have not been created. And there is limited technical capabilities in the states for execution, especially for the technology solutions that we are trying to bring in. So what are the interventions that we plan to take to address these challenges? They include alternate risk management models. As you know, a working group under my chairmanship was formed, and after deliberations, the report has been finalized. The alternate risk mitigation models have been offered to 2 states, Maharashtra and MP, and we plan to incorporate them within our guideline framework. Then, as I said, YesTech, technology-based loss assessment, we have had a wonderful conference recently in Delhi and have spoken to all of the stakeholders. We plan to roll it out from the next tender cycle and ensure that at least some part of the yield is estimated based on this YesTech model. Then NCIP was not handling the claims processing till now. I am really happy to report that our team has been able to develop the NCIP module to handle end-to-end claim settlement, which means that we will be integrating to PFMS module directly, and the money will directly flow to one for the subsidies to the insurance company, and the claims will also directly flow from the NCIP into the farmer's account. So it will be a complete end-to-end solution, and sir, as discussed, from 15th of November this year, I will request that we may be coming out with instructions on this. The states would not be making any payments in any other way. It will be routed through the NCIP exclusively. And this is DBT, Aadhaar based, fully authenticated. In the structural framework also, we are thinking, as discussed in the last conference, to have a society kind of a framework for implementation. That is, we have circulated the guidelines, your comments are expected. And financial management, as I said, we have spoken at length about it in the last conference also. A standing letter of credit, bank guarantee, framework will be moved. We have already incorporated it in the guidelines and circulated to the states as well as all stakeholders. I'm sure that within our deliberations today and also your comments that we receive, we'll be able to finalize this shortly. So these were the things that we had discussed in the last conference, and as my report card probably to you, I would like to bring to your notice that so ART, we have already circulated to all the stakeholders. 2 states have been offered the alternate risk transfer mechanisms since the last conference. Subsidy management, as I said, standing letter of credit or bank guarantee mechanism has been circulated for comments. YesTech, Cropic and WINDS, these are 3 systems. YesTech being yield estimation, Cropic being taking a photograph of the crop, standing crop at various stages, and WINDS being making the AWS ARG framework mandatory under PMFBY. That has also been taken up. We are working on enhancing NCIP, integrating the land records, and I must compliment the 2 states, Chhattisgarh and MP, that we have been able to integrate in this year itself. We are also working on a centralized grievance redressal mechanism with the CSC SPV, and a beta version has already been launched in Chhattisgarh. We are awaiting the results from it. We have come across that IRDA also does a similar grievance redressal mechanism. My team would probably be studying it and taking it forward with IRDA on how to gel both these systems together. A chatbot is being onboarded, and as far as the exit of stakeholders is concerned, I'm proud and very happy to report that Andhra Pradesh has come back into the scheme fold, and this was possible by the personal efforts of the Honorable Secretary. He flew down right to Andhra, gave a presentation to the Honorable Chief Minister, and there and then it was decided that the launch will happen from this season itself. So my personal thanks are due to the Honorable Secretary for making it possible for us. And we look forward to his interventions in other states also. He's been helping us out. And I also would like to thank certain other stakeholder states which have taken the time and come to this conference to be a part of this, to get exposed to how we have changed over the years. We have a concurrent session planned for exited and other states within this conference framework itself. We also saw the comeback of two insurance companies, the ICICI Lombard and United India, in the recent tenders. And we also saw really good interest rates, premium rates being quoted in the recent Andhra tender because of universalization of the scheme. So yeah, on these fronts, I think we have been able to deliver in terms of what was expected. So now we are working, what is the way forward is we are working on no frills basic cover. This is the first session that has been planned for this conference. Then we are thinking of a product sandbox, and this is where we would like to work with IRDA specifically on, I would like to point out that while I'm CEO of PMFBY, I also look after credit as a sector within the ministry. So one is also responsible for agricultural insurance as a whole. So while we have a product in crop insurance, one would like to develop similar products for the agriculture sector to cover the sector as a whole. So we are looking towards IRDA in coming up with a product sandbox. And there is also, we are trying to have an innovation and sharing of knowledge with our stakeholders within the insurance industry. So what is the expectation that we take forward from this conference for our stakeholders? One is from the insurance industry, and I personally went to Mumbai and met most of you in your offices, and we had a very wonderful, I thought it was a very productive session. On what is our expectation, because next year around we are about to have our tender, and this is the GWP that we expect in the next year. And so all the stakeholders may kindly come together and guide us on how to achieve this. Then from the technical institutions present in this conference, the three frameworks, YesTech, Cropic and WINS, how to bring them together, how to take them forward is what our expectation is from you. And also regulators and academia. So dispute resolution has been one of the key pieces which has been bothering us, that a conflict of interest free dispute resolution mechanism should be taken up. So just to give you a background, crop insurance is a 35-year-old activity in the country and recently been open to private sector participation. But going forward, I would prefer that we take another 25 years vision. So one would probably not be wanting to have a conflict of interest in dispute resolutions so going forward, that solution needs to be found within IRDA. And also, can we or should we think of regulation and a special dispensation for crop insurance, because it is the third largest sector within the non-life insurance spread. And I said product innovation, as I said, sandboxing. So awards and recognition, this year round we have recognized Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh for land record integration. And as I said, we are the only scheme in the government where land records are pulled electronically and are gelled with the Aadhaar number of a beneficiary. So congratulations due to all these states. For the next year, I am looking forward to a few of other contenders to take this challenge forward. We are also in the process of developing, and it has already been circulated, and monitoring an evaluation framework for ranking of states, for ranking of insurance companies, ranking of banks, as well as CSC. So all the stakeholders will be ranked. From next conference onwards, sir, probably you will have to give us about half an hour more of your time to, give all the awards and do all the felicitations. So this is our vision going forward. We want to, in 2025, maybe cover 50% of the cross-cropped area, have sandbox in product innovation, knowledge infrastructure, move towards a universal coverage, have completed dynamic and interactive NCIP where not even a penny is transacted out of it and everything happens electronically, KYC compliant, have Yes Tech and WINDS installed by the next tender cycle. So this is where we are headed. Thank you all and look forward to your support.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan. So, all eyes everywhere. The people who have connected through Zoom can raise their hands to ask questions once our panel discussion is open for Q&A. We will unmute you and you can take the questions as well. So beginning with the panel discussion, the topic would be universal coverage with no frills under PMFBY RWBCIS. And are we prepared to cover all farmers for risk protection? And for which the panel members, I would like to invite on the dais, Shri Eknath Dawde, Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Shiva Yogi C. Kalasad, Principal Secretary, Agri, Government of Karnataka, Shri C. Hari Kiran, Special Commissioner, Agri, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Saroj K. Rath, DGM, GIC, RE, Shri Hiten Kothari, Head Actuarial, HDFC, Ergo, GIC, Shri Ashish Agarwal, Head Agri-Business, Bajaj, GIC, and Dr. Stuart Doss, Associate Professor, National Insurance Academy, requesting all our panelists to kindly come on the dais. And to moderate this session, I would like to invite on stage Shri Ajay K. Singh, PMFBY, National Project Lead, Technical Support Unit, Government of India. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome all panelists here. So I'll start with a brief context setting what we mean by universal coverage and no frill PMFBY. So basically idea here is we all know that we are prone to more intensive climatic risks and which are having a more frequency now, and we are seeing it around for past couple of years, and that is putting us in a greater risk, specifically the risk for agriculture sector and the farming sector, and obviously that also leads to the income decrease for the farmers, who are basically the largest portion of our country is associated with that particular field. And if we see that as of now, at a countrywide, we are around 1/3 of the total gross crop area is covered under insurance. Still 70% of the larger portion of the farming sector is still uncovered. So maybe there are reasons, maybe people are not able to access the channels to enroll them. Maybe the information, correct information, the right information is not with them, or maybe the farmers do not have ways and means to protect their cows, or maybe they are not able to pay the premium or not be the cost of getting the insurance cover. So reasons could be multiple, but how do we bridge this gap of another 70% of the gross crop area under risk protection so that we can assure our farming sector a risk-free farming activity where they have well-connected and well-rewarding farming as a profession. So universal protection comes with a few key features, which includes all the farmers, all the gross crop area is automatically covered. Risk diversification, because this is one of the important characteristics for insurance and reinsurance, particularly they want their risks to be diversified, not concentrated. And risk has to be a balanced spread. This universal coverage comes with, because everybody is covered, so there is no anti-selection or moral hazard associated with it, which is a win-win situation for the insurance industry or the insurers. Enrollment obviously is not required when we are talking about entire farmers segment to be covered up, so enrollment definitely is not required. And then we get the electronic data fetching from the state databases directly into the NCIP, so there is no, it's basically a paperless and a penniless kind of an insurance cover, what we are talking about as an idea. So we know PMFBY is this, which covers end-to-end, right from sowing till maturity and post-maturity, and covering a lot of add-on covers, for example, preventive cover, preventive sowing cover, localized calamities, mid-term calamities, and post-harvest losses. What we are talking about now is These add-on covers are no more there. The product is very simple to understand, simple to implement, works only on actual yield-based claim assessment. And obviously, because it's no frill cover, that is the name, how we name it, no frill cover. So here the prerequisite, how and what are the requirements for having PMFBY no frill cover if any state want to opt for it. Obviously, the first requirement is the records have to be digitized. Digital land record is a must for having or choosing this protection, because here we are not talking about enrollments. Here it is the enrollment, automatic enrollment, the data fetching directly into the National Crop Insurance Portal. From farm level and crop level yield data collection and validation is something which few of the states have taken up to a greater heights, which is the requirement here. So that the crop level and farm level data is automatically fetched into NCIP and the automatic insurance cover goes on. API-based data exchange will happen between NCIP and the state databases. So mandatory requirement is everything will happen on the electronic platforms. We recently have in Kharif 22 the example from government of Andhra, wherein Andhra Pradesh decided to come back under PMFBY and chose no frill PMFBY cover to be offered to their farmers. So basically, government of Andhra published a tender which 26 districts were divided into 9 clusters. So what we found is out of these 9 clusters, for 7 clusters, the premium rate reduction was up to 17% in terms of average premium rate, weighted average premium rate quoted in comparison to what was the average premium rate quoted in 2018-19 when PMFBY was last implemented for Kharif and Rabi both seasons in Andhra Pradesh, and for 2022 and 23 wherein the no frill PMFBY is being implemented for Kharif and Rabi both seasons. So this gives us a confidence that without no add-on covers under PMFBY and universalization of PMFBY, so there's going to be a lot of premium justification and reduction in premium rates, what has been a major challenge for few of the states. So out of these 9 clusters, 2 clusters have had a few districts which were perceived having a high risk. So the premium rates offered for those 2 clusters were high. But overall, I think for 7 clusters, we had a good reduction in premium rates. So we did basic broad calculations with the help from GICD on what could be the probable liabilities as a whole on if the no frill product is offered across the country, at least for those states who are actually already implementing PMFBY, which is 19 to 20 states. So in this assumptions, the basic in this calculation, the basic assumptions were that only major crops were taken into consideration: paddy, wheat, soybean, and cotton. And only those states were actually considered which are currently implementing PMFBY. Sum insured remains same as it was for previous years, and production estimates, obviously the cropped area is based on the 2018 and 19's average gross cropped area. So we have got 3 scenarios ranging from 2% discounting in the existing rate to 8% of discounting in the existing rate. So overall, with 2% discounting in overall premium rates, existing premium rates, the total liability is going to be around 54,000 crores for implementing no frill PMFBY cover across 20 existing implementing states. If this discount goes on to ranging from 2% to 8%, so if the discount goes up to 8%, so the total liability will be around 50,000 crores for implementing this particular product across these 20 states. So these are basically how do we classify as the major states, the likely liabilities for implementing no frill PMFBY cover across the states. So for example, if we take an example of Madhya Pradesh, so as of now, for 2021-22, the total liability was around 6,600 crores. We know that MP is the largest state in terms of gross cropped area covered, so for around 47 to 50% of the total area is covered under crop insurance. So if we project it to 100% of gross cropped area, the total liability would have been around 14,000 crores. But with no frill, PMFBY cover, universal cover. So the likely liabilities from minimum to maximum for Madhya Pradesh is going to be around 9,500 crores to 10,000 crores. So these are the basic assumptions with basic calculations with these assumptions. Obviously, the market will play its role and the actual discovery of price will happen during the tendering time. But these are the estimates on how we see that no frill PMFBY cover with universalization can lead us to saving the premium liabilities also. So as of now, we know that because the prerequisite was to have a farm level, crop level details in electronic form. So we see that at least 7 states are there currently in India who in one form or another form are gathering these data sets in electronic forms, starting with Andhra Pradesh, who have already built up their e-crop system, and they are getting all the farm details, farm level details and farmer details into that system, and NCIP is integrated with that system for fetching the data. Haryana, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Odisha, Tamil Nadu and Telangana are another 6 states which have their own systems for fetching or recording these farm level, crop level data into their systems and in the electronic form. So with this background, I would like to initiate the discussion with Shri Harikiran ji, because Andhra Pradesh had been a pioneer in adopting this product, adopting this approach of no frills universal PMFBY. So I would like to understand from you, sir, and for the benefit of all other stakeholders, especially the states who have these capabilities and want and may go up to adopting these, this approach for implementation of risk protection solution in their particular state. So I would like to understand from you, from your experience, because you have been at the helm of affairs while deciding. So what were the reasons, what made you or the state government of Andhra Pradesh to choose a universal PMFBY product with no frill cover for the farmers? So what were the thoughts behind and maybe the strong reasons which other states can also learn from your experience?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Harikiran, Commissioner Agriculture, Government of Andhra Pradesh. In our state, we have gone back to PMFBY this year. Honorable Secretary along with CEO have come to our state. They told about the scheme and we were out of the scheme since 2019. 2016 to 19 we implemented, 19 we were out. Only for the reason that the universalization, it doesn't support universalization and it's a bit complicated. So after that anyways, PMFBY has changed its guidelines in 2020 and now we are happy to come back into PMFBY from 22-23. So in Andhra Pradesh, a lot of revolution in agriculture started since 2019. Our government, especially particularly our Chief Minister, is for universalization of the scheme. So every farmer who has sown the crop should get covered. In insurance, his crop should be insured, irrespective of whether he is a loanee farmer, non-loanee farmer, whether he is a cultivator, tenant, or a regular landowner. So we started with this premise, and we want each and every crop sown to be insured. So with this premise, with this objective, we started, and then we have started implementing. Then in order to do that, we need to build transparent systems, accountable systems, IT-based systems. Then we started with the process of e-crop, electronic crop booking. So every season, every crop, every cent, every inch of land where crop is sown is captured, whether it may be ROFR land, whether it may be assigned land, whether it may be private land, whether it may be an encroached government land even. Sometimes, if he has been encroaching and doing it since many, 10 to 15 years, we capture each and every piece of land in our e-cropping system. So basically what we have found, the number, the extent, like you have seen the average of at pan-India level, it is 30%, 25 to 30%. If you see Andhra Pradesh, the coverage of gross cropped area is about 80%. So we extend this benefit of crop insurance to all major crops. In Kharif, we extend it to 18 different crops, and in under yield-based, and in weather-based, we extend it to almost 10 crops. So almost in an year, as a cycle, almost 18 different crop season combinations are covered. So every farmer should be covered, and especially 30, 33%, 40% even of the people who are doing agriculture are tenants and cultivators. So once you put it in the framework of loanee, non-loanee, link it to bank and all, usually the landowner takes that loan from the bank, and the actual cultivator or the tenant who is doing the tenant cultivation, he gets missed out of this banking system usually. So when we record this e-crop booking, especially we capture the tenants and the cultivators, and there is a legislation in Andhra Pradesh which came in 2019, which is called Crop Cultivator Rights Act. So CCRC, Crop Cultivator Rights Act. See, we issue CCRC cards based on it. It is issued only for 11 months in a year. We give 1 month break so that the continuous tenancy doesn't remain, and landowner is also, he feels, okay, the land is not in his possession continuously, so that the principle of adverse possession, which some courts have ruled that if you are in occupation in adverse possession for such and such years, then the land belongs to you. So in order to make the landowner safe, his mind safe, so we have brought in this Crop Cultivator Rights Act. So all the tenants, so there's an estimate that in Andhra Pradesh there are 10 to 15 lakh tenants who do cultivation, and our crop insurance and our e-crop booking this year in Kharif 2022, we are covering about 6 lakhs of them, and we are continuously generating awareness for the landowners to issue these CCRC cards. So our scheme is, the way we are implementing e-crop booking is accountable, transparent. Each and every crop is booked with photograph, lat long, and the good thing here is the farmer has to do his eKYC. The village revenue officer, village agriculture officer, they do their eKYC first, authenticating that record, then it is shown to the farmer. The farmer should put his thumb, then only he will be eligible for insurance. So as of now, Kharif 2022, while I am talking to you, 92% of the area is farmer eKYC done. We have sown 1 crore 12 lakh acres. 1 crore 12 lakh acres. Yesterday night we crossed 1 crore. Today is the last day for eKYC. We have put it in all channels and all communications. Today is the last day. And yesterday night we have crossed 1 crore 1 lakh. So out of 1 crore 12 lakhs, 1 crore 1 lakh extent farmers have done their eKYC. Now we put this list for social audit in the villages. So if any grievances are raised that I am left out or my crop is wrongly booked, extent is wrongly booked, then we change it based on, we have a grievance module. So by October 30th, we are closing for Kharif. And anyways, November, December, the Rabi is starting. So we want to close before when the crop is on ground. And we want to close, we use the same data for even for our procurement purposes. So why I am telling you all this? Because many states think that we have this offline-online mode also. Many states think we are in remote areas. We can't do this because we don't have internet connectivity. So we do it in offline mode, in forest area, in Schedule 5 areas, tribal areas. Then when the signal, when the communication, the network comes, then it gets automatically updated into the server. So we do offline mode, online mode. So this application is developed by none else than NIC. So NIC has developed this application. So NIC is quite capable, provided we give them time and resources. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Kiranji. So I think the impressive numbers which you have just spoke. So if I may maybe put in, so this was the idea basically to cover irrespective of the farmers, whatever are in the states, those all should be covered and protected under risk protection. That was the motivation for the state government of Andhra Pradesh to move into this direction. Now, I'll come to Shri Eknath Davle sir. Since we know that Maharashtra is also one of the major states contributing into PMFBY and I think covering around 1/4 of the entire state under crop insurance program as of now, PMFBY. So, taking a cue from what government of Andhra Pradesh has just done, so do you feel there is, government of Maharashtra can also think of going into a way, or do you feel, or does it make sense for you to implement PMFBY, no frill cover for universal, for covering entire farmers of the Maharashtra state?
Yeah, this is one of the most sought demand from the farmers, that and even from the political level also, that there should not be any the contribution on the part of the farmers, so that the farmers' share also shall be bear by the state government, that way. So I think as per the guidelines also, the present guidelines, 13.2.7, it allows that state government can do this thing, but just for the maintaining the discipline, electronic discipline, you have to enroll with the 1 rupees of this one. So present guideline allows this one. But I think no government has dared to do this thing. The issue is of the financial implication. For a state like as Maharashtra, I am taking just one example of the Kharif season. Now, in earlier season before 1810, our premium was supposed to around 6,000 rupees crore, including the farmers, state, central, state, and the farmers. This is a sub-insured crop area, which is basically insured, is 1/3 of the total area. So if you replicate on this part, so that in that case, the 15,000 crores will be the total liability on the part of the state, central, and the farmers. So because of introduction of the 110, we had come down from 23% of this one to 15%. So around, it has been reduced to the 4,000 crore rupees. Even in that case, if you multiply in 3 times, 12,000 crores will be the state, center, and this one liability. So the financial burden is an issue on this part. Secondly, it's quite possible for the areas where the paddy is a predominant crop, because it is more sustainable. So there is a loss variation is very less into that crops. And then you have the stable, because when company quotes for the particular crop, so the variability or the vulnerability of the crop is less. But when you say the states like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, or part of, where the Karnataka, where the crops are completely dependent on the rainfall, and it is more or less that type. So the vulnerability of the crop assessment is less. So I think it will be possible when the premium rate is being again rationalized and it's a single digit. I think in that case, probably we could go very strongly on that part. Otherwise also, state government is, we are, at the discussion is going on that we should, but with the help of a technology and the rationalization of the premium, yes, this is one of the best idea. We should cover it one. Secondly, I just want to say that the rest of the area which is left out, the farmers, they are basically less vulnerable. At least I can talk about my state. So the farmer, because they see that there is no, going for the insurance also is not affecting much on that. So the left of the farmers are mostly, I can say 50% or some 40% farmers also. So rationalization of the premium will be the key issue in this, that is why.
So, does this mean that maybe we can, to start with, maybe we can choose few of the crops which we see requires more risk protection, or few segment of those farmers, maybe marginal farmers or small farmers, to start with, to offer this kind of protection?
Yeah, that will be the one way to, again, the categorize that the small and marginal farmers. But the state likes as Maharashtra, where the tenancy has been implemented very effectively. So 85% farmers are the small and marginal. So automatically the issue again still remains more or less same. So the key issue is that adoption of the technology, rationalization of the premium rate will be the way forward.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So now moving on to Shri Shiva Yogi Kalasad. So, sir, we know that Karnataka is around 15% of the total gross crop area is insured as of now under PMFBY, and there is a lot of gap to be bridged in. And then simultaneously on the other side, we know that Karnataka has developed a beautiful system like fruits, which covers end-to-end all information of farm and crops and everything. So what do you think, what would be the state government, why shouldn't state government be taking up kind of adopting a product to provide, since the data infrastructure is already there, so why shouldn't government of Karnataka be taking up the product like universalization of PMFBY and protection of all the farmers of the state?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, Karnataka, as you have rightly said, is one of the more advanced state in terms of digitalization of land records. And the fruits, which is again a front runner in integrating all the data of the farmers along with the land data, which was of course now been highlighted across the country also. But I tend to agree with Maharashtra's opinion also, that ultimately it's a work in progress. Right now we are around 26 to 30% coverage is there under PMFBY, and we have been doing this for the last 2016 onwards. And especially with the recent climatic change, I think there's a sudden increase or interest in the insurance issues, etc. But I think the focus area should be on the small and marginal farmers, definitely. Across that, you don't have to really focus more on the perennial crops like sugarcane or paddy, which may not necessarily require the universalization of insurance. Mostly rain-fed areas, that is one thing. Added to that, we have some of the areas or districts which are considered as aspirational districts. I think there we need to concentrate and have stage-by-stage universalization of insurance there. We are concentrating more on the add-on coverages, basically. I think we could really go on from the present stage to the next stage in a very step-by-step manner. The focus would be, of course, how do you finance this? I think finance should be a major crunch. The insurer must pay something rather than paying nothing. I think that is the crux of the whole issue is there. So the farmer should feel, of course, there should be a graded premium depending on how much he can afford to pay. That is also there. State government and the central government can 100% pay for the SF and MF. But regarding the other, I do not think that there is a stage yet for others to go without paying any premium. But it is a time that we need to look at it from the financial part of it also. I think that's where I think Government of India can come in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for making your remarks. I think with these inputs, one thing is very clear, that apart from offering a product which is universal in nature and covers, gives a simple product for implementation and simple scheme for implementation and understanding, the biggest question is the viability, the financial viability and the rationalization of premium. So Hiten, coming to you, having your actuarial background and donning a second cap of being the head of IAI's GI subgroup. So I would like to know from you, making a product simple to implement, simple to understand, and operational costs are, reduced to a certain extent. And then the economy of scale comes with the universal approach. So what do you think the rationalization of premium with this product, what will be the impact on the premium and the liabilities, which as of now states are struggling with?
So there are two aspects here. Today, even though we would like to believe that the knowledge and the awareness among farmers is quite low, given that the scheme has been implementing for the last 5-6 years, the awareness has increased, and all credit to the IC activities that the Government of India expects us to do. I think there's a lot of awareness in definitely some states like Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Odisha. Okay, so that's where the awareness of farmers are well aware. And with the awareness, as Sir said, the low level of coverage area that you have seen, that means the most vulnerable are picking up the insurance. And hence, the states are seeing much higher rates. We saw during AP, and the slide also captured it, that once we went for a universal coverage, the rates did drop. because the anti-selection behavior that will come down significantly. So along with the economy of scale, you'll also see rationalization of cost, because the anti-selection that will be there in the system will come down. The anti-selection doesn't exist only within a season. It also exists between the two seasons. For example, we have seen situations where the enrollments are very high in Kharif and then significantly drops off in Rabi, because the farmer themselves know that now I don't think there's a possibility of claim, because they've already studied the rainfall that has happened in the 6 months, and then they're very confident that the Rabi will probably a much easier season. So to that extent, again, there's a segmental anti-selection coming in between Kharif season and Rabi season as well. With the universal scheme, even the basic version that comes in, that should help in reducing this anti-selection, and that will help meet the requirement that rates will come down. And as I said, AP has seen one element of it. The other way of looking at cost rationalization is also to understand that we have been talking about double trigger systems as well. Because the technology is one element, we're trying to reduce the anti-selection or the moral hazard that the behavior has. But that if you can also design a product which will be on a double trigger, wherein we know that there's a definitive chance of loss happening and the subsequent coming in. And the last point I would say is that there's additional element around climate change. This year, in particular, we have seen there's a lot of irrational rainfall across the country. That means we are actually putting up more and more farmers more vulnerable. And this is going to continue with the way the country is progressing. And it's not only Indian phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. So I think the more sooner we adopt a simpler, universal approach, that's in the best interest of farmers.
So in a way, basically the universalization will definitely help states to reduce their liabilities and bring the rationalization of premium, and maybe coupled with the technology, the operational cost for insurers as well as for states go down, so that brings in the transparency and the reliability on the result. So that is what you are proposing.
So the average rate will definitely come down, but as the Minister Sirs and everyone here agrees, the absolute cost will go up. But when you look at the benefits, because today people are only capturing, the state government's only capturing the premium subsidy. But there are other benefits that they also dole out to farmers that are not being captured. So if everything can be brought under one way, I think that will also, we look at the cost on a total basis, probably that will also be a better way of looking at the cost.
Great, thank you, thank you. So moving on to the capacities which comes from the reinsurance companies to the primary insurers, and as we know that 75% to 80% of the total capacity or the total business written under crop insurance is reinsured by the reinsurance companies. So that comes with the big support or the big backbone as in the reinsurance companies to support this kind of program. So coming to you, SK Rath Saab, how do you see the universalization with the no-frill cover? How comfortable the reinsurance world would be for offering the crop insurance protection for the country like India, who have diversified multiple crops, multiple agroclimatic zones. So given that the product is a no-frill cover and it covers all the farmers of a particular state or maybe the group of states, how do you look how the reinsurance world is going to react, and what do you see how will be the GICs kind of being the largest reinsurer for Indian industry? So how do you see the GIC's role into it?
Well, good afternoon. GIC being a reinsurer, like any other reinsurer, they look at the insurers, how they perform or where they perform and which are the states they are participating. So, of the risk diversification that we are seeing will be there, then the risk, the adverse selection which is being witnessed will also be reduced, and all these factors will help in pricing improvement as seen in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So alternatively, the subsidy burden on the state governments will also come down, not only on the insurers, but not only on the state government, but also on the central government. So as a reinsurer, these 3-4 factors will encourage the reinsurers to participate and to extend the capacity that they have been extending to the market. And this will augur well for the states who intends to extend the facility to the entire farming community, and 100% farmers can be covered. And without doling out the other freebies that they are extending by way of other various schemes, or when there is other natural calamities being takes place.
Thank you, thank you, sir. I mean, taking a cue from what you just said, that PMFBY no-frill cover with universal approach and coupled with technology for yield estimation and crop loss estimation. So the reinsurance industry at least is looking at positively at it. So coming now to the direct implementing agency, which is a primary insurer, coming to you, Ashish, my question to you would be, how do you look as a primary insurer, and what as of now is being implemented, and if the PMFBY no-frill cover with the universal approach coupled with technology, how would you react to this situation, and how insurance industry, the primary insurer, would be looking at this kind of product approach being offered for risk protection?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Ajay, and Team Government of India. I would say that this universalization concept is exceptional, actually, because our farming community, who is who depends a lot on the weather phenomena, which is changing a lot in the recent past. We have seen that now it's raining in the month of October also, which is a kind of main harvesting season, and it's creating a lot of issues in the field, which is creating a lot of problems, right? And as of now, around 30% of the gross crop area is insured. And when we're talking about universalization of this entire program, it means that we are talking about around 15 crore to 20 crore of applications which will be getting in a year. So for us, basically, this is possible. This should happen, because then only the farmers will come forward and they will kind of go for farming this thing. But the thing is, it will require a lot of effort from everyone. In terms of like use of technology is must. Without technology, we would not be able to reach out to those many farmers. We will not be able to provide required services, because we've seen that what kind of service issues comes in the field, right? And as an insurance company, because we are the face and we are implementing, all the blame will come to the insurance company only if something goes wrong. So for that, we need to be very cautious in the field. We need to kind of create a lot of infrastructure, a lot of support will be required in terms of technology, and also customer grievances should come down. That we need to kind of be sure about that we need to have perfect systems in place. I'm sure that, like earlier speakers said, that finance may be a kind of cause of concern, that how kind of this will be happen from the state government. But if with some kind of selection with the crop, some kind of selection with the farming community, maybe small and marginal farmers, that may come down. And also because when all the farmers will get insurance cover, then definitely anti-risk will not happen. So risk selection will not happen, so obviously premium rate will also come down. So, but from an insurance company perspective, we'll have to make a lot of effort to kind of create awareness about the program, and also build the infrastructure to provide better services to the farmer. That will be the most challenging aspect from the insurance company's perspective.
Thank you, Ashish, for bringing out at least the challenging part of implementation of this kind of risk protection solution. So, obviously, we know that this is something which is a new approach coming into, and there will be a lot of research and academics and efforts being put in by the researcher and academia into designing, developing, and maybe building up a prototype or the framework for implementation of this kind of a product. So, Dr. Das, coming to you, how do you see here the role of the institutions like you represent, National Insurance Academy, and the other institutions who can be worth of efforts to make PMFBY no-frill universal cover a framework, so that maybe the stakeholders, especially the states, can adopt those and simultaneously address the challenges which Ashish just has raised. One is obviously the financial liability. That is something which insurance and reinsurance industry together have to take on. But the other challenges in terms of infrastructure, capacity buildings, the knowledge transfer and all those things. So how do you see the role of the academia and researcher into this, and what do you propose?
So thank you, Mr. Ajay. Thanks for bringing the academia into the discussion. We have been interacting with the stakeholders, the different stakeholders, insurers, reinsurers, farmers, and the state government officials, and the agri-tech companies. So what I see on the whole, if you take some of the schemes, particularly PMFEY or the universal coverage, when you look at as a scheme, they are very good, excellent scheme. Even if you look at the PMFEY, compared with the earlier schemes like what we had, NAS or modified NAS, a lot of the operational issues, whatever the industry encountered, now those issues were resolved by and large, and then the improved version of the crop insurance scheme, what I see is the PMFEY, the restructured PMFEY, and the universal insurance coverage. And I believe this is definitely a very positive move, but it will really help in enhancing the penetration. If you look at, there are two factors that we need to look at. One is the penetration. In terms of how many number of farmers that we can cover. If you look at last few years, the number of farmers who enrolled with the crop insurance scheme had come down. Okay, it has come down because one reason that we made the scheme optional. What happens in a country like India, farmers are knowledgeable about their own risk in the field, but they are not very knowledgeable about the insurance scheme. Okay, and most important factor is the insurance companies and the stakeholders. We need to create a faith among the farmers, then only they will come forward. If you ask me that today, whatever the best scheme that we design, and how when it is delivered, when the claims are delivered, whether the claims are delivered within short period of time, and if you look at that, to what extent of the loss that the scheme covers, from the farmer's perspective, I can say that the scheme covers only about 20 to 25%. Because what we cover is only the input cost. So if you look at the products which are available globally, where they cover the entire, the value chain of the agri, the firm. So that is where we need to move into. So, as academia, what we can do is, we can bring in the feedback of the different stakeholders. And then how do we really enhance the coverage? Okay, so that is an important thing that we should really play as stakeholder. That is one factor that I would like to bring in. Adequacy in the sense that we cover only about the 25%, 20 to 25% of the loss that the farmers suffer. So the current scheme do not cover the market price, do not cover the revenue loss, do not cover the storage risk that the farmer face. Okay.
Understand your point. So basically, this means obviously because if we want a comprehensive risk insurance, so that also need higher liabilities also. So here the question is a trade-off between if we can to provide a protection to large farmers, maybe with the small benefits rather than small farmers with larger benefits. So this is a trade-off between how the financial liabilities will pan out. So thank you, Dr. Das, for your comments. So now I open this forum for question and answers. So if any of the participants, so we're on time. So then I think I will thank you for all the panelists for sharing your comments and feedback and your remarks. So maybe we can have a question and answer session at the last. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the dignitaries and Ajay ji for such a riveting and interesting session. Now we will move on for our second panel discussion. And our topic would be revision of guidelines, commitment for subsidy and claims, dispute resolution and technical capacities of the states. And the panel members for these are Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, MOAFW, Government of India, Shri Ashish K. Bhutani, ACS, Government of Assam, Dr. Ayaj F. Tamboli, Special Secretary Agri, Government of Chhattisgarh, Ms. Preeti Maithili Nayak, Director Agri, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Ms. Girija Subramaniam, CMDAIC, Shri DVS Ramesh, CGM IRDAI, Shri Hadi Riakhi, CEO Swiss Re, and Ms. Priya Kumar, SBI GIC. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause? I request our moderator, Ms. Kamna R. Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, Government of India, to kindly preside over. Thank you so much.
I welcome all the panelists, and we'll strictly be confined to the topics that we are discussing. So let's see there are just 5 slides, and we'll just go through these slides to understand that what exactly we'll be discussing during this panel discussion. This is a projection of the subsidies that is pending, the claims that are pending because of the subsidy that is pending. So we can see the bar diagram and the pie chart that the amount of claims that are pending because of the pending subsidy with the states. So this is an important concern. So this is an important concern, and it needs to be addressed. We need to have a financial discipline for subsidy as well as claims, because the main concern under the scheme by all stakeholders, especially our farmers, has been the fact that the claims are pending because of non-release of subsidies, or the claims are pending because of various other reasons. So we'll be discussing how to tighten this very gap, and also to create a kind of commitment on the part of the state government as well as on the part of the insurers. Government of India circulated a letter dated 3rd of October to all the stakeholders, requesting them to furnish their comments for whatever has been proposed by Government of India for revising the guidelines. This is something which I would like to discuss with my panelists as well as put forth before this House. It is proposed that the state governments will be giving prior commitment of subsidy before the notification opens for digitizations. There are 2 options for the state governments. One is giving 100% release of the amount of subsidy projected on the basis of the last season enrollment. Second option would be giving 50% of advance subsidy as an upfront subsidy, a kind of parking of subsidy with the insurance company, and for the remaining amount, giving an assurance in the form of standby letter of credit or in the form of a BG in the favor of insurance companies. So this is a kind of prior commitment that is proposed from the states. Now coming to the insurance companies, we expect a commitment from insurance companies also, commitment for payment of claims. So it is proposed if the insurance companies can also be binded by a provision akin to what is being proposed for the state governments, that if the insurance companies can give the prior commitment by depositing an amount that's about 3 years of average claim amount of the previous 3 years, and this is to be done prior to digitization of notification. So this is the proposal for tying up the state government and the insurance companies. Coming next, dispute resolution is a very important aspect. We have been facing a lot of challenges. So the prime object to have a dispute resolution mechanism to be free of conflict of interest, dispute resolution to have statutory enforceability which is absent at present. Then can there be a mechanism of referring the dispute to insurance ombudsman? So that's what we'll be discussing. Then the final point of discussion would be to enhance the technical capacity of the states. A lot of states have been struggling with handling the technical aspects. A lot of technology will be infused. A lot of things are yet to come, whether it's about the portal, whether it's about yield estimations. So it's very important that states get prepared to enhance their technical capacities. So now moving on to our panelists, and we'll start with Dr. Bhutani. Sir, delays in subsidy is, I think, something which ails the scheme. We have been struggling. There have been a lot of disputes arising because of that. Claims remain pending. So what's your take, whatever is being proposed by Government of India to have prior commitment from the state government?
Actually, asking this question from the wrong person, actually. When I've been professing this for last 7 years, I can't go back on what I did for 7 years, right? So I agree. I say in principle, this is something which has to be done, because that is one of the biggest reasons for schemes failing, states migrating out of the scheme, etc. We have had a huge problem in payment of claims. At the end of the day, the farmer knows that Government of India se subsidy claim nahi aaya. Nobody knows what is the reason for claims being held back. So it gives a scheme a bad name. So the need for us to sort this out once and for all. There are 2-3 small issues which you have to address before you migrate to it. What happens to the pending subsidy as on date before you migrate to a new system of notification not coming into action unless we deposit the subsidy upfront, either 50% or 100%. That view we have to take. How do we handle the past year's pending liabilities and allow states to move forward? Then there's a cost which the state will have to incur on getting the commitments or these bank guarantees, etc., to support the second part or the balance 50%. There's a cost to it. We'll have to agree to all of us that there's a cost to it, and states have to bear that cost. That is the second part of I would say, intervention. But in principle, I would say this is something which is required for a long time. The third part is, some states have been talking to me in the sidelines. What happens to the guideline which was revised in 2020, where additional liability was incurred on the state government, where premium rates are very high? So I hope the premium rates get moderated with the technology things which are being discussed for the first part of the day. The crop survey happening, all these, I would say, adverse selection, moral hazards being taken out of the scheme because of technology. Premium rates would moderate, should moderate. And that is something which these states, the Government of India has to take a call. How do we handle that part? Because states are incurring a huge cost to the scheme. It's much beyond 50% for some states. So there is this part. The second part is, I think, regarding the insurance companies being saddled with the this system of having a commitment coming in advance of last 3 years. I would say that is slightly in favor of the insurance company, because insurance companies don't pay when there's a catastrophic loss suddenly. It might be much more than the 3-year average. So we have to factor that in sometimes and sort that out as well. But in principle, I would say this is something which has been required for a long time. We have been fence sitting for it, but now a firm decision has to be taken, and we should move forward on this. That is my take, especially on the commitment for the insurance companies and the state. We can discuss the other 2 components later. You want me to speak now? I can do that again for that balance too as well. For the dispute resolution, I would say it's very good that we are migrating from a system of conflict of interest and creating an independent authority. Time to be taken for putting that in place would be an issue, perhaps, but we have to migrate in that direction. The third part would be regarding this technology, the state PMUs, right? And technical expertise at the state level. I would say I have 2 points to make there. First of all, you should make it mandatory for other states as well. Otherwise, the finance departments won't agree. If you only make it for category A states, that is number one. At least a smaller version of that should be there for other states as well as a mandatory, I would say, recommendation in the guidelines. The second part is all the states have not put it in place, this system. Primarily, they have been looking forward to Government of India that they would bear a part of the cost. That is one point states had made earlier. Government of India has to take a view on that as well. So these are my remarks on the 3 points which you have raised today for the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Preeti, madam. Madam, are the states prepared for such kind of arrangement that we are proposing for subsidy?
Thank you, ma'am, for posing the questions. Basically, the issues of premium and timely payment of premium, timely payment of claim are there. We cannot deny that there are not issues. obviously for states like Madhya Pradesh, the amount is huge. Like we paid 6,600 crores as subsidy, central and state share मिलाकर. But I would still give it a thought. I'll give it a thought कि हम उन्हें notification से भी पहले पैसा क्यों देना चाह रहे हैं? Reason being, अभी भी even in the present scenario, the claim is basically on crop cutting experiments, and even if we calculate the yield through remote sensing, that's what we are doing now. The Kharif ka crop cutting experiment and then Rabi ka crop cutting experiment, the entire season takes an year. So the premium that we pay to the insurance company still lies with the insurance companies for almost a very good 1.5 year. And to ask our finance department to pay it even before the notification, before even the farmer has registered himself for the insurance, it will be very difficult to explain कि मतलब the present scenario is we digitize our notification. जितने जो भी हमारे इंश्योरेंस यूनिट नोटिफाई होनी होती है उसे हम नोटिफाई करते हैं. उसके बाद किसान जो है वो आकर अपना शेयर जमा करता है. उसके बाद राज्य सरकार अपना शेयर जमा करती है, फिर केंद्र सरकार अपना जमा करती है. तो नोटिफिकेशन होने से पहले पिछले साल की तुलना में हम अगर वो जमा करवाना चाहते हैं, I'll give it a thought again.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And there's one more question I would like to
add on.
Ask to.
I would just want to add one point regarding the earlier discussion that was happening about the universalization of the scheme, sir. So Madhya Pradesh as a state, we are toying with this idea for the past 1 year. And I'm very happy to inform you that we are very seriously considering implementing it from this year, especially because when we see the data, I'll just give you some numbers. Out of we have done this analysis, of course, on the pre-land record integration data of my 2020 data. So 30% of my farmers, the total number of farmers, the area insured is only 7.5%. These are the farmers who have area of only 0 to 1 hectare. With the smallest of the farmers have the highest numbers, and the area insured is only 7.5% for 30%. If you look at the same data for more than 5 hectare wala farmers, basically the bade kisan hai, the number of farmer in the farmer percentage is only 12.3%. But you will not believe the area coverage is 39.8%. So at the moment, the scheme is highly biased towards the larger farmers, and the smaller farmers, the small landholders are not properly covered. We have done an analysis on the subsidy part also. Of the total subsidy, average subsidy that we paid per farmer is around 14,566 in 2020. The 0 to 1 hectare wala kisan, the portion in the subsidy is only 3,448. But for one farmer who has an area of less than 1 hectare, the subsidy is only 3,448. For a farmer who has an area of more than 5 hectare, it's 48,978, the share basically. So we are toying with an idea where if we can subsidize 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 hectare farmers, and we did an analysis, we'll cover a major chunk. जो किसान अभी छूटे हुए हैं कई कारणों से, ट्राइबल एरियाज में छोटे किसान खास तौर पे जो छूटे हुए हैं, तो वी आर लुकिंग if we can subsidize the 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 hectares farmers and pay their share also, and we'll be looking towards Government of India to support us in that. So that's one thing which I wanted to bring into the notice, other than the original discussion of paying the premium before notification. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So my next question goes to ASNFA, sir. Sir, at present, the principle that is followed for payment of subsidy, or I would say premium for crop insurance, farmer pays first, the governments pay after that. But the idea of the ministry is now to reverse the principle that farmer pays last and governments pay first. So it is for this reason we are proposing this provision for having prior commitment of subsidy from the government so that farmer pays last. Sir, what is your take on that?
I would like to just take the point forward that Government of India and especially Department of Expenditure is working on a principle of just-in-time release of money to the state governments. In the past, we have done major reforms by way of computerizing the account, the back end, the computerization and integration of account with the state governments, all the central sector schemes as well as centrally sponsored schemes, we have spoken to the state governments and we have opened the accounts so that we can track the money end to end. I do not have the stats with me right now, but I think a major chunk, more than 2-3 lakh crore rupees, is lying as unspent balance under various schemes of the state governments. The money has been given to the state has given its share, but for some reason or the other, this amount is not being utilized by the state government in time. And the DOE is of the view that we are taking money at a higher rate of interest, and the state governments are parking the funds at a lower rate of interest, eventually which leads to a loss to the state exchequer. What target DOE has given us to make sure that whatever money we spend, we have to design systems in place that we are able to transfer the money in real time. We have also been assured that if the states governments are not able to spend the money in time, or they have not been able to utilize the amount which was given to them in the past few years, the amount, their budget for the next year will not be cut based on the premise that they have not been able to incur the expenditure. So this is, the state government should not look, all department I have been told, they should not look with the perspective of a thing that they have to spend the money just to make sure that they get the funds in the next year or next quarter, whatever it is. Based upon this entire premise, we would be very keen to develop a system where we can track the entire money chain as to which money goes where on a real-time basis. And I can assure you, because I am new to this sector, in the sense I have not been involved in the nitty-gritty of the entire scheme of things, I personally feel that if all of us can sit together and we can ensure that by way of guarantees, counter guarantees, escrow account, nodal account, so that we can block the fund to a certain extent, the government will be very keen to pay money just in time. I mean, it will be very difficult for us to convince our finance department like others, like PTS said from MP. FD might not be willing to give the money in advance for the entire year, but we can give you assurance that the money will be given to you just in time with a stipulated time frame as and when it is required. One more point on the side I would like to mention, that if you see me as a consumer, for example, all of us in this room we are sitting, we are having a very different kind of experience when we encounter government or we go to the government for some work with other department. Similarly, all of persons sitting in the room are in the insurance sector, so they will be having the idea of what difficulties are in the insurance sector, how people are trying to take advantage of the loophole in the system. On a similar terms, when we as a consumer go to the insurance sector, we encounter difficulties. I am not a farmer, so I have not found difficulties in this sector. But taking a general approach in this regard, there are different stakeholders. Farmers have a different take on the entire thing. Insurance companies have a different take on the entire thing. Central and state governments have a different perspective. My idea would be that if we can all get together on a technological platform and mitigate the risk for each and every stakeholder in the entire segment, so that we are able to ensure that whatever money is required for this work and all the governments are willing, so we can be able to make sure that the amount is guaranteed and the money flows in just in real time. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Your words build confidence, I think. Now coming to the insurers, would like to invite comments from CMD AIC. What does she think about having prior commitment for claims from the companies? Because that's something which is ailing, that's something which is required to be addressed on an urgent basis. A lot of states have been complaining about that. And that's, I think, an issue which is a continuous issue, I would say. So would like to have your comments, and thereafter, same question goes to Priya. Yes, madam.
Many thanks. Many thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, I think the improvements that are suggested are very much overdue, as sir said, and we'll be very happy to be a part of, the implementation process in full spirit. But nevertheless, there are certain things like, for example, the bank guarantee that, the subsidies that are pending for the past several years, and you can see the numbers, they are much more than the claims that are pending. So It would be good if we could sort out the earlier issues first, so that we have our balances squared, and then we start off with the new agenda, wherein we have these SOPs in place. And if the bank guarantee has to be, has to be given for claims, it should be real time, as said, because for us also cash flow is an issue. So it should be real time, and it should be only on payment of the subsidy, on realization of the subsidy rather. So because even for us, if there's a delayed payment, it's absolutely of no value, because we're not able to account it in the solvency. So for us, we are also within the regulations of the country, and we find it difficult to operate if solvency gets impaired because of delayed payments. So I think these the improvements should take care that insurers get the subsidy on time, so that for us it is feasible, it is sustainable and viable to continue to service. Otherwise, we are all for any improvement that is suggested. We'll be continuing to support with full earnest and spirit.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Priya ji, from where CMD ma'am left, just want to know from your side that why are insurers shy away from committing for claims?
That is more a myth, I would say. This is a very unique scheme wherein if you compare it to the other lines of business, wherein other lines of business, insurance companies have the right to survey and settle claims. There are TATs being monitored on companies, and the regulator looks at that very closely. Unlike that, in the case of crop insurance, which is more an area-based scheme, and there's a larger universe that we cover, given the changes that the scheme has undergone with the amount of transparency that has come in, I don't think this is one aspect that the farmer still is aware about in terms of why the claims are getting delayed actually. So there are a lot of coverages, there are a lot of nuances which have changed in the scheme, let's say in the last 6 years of the journey that the scheme has evolved. One of these factors that I think we should be covering in our education aspect is that there is an element which is dependent on subsidy. Now, you spoke about farmer paying last. If that aspect comes in and the farmer is aware that he has to pay last and taking a cue from the universal coverage, I think we're pretty much sorted in terms of the budgeting angle that the states are struggling with. See, today what happens is the coverage is more on an anti-selection basis. So wherever there are claims, the coverage improves. Year on year, the coverage improves. And it's becoming difficult for the states to budget for that coverage as well. But if we kind of harmonize in terms of universal coverage, we educate the farmer and the grievance, we reduce the grievance level for the farmers and make them understand that subsidy is a very critical element of the claim settlement process. Overall, we think that we are progressing in the right direction. On the last part, I would just like to go to the aspect that Budani sir had highlighted, that there's a huge cost element. If we're talking about a BG coming into force, there will be a cost element which eventually has to go out to the end consumer. And that is something that we would need to factor while forming the guidelines for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Priyaji. Now coming to the reinsurer, Mr. Hadi, you are the, I think the reinsurers are the super boss to the insurers. And whatever is being proposed by Government of India for having financial discipline, will it give confidence to the reinsurer, and will the reinsurer will be ready to give more capacity, more leverage, I would say more independence for going ahead with the next tenders? I think that's something which is very critical on the part of reinsurer. So your views, please.
Yeah, thank you. And so maybe on the financial discipline, just some perspective and on the importance of the topic. So when we look at globally, wherever there are schemes that are subsidized today, we see timely payment actually being a real issue, and a real issue that a lot of countries, governments and insurance companies struggle with, even in very well established and long-standing agriculture schemes, even if we look at the US, for example. So we really have a unique opportunity today with the reviews that are currently ongoing, the revision of the operating guidelines to lead the way in terms of timeliness of payments of premium and of course of claims. So the spirit so the direction that we're taking is definitely positive and a good one. And it will go a long way in raising a lot of confidence, not just for reinsurers, but also for insurers on that matter. So when I think of the capacity, I think of course premium payment or subsidy is one aspect, but the confidence that our industry overall, again I say insurers and reinsurers, but since you pointed out the reinsurers, it stems from all the topics that we've seen today around the centralization of the portal, around the availability of data, around the availability of yields, and that will eventually raise the confidence of the industry to be able to price more accurately, deploy capacity more accurately, and then support the growth of the agriculture industry. So I guess from our side, and okay, I can speak for Swiss Re, but I know that for other reinsurers, the numbers have been shared, right? A big part of the scheme is reinsured. We want to be here. We're committed to support and to continue to be part of this journey. We're excited about all the discussions and all the initiatives that we're seeing, particularly around tech and data. And I just take a side to this because every single presentation we heard this morning mentioned climate change and climatic variations in one way or another. And we just last week released a report on sustainability for India. The Swiss Re Institute did that. And 56% of the workforce in India in one way or another is connected to agriculture. And a big part of the GDP today, 18% of the GDP is still directly coming from agriculture. And in event of climatic variation that we're talking about, even 1 degree of warming can result in almost double-digit losses in yields on certain crops. So the protection gap is increasing in that sense. The steps that we're taking today will allow us to be able to better model, better understand the impact of climate and better deploy capacity price for us to give farmers affordable products and of course affordable premiums to the state. So trust amongst each other here, both public sector, private sector, insurers, reinsurers, is very important. Timely, bringing back to the first topic, timely payment of premium and claims is really important to bring that trust. And of course, transparency around data will help to go a long way. So a lot of positives, I would say. And we're definitely partners in this journey with the industry.
Okay, thank you. Now, coming to the regulator. Regulator's views are very important. So, Mr. Ramesh from IRDA, 2 questions to you, sir. Number 1, we are talking about prior commitment of claims from the insurance companies. Second is seeking help of IRDA for settlement of disputes, maybe from insurance ombudsman itself. So what is your take on these 2 points?
Thank you very much, Kamna, and good afternoon to all of you. I will take the second question first, in fact, because I need to draw a leaf from the address given by our member non-life, Mr. Thomas. The trust deficit. Bridging the trust deficit is one of the very important requirements of the entire insurance industry, not limiting to the cross insurance. That is first point. The second reference I prefer to draw is from the address given by CEO PMABY, Mr. Ritesh, that 40 to 60% of the grievances could be addressed if a fair query is appropriately addressed at the very first stage itself. That is very important. So these are the 2 points which we need to keep in view, that of course dispute resolution is undoubtedly one of the important requirements. Prior to that, whether we can put in place any system for preventing the disputes at all is equally important. So from that perspective, that needs an equally special attention as well. With respect to the dispute resolution mechanism, that whatever you have highlighted in your presentation just now, it is undoubtedly the alternate dispute resolution mechanism is the order of the day. We need to put in a place a system where the alternate dispute resolution mechanism is by itself offers a level of comfort to all the stakeholders. The moment you bring in the concept of enforceability, perhaps it offers quite a comfort to all the stakeholders. That's first point. The second point is with respect to the technical expertise that is required to be part of the ADR mechanism, be it an insurance ombudsman or otherwise. The post-COVID has taught us many lessons, such as, that the entire world has learnt to work on virtual platform. Even if you can empower one insurance ombudsman to begin with, perhaps it may offer you better insights in terms how it works even for the entire country. So from that perspective, undoubtedly, the insurance ombudsman system is, it has proved its results in the retail insurance space as also in the retail banking space as well. From that perspective, we can also attempt to replicate a similar system as well, even in the crop insurance system. That's first my answer to your second query. My views on the first, of course, I think the commitment of the insurance companies to the entire, claims space in the crop insurance, our colleagues from the insurance industry, expressed their views on that. Nothing to, differ on that. But if you see the entire, the ecosystem of insurance, the insurance companies are in place for the purpose of settling the claims. They are in the business to settle the claims. Their existence itself proves that they are here to support the system and then to settle the claims. The second point, the science of insurance, it will not pre-commit the settlement of claims because the settlement of claims by itself is subject to evaluation and other correlated technical aspects that are closely connected therewith. So from that perspective, of course, some sort of commitment or the bank guarantee, whatever our colleagues are referring to here, if it offers a level of comfort to the stakeholders, that's absolutely fine. But from the regulator's angle, we can always say that an insurance company which is registered with IRDA is there to settle the claims as per the terms and conditions of the policy contract. So that itself shall offer a greater comfort to the entire ecosystem as well as to all the stakeholders that are there in this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving on to our last panelist and sir, to Special Secretary Chhattisgarh. So my question to you is about expanding the technical capacities of the state. Chhattisgarh is one of the states which has gone ahead with land record integration. A lot of technical things are being introduced. So what does the state think about expanding its technical capacity in form of having a technical support unit for specialization? And then your take on prior commitment of state for subsidies.
Thank you, ma'am. Being the last one, I want to take liberty to talk on all 3 points. The first thing that you have asked, we should have SPMU, and Bhutani sir has rightly pointed out, we should not just talk about category A states. It should be a mandatory provision, SPMU should be there. But again, that should be shared by both, center and state, the cost should be shared by both. Currently, the administrative cost has to be taken by the state and separate budgetary provision to be made. And many a times finance doesn't agree. It is the same case with us. We are working without special SPMU for that through the directorate itself. So I'll request Government of India to have both the things, mandatory SPME provision and financial assistance on 50-50 sharing basis for the same. We have 3%, 3% is okay with us, we don't have any problem. Second issue is payment prior notification, 100% payment prior notification. I want to put objection on record. We don't agree with this because there are two things. One, the current cycle is good. We should have budgetary provisions. Our generally budget session happens in February, March for the subsequent year. And after approval, like May is the month of notification for the Kharif crops. So we have to pay in April, and that will not happen in all the states easily. But what is currently happening in Chhattisgarh, what we are doing, we are paying 40% as a first tranche after notification before the data approval. So that payment happens around June end to July. The answer can be NCIP, the portal-based system. Demand can be generated automatically after notification. This automatically generated demand, we can put a timeline cap of 15 days, 20 days, a month, and within that, payment should happen from the state. Then again, after data approval, that demand should, the data approval should be pushed to the states and they should accept the data and the second tranche of 60% to be released. So we should not bind this of paying 100%, but the technology can provide a solution with a timeline. This is happening in 15 Finance, in other departments. 15 Finance, they have a clear-cut deadline that within 10 days, state should deposit the amount to the subsequent local bodies. So the same principle can be applied here and we can put the timelines. We can put the payment through NCIP. So I think that will solve a lot of issues. BG is not a good solution because actually money has to be parked with the banks. And state governments will not be allowed that. So the prior commitment from the insurer about the submitting its BG and then in case of failure, state should taking responsibility and paying to the farmer is not a good solution. We already have a penalty provisions. We should continue with the penalty provisions. Penalty provisions can be both the parties. For failure, we can have some interest rate charged on the state for fail to payment the payment failure, and subsequently the same should be applied to the insurer also. So that is the another thing. And I think we are looking for the major problem with delayed payment is crop cutting experiments and the data discrepancy. So if the same crop cutting experiment, like the numbers are auto-generated, we are trying app-based modules, but actually this wind plus Cropic plus YesTech, that will be the solution for most of the delayed payments. There are certain issues with the insurance companies, and that is the headquarter level approvals, delay in headquarter level approvals, so that should be taken care of in NCIP. Then the data should not just be about the policyholder, the data should be based on farmers and their acreage also. So based on that, we can analyze in a better way. We are dependent right now on insurance companies for the data. So that problem will be solved with NCIP. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. So I thank all the panelists for the valuable comments and suggestions. And I also expect all the stakeholders to come back to Government of India with written comments as soon as possible. So with this, we come to an end with this session. Thanks all my panelists. And the question answers we'll be taking later on. Thank you, sir.
So for the convenience of everyone, we have 2 sessions scheduled right now. We'll do the first session on product sandbox and then take question answers for all the 3 sessions, right? And maybe around 1:45 we'll go for lunch. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, all right. So quickly moving on to please don't take any time, just call the speaker. We can just,
okay, thank you so much, Chauhan sir. Requesting Dr. Doss, Dr. Stuart Doss, Associate Professor, National Insurance Academy, to kindly come on the dais to conduct the next session, which is Product Sandbox Structure for Customized Risk Solutions in Crop Insurance. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, and I thank the Honorable Secretaries, the Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare, and the Department of the PMFUI, and all the delegates for giving us the opportunity to just present our ideas as an academic institution, right, on the product innovation, the sandbox. Now, the idea of sandbox is mainly to allow innovation in the product. So IRDAI had already come out with the sandbox framework for other products in the insurance industry. Now, in the same line that now today we are talking about various new customized covers which are getting developed at the state level. Now, the idea is to look at the regulatory changes. What are the changes that we need to really bring in so that which will allow the various stakeholders, insurers, agri-tech companies to put in their ideas and implement their ideas, and so that the regulation can really foster that kind of an knowledge development in the industry, what we require. Okay, so that is what the main purpose of the regulatory sandbox model. So it is beneficial to the innovators, to the insurers, to the reinsurers, to the state government, that wherein they can experiment their ideas, they can do a case study evaluation, and then see the results, and then get the approval from the regulator at a faster rate, so that they are able to roll out the product. The advantage to the regulator is they have the case study generated, they have the pilot experience generated on the new products, and any kind of regulatory changes they want to bring in. So this would be a forum which will really help them to bring the innovation in that. So this will foster for a product innovation. Now, just a few ideas. Already we are all working towards that. But I also would like to bring in what kind of innovations that are happening in the other markets, so that we can also take the learnings from the other markets. Now, if you look at a country like India, we have a huge potential for the horticulture crops. When we talk about horticulture crops, look at the vegetables and the fruits, the plantation crops. Every type of a crop, the risk profile is different. The coverage that we require is different. The loss assessment that needs to be done is totally different. So what we need is more of a customized cover, like for banana or a sugarcane, right? Or for even take grapes. Now the kind of risk factors which impact the grape is totally different. So here what we can take into account, we take the farmer input, what is their risk perception, and then allow the technology really to develop. What I had seen, there are a lot of products which are designed in the other markets like Australia, US, and also you see Mexico. They had come out with more or less the plantation crop insurance in the form of parametric insurance solutions, where they identified the relevant perils. So it's more of a parameters, multiple weather parameters which are taken into account, and wherein the triggers for each parameter is developed. And then the claim payout happens whenever the weather experience triggers that exceeds the trigger points. So that way the parametric solution will really drive innovation in the horticulture insurance. I see a lot of scope in this area, so we can bring in. For example, we did a study in banana crops, and what we find that the single most peril which impact the banana is the wind velocity, strong wind velocity, and the cyclones. So can we have a kind of an customized cover with this kind of exclusive perils which are impacting? Similarly, if you take coconut, if you take rubber, the type of perils which are impacting the coconut, they are totally different from what impacts the rubber. So what we require is a kind of a customized solution. We can go for it. This is where the regulatory sandbox can help. we can learn the lesson, take the lessons from the other markets, and we can try to implement in the Indian market. Then we look at the other protection covers can we design. Now, if you look at the developed markets where every part of the farmers, the value chain, agri-value chain is protected through insurance. In India, we are protecting only, as of now, the input cost, right? What we need to go in is to cover, can we design a cover for a storage risk, right? There are companies who tested pilot for a storage risk. We have already a general insurance cover for storage risk, so can we really offer it to them? Then the market risk, ASL long before implemented farm income insurance where they taken the market price of the commodities multiplied by the yield loss, and thereby we can provide a compensation to the farmers. But some of the commercial crops, some of the major commercial crops, can we look at the market price as a risk factor? How can we factor it? Now, if you look at US and also Australia, now there you have a very standard agencies. Like if you take in USA, they have a risk management agency, exclusive agency, who are working with the insurer, who are working with the regulator, who are working with the reinsurers, and they are providing this kind of risk management solutions, providing the advisory services. Now, can we take that? And they have a very developed market. I will come to that little later, where they have a derivative, commodity derivative, insurance available. And the market price of the market volatility of the product can be linked with the derivative so that the volatility can be capped, minimum and maximum. And then we can also look at the medicinal plants. Now there is a growing demand for medicinal plants. So can we design a customized cover for that? Can we come out with a universal insurance is a very excellent idea. Definitely this will help in simplifying the product and also enhance the market penetration. So that's we can take in, but then we have to look at some of the add-on cover. See, one of the very important area we have to consider in the universalization of the insurance is the climate risk factor. If you can refer the Swissary report, you will find 70% of the losses, insured losses, the crop losses are impacted by secondary perils. What are the secondary perils? Secondary perils are the inundation of the water and the floods. Now they impact the crop in a very big way. So these perils need to be covered through add-on along with the universal coverage. So that can be looked at. And then there's a need to look at the revenue insurance cover, right, which is available in US, Brazil, where they have a commodity market, like we have a Chicago commodity market. Can we, take the market prices linked to the derivatives, commodity derivatives, and then protect the revenue loss to the farmer? So if a lot of state government, they are providing the revenue subsidy, a market price subsidy to the farmers for the commercial crops. So can we look at some of the commercial crops like cardamom, pepper, coffee, tea? I think the Ministry of Commerce also, they wanted to pilot test this kind of a revenue insurance model. But definitely we need to look at this model. We can take the lessons from US and the other markets. Our commodity market is also developing. So if the regulator, there is a need for bringing a regulatory change here, allowing the commodity derivatives to be really used for protecting the risk for the insurers. That will enable for that. So we can look into that. Then what we require is a kind of a calamity risk fund. Because today, if you look at most of the state governments, now they are paying out the crop losses because of the increasing disasters, happening due to the climate change. Now, you find most of the state governments have the fund inadequacy to really support the losses to the farmer. So how do we really improve the situation? Now, one of the things that we can look at some of the other countries like France, Sri Lanka, what they have done is they have a separate board, and this board really is providing a financial support. What we can think of is, can we create a kind of a calamity risk pool with the RI support, and the risk pool will allow the state government to get the support from the multiple partners. Like we can approach the fertilizers companies, seed producing companies, the agri-input companies, and NGOs, and they would be willing to contribute some kind of a donation. So the exclusive fund can be generated, and this fund can finance for the insurance premium. So subsidy can be, the burden on the premium subsidy on the state government will come down definitely. So this is one area that we can look at it. So few changes as part of the regulatory sandbox. One is, in some of the states, the technical unit, support unit needs to be strengthened. And data standardization is one area which the TSU can look into. A lot of people suggested the need for data certification, because today one of the challenge when we are using the crop cutting experiments, the data quality. So how do we really ensure that the data quality is good? If you ensure data quality is good, the premium will come down definitely. The reinsurance support will really improve. So we need to look at it, kind of a data management system. If you look at some of the markets like Australia, US, France, Mexico, where even ARC, African Risk Capacity, they have built exclusive agency who looks into this data management, whether it's a satellite data, whether it's a weather data, whether it is agri input data. This agency really looks into this data and they certify the authenticity of the data. So when we have this kind of a data management system, definitely this will help us to understand the experience in a better way. It will allow us to innovate the products. It will reduce the premium drastically. That's one area. I mean, there are interesting covers available in US market. If you look at even Africa, they had come out with the ARC, Africa Risk Capacity. They had come out with the climate risk insurance. So there is also need to consider that kind of a climate insurance cover. Okay, taking the help from even Australia had designed exclusive climate risk insurance covering Queensland area. So they cover only the net cat peril like droughts, floods through a parametric insurance solution. Really, these are some of the models that we can look at it. Of course, we have been using the technology. Technology is the only solution for the product innovation. But every state can really, encourage the usage of the technology, particularly the crop health factor, is a very important factor. Today, with availability of the satellite data and the images through a smartphone, now can really help in coming out with better quality data. In a country like Kenya, you can see that if you look into their insurance program, they are using satellite data along with the smartphone images, where they are allowing the customers, the farmers, they are encouraging them to take the photographs and a periodical interval, upload in the application, specific applications, and so that the historical images of those field level data is built up. And then we can use today AI, artificial intelligence, which can do the image analysis. So we have a deep learning algorithm which can really help us to validate the historical image, and then the actual damage can be uploaded. You can compare with the actual damage, and then the deficiency in the yield or in the loss can be mitigated through this kind of a photo-based assessment system. Some of the countries recently adopted that. So these are some of the points that I wanted to bring as part of the product innovation. I think there is a need for the stakeholders, educational institutions, research institutions, the insurers, reinsurers, all of us, state government, coming together and implement some of these ideas on a pilot basis, learn the experience, and then we can see how we can roll out this kind of innovative covers in a long run. So thank you for giving the opportunity. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Doss. Now we would have the question and answer session for both the panel discussions, for which I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ajay Singh and Ms. Kamna Sharma. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
So I think we can take the question answers for these 3 sessions. Maybe this. So yeah, we are at 1:27. For the next about 10 minutes, we can take the question answers. So the floor is all yours.
So I think the other panelists who were part of the session can also
It's okay.
answer from.
They'll answer from there.
Yes, from there. Yes, sir.
So
Any
you can raise questions to any of the panels. Even the participants who have joined us virtually can also raise their hands so that we can unmute them to raise their questions.
हाँ सर, मैं बीके मिश्रा छत्तीसगढ़ से नोडल अफसर हूँ। इसमें फर्स्ट पैनल में के संबंध में कुछ अपने स्टेट के एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। एक तो जो नो फ्रिल का था, हमारे यहाँ मिड टर्म एडवर्सिटी को ख़त्म किया गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी प्रीमियम में कोई अंतर नहीं आया। दूसरा है सर एरिया बढ़ाने का। यूनिवर्सल वाले में छत्तीसगढ़ में 2019 में जो लास्ट ईयर के समय सोड का लगभग 20% एरिया एक्सपेक्टेड समय सोड बढ़ाया गया था, उसके कारण से प्रीमियम रेट में 20% से ऊपर वृद्धि आई थी। और उसका गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो रिपोर्ट गई थी कि प्रीमियम रेट में वृद्धि आई है, वो इसलिए आई है कि आपका एक्सपेक्टेड समय सोड 10% से ज़्यादा बढ़ा है। तो ये मेरा अनुभव ये है सर कि जब समय सोड बढ़ाते हैं तो इनको इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों को रिस्क कवरेज बढ़ रहा है, इसके कारण से प्रीमियम रेट बढ़ता है। तो आंध्रा में कैसे कम हुआ ये तो, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में प्रीमियम रेट बढ़ा था। इसका एक ही सलूशन है सर कि जब तक इसमें इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों का पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं बढ़ेगा तब तक ये प्रीमियम रेट कम नहीं होंगे। बस थैंक यू।
इसमें एक जो आपकी ऑब्जर्वेशन है, क्विकली आई वुड लाइक टू कमेंट ऑन इट कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज को जितनी ज़्यादा आप अगर 100% यूनिवर्सल कवरेज करते हैं तो एंटी सिलेक्शन कम हो जाता है। अगर आप वही एंटी सिलेक्शन वाला एरिया ही बढ़ रहा है तभी आपका रिस्क भी वो परसीव ज़्यादा करते हैं और प्रीमियम ज़्यादा आता है। तो इसलिए हमारी कोशिश केंद्र सरकार से ये है कि अगर हम 100% सबका कवरेज कर दें तो एंटी सिलेक्शन कम हो जाएगा, देयरफॉर रिस्क परसेप्शन कम हो जाएगी। और नो फ्रिल्स में अगर आप सिर्फ मिड सीजन एडवर्सिटी हटाते हैं तो दूसरी लोकलाइज कैलेमिटी, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट, प्री सोइंग, ये सारे अगर कवर्स रहेंगे तो आई मीन
सर छत्तीसगढ़ में लोकलाइज क्लेम भी बहुत कम गया है, आज तक नहीं गया है, बहुत कम गया है, परसेंटेज बहुत कम है, नॉमिनल है। और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट भी पैडी में आता है क्योंकि जब ये अनसीजनल रेंस होती हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा बहुत आता है, लेकिन वो भी नॉमिनल है। लेकिन प्रीमियम रेट में जब 16 में स्कीम शुरू हुई थी 4% प्रीमियम रेट था, उसके बाद यहाँ करीब 9% गया, आज हम 14% प्रीमियम रेट दे रहे हैं। और इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों का पार्टिसिपेशन बहुत कम होता जा रहा है। लास्ट ईयर और वेदर बेस में तो मात्र एक कंपनी जा रही है। इवन स्टोर परचेज रूल को भी वो करके सिंगल टेंडर के में उसको देना पड़ रहा है। तो कंपनियों का पार्टिसिपेशन उसमें बढ़ना चाहिए जितनी कंपनियां हैं। और इसमें एक सजेशन ये है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से प्रीमियम रेट में कुछ कैपिंग कर दी जाए, तो उससे भी कवरेज मानिए सही रहेगा सर। क्योंकि अभी इरिगेटेड और अनइरिगेटेड के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 25% और 30% कैपिंग की है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के लिए, स्टेट के लिए पूरा खुला हुआ है। तो जो बर्न कास्ट है उस पर कोई सीलिंग करिए कि इससे ऊपर प्रीमियम रेट नहीं जाएंगे, तो उसमें कुछ अंतर आ सकता है सर।
ऐसा ना हो जो एक कंपनी आ रही है वो भी चली जाए।
तो
All right, so moving on. Next question.
Sir, I'm from ICICI Lombard. Just a question first on the second panel on the BG. So we need to understand that if we have the BG, as a part of the tender, the premium rates will only increase because there's a cost attached to it. Just a point to note. And on the sandbox, I have a suggestion that for the life insurance company, when you have a micro insurance, you have a GST benefit, which is not there for the general insurance. So if we have a micro insurance product which we launch, a GST benefit would definitely help. And especially climate-based products of parametric, which Sir spoke about, are very expensive. They are like 2-3% rates. So if we get a GST benefit and if we get some, leverage from the regulator as well as from the government, I guess that will help to make such products more successful. Yeah.
Then, Madam, regarding your query about that BG, these are more or less technical things which may be tweaked, or maybe after mutual discussion they can be, procedures can be different, but the idea that we are sharing that, is about having prior commitment. So anyway, anything from your side, Ajay?
So basically the bank guarantee, so the question is how do we make the commitments from both sides? What mechanisms we do have? So we have zeroed on two mechanisms. Either it could be a bank guarantee kind of thing, or then there could be a standby letter of credit thing, which makes it possible to have that arrangement of commitments from both the parties, so that at the time of when it is due, the due payment is released to the state governments.
So the regulator, I guess, answered that, once we are registered with IRD and we are a registered insurance company with the regulator, we are bound to pay. It just increases cost. We are talking about reducing the premium. All these states are having a concern. If we have this, there will be a cost attached.
Madam, that's fine, because I think costs are involved everywhere. That has to be taken care of. It's for that reason we are inviting comments. So we wrote down and we expect comments from you in writing also. We have already circulated. Thank you.
There's one question from one of my colleagues from Karnataka, if I may raise. This is about which of the add-on features can be considered if a farmer claims loss under all add-on covers, whether it is higher of the or any or all. So let me repeat, please. Which of the add-on features can be considered if a farmer claims loss under all add-on covers, whether it is higher of any or all? That is number one. Second is about the rainfall and wind parameters to be considered for paddy crop for mid-season adversity. I think this is for the insurance companies to clarify later if it's not available directly now.
Sir, your first question, as I understood, it's about, I think, claims under multiple perils. Sir, there's a basic cover, then there are add-on covers. We were talking about universal coverage also. If there are multiple perils, a farmer is claiming under multiple perils, there were deliberations within the department with the stakeholders also. So we have chalked out a process how there should be fair claim calculation, how the sum insured should be reduced with, whenever the claims come up. So the entire process has been chalked out. That's already shared. It would be better if it is seen first, so you'll get a better understanding. So we have already worked upon this. So would advise you to just go through that, and won't be possible to discuss the entire procedure here, but that's what we have worked upon, and it's already shared. Then your second question was, sir, regarding
rainfall trigger for paddy. So for, sir, I mean, operational guidelines also suggest to have a first trigger based on weather parameters or the parameters which suggest that there has something happened and which caused mid-season adversity. So that is already there. So irrespective of whether it is
That's
paddy or
fine.
any other crop, so that works for, that is already provisioned.
So I have two comments basically. First is regarding the subsidy released by the state government. My question is to the group 2. Basically, right now the scheme guidelines has the provision in 13.1.11 that if state do not release the subsidy in time, there will be 12% penalty. So whether this penalty has been imposed on any of the state and what is the experience? If we already have this provision, then why we want to change the guidelines?
So I'll just give an answer to this. There was, when I presented my slide, it was relating to dispute resolution. Enforceability is a big question. And I would say that we haven't initiated any kind of penalty with states because I think as a matter of, I would say, we want to take states together. There may be issues with the state governments. And I think Government of India prefers more on, I think, talking to states first, getting, rather than coercive action, I would say. So I think that's one part. Enforceability is another part. Sir, I think our guidelines lack enforceability.
So my request would be that if we want to implement these guidelines, that will be better than rather than changing this. Because it will add on some burden and maybe some state don't want to implement it. My second question is regarding the just proposed new guidelines, guidelines regarding the 60-130. So in 60-130, whether there will be a cap on the premium of 25-30% or there will not be any cap on the premium?
Sir, you're discussing about cap regarding irrigated and non-irrigated area, 25 and 30%. So the models that we have proposed in the revised guidelines, they are basically based on the outcomes of a working group. And this was one point which was not considered at that time, but the states are free to come up because we've already circulated to the states. And I think any feedback from the state would help us, as you are saying that if we are going for alternate models, then should the other cap be continued or not?
Let me come in here and say that the alternate risk models basically deal with risk sharing, where the state participates in the risk. So there are three models now that we are professing: 80-110, 60-130, and profit and loss. Whereas the cap that you are referring to, sir, is about that there is a built-in system to incentivize the state to take measures to bring down the risk. Because anything above 25% in terms of the premium really does not fall within the insurance thing. It is more of a, cash transfer kind of thing happening. So we wanted to, through this cap, incentivize the state to take those steps in ensuring that it comes down and identify those factors. So these are, I would say that they are a little bit unconnected, because one is about the structure of the scheme, risk sharing or risk participation, and the other is actually on bringing down the risk. Maybe I'll...
So it will remain?
Currently, sir, we are not talking about removing those caps. Okay. And a few observations that I wanted to make on the observations made by the states. Preeti, I think you mentioned that it is not okay to pay, the state to pay in terms of... So I would like to point out that all across the principle of insurance, first principle of insurance is that there is no cover without premium. This is basic principle of insurance. That principle itself has been relaxed by IRDA and by the Government of India, taking the states into consideration that you would not be able to pay in one go maybe. And in any case, the guidelines as of today also stipulate, and this is also for Chhattisgarh, that 40% of the payment be made. Now, in case of another insurance scheme which the state is also participating, Ayushman Bharat, you end up paying the 100% immediately. And most other schemes, I mean, we can't say na कि भी life insurance का cover जो है वो मैं आधे करके दूंगा. You pay up. Motor insurance, you pay up. So the thought here is to balance the state's financial capacity to pay and give you a sort of graduated payment mechanism. But also then at the same time, you would have referred to my slide where 11,000 crores is yet to be paid. So when I look at the insurance sector as a whole, my concern is that we are making, I mean, today the state may be behaving well, but later on sometimes there are factors which push you not to behave, right? So many states then what end up doing is कि whatever is the final claim, uske hisab se main premium dunga, or then I start negotiating. So that factor we want to take off. And as far as the, sir, I think you raised the point ki the 3-year average for the insurance company. So that particularly is not a cap for the insurance company to pay. It is just that they give a commitment that this much we will pay. Isse upar jayega to obviously they will have to pay. So it's not a cap, and we are not favoring the insurance company. What we are trying to do is bind both the company and the state to their commitments which are already built in. I hope I've...
Noted, sir. Noted.
So any more questions?
Maybe we can take 1 or 2 more questions.
One more,
question.
we are 3 minutes only left.
Any online question so far? So let's close. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's break for lunch.
Yeah, Sushil, lunch.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Now we'll be breaking for lunch. I will see you all back again in the ballroom at 2:15. Please enjoy your lunch, and requesting you all to be on time. We're running short of time a little bit, so requesting you all to gather by 2:15. Thank you so much.
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर, फसल का करवा के बीमा किसान की चिंता को छीना, हुआ सुरक्षित कल सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं CCE के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, सीएससी एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा सीसीई एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। सीसीई एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैंप और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब सीसीई ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं सीसीई के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1,90,00,000 पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं CCE के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव-गांव और खेत-खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार-द्वार और हाथ-हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आंकलन, दावों का समय पर भुगतान। अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, सीएससी एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान, जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा सीसीई एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। सीसीई एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब सीसीई ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं सीसीई के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
हमने फसल बीमा योजना को अधिक प्रभावी बनाया, उसके दायरे में ज्यादा किसानों को लाए।
नहीं है डर, नहीं फिकर, मिली हमें नई डगर। फसल का करवा के बीमा, किसान की चिंता को छीना। हुआ सुरक्षित कल, सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना ने दिया खेती को बल, बेमौसम बारिश आए, घनघोर तूफान मंडराए, प्राकृतिक आपदा से हुई हानि, सूखे बाढ़ की परेशानी, कीट पतंगे करे नुकसान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान। सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना से जुड़ें और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि से निश्चिंत हो जाएं, ताकि प्राकृतिक और स्थानीय आपदा पर भी फसल नुकसान होने पर आप उसकी सही कीमत पाएं। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा से जुड़ने के लिए आज ही नजदीकी कृषि कार्यालय, सहकारी समिति, बैंक शाखा, अधिकृत बीमा कंपनी या जन सेवा केंद्र में जाएं। आप फसल बीमा पोर्टल www.pmfby.gov.in पर भी जाकर फसल बीमा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
अब गांव गांव और खेत खेत की बात है कुछ निराली। फसल बीमा पॉलिसी से छाई है खुशहाली। द्वार द्वार और हाथ हाथ में सुरक्षा की सौगात, गर्व से बोल रहे हैं सभी किसान, मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ।
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर हम देश के किसानों को दे रहे हैं सुरक्षा की सौगात। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा पॉलिसी अब आपके हाथ, और पॉलिसी को बीमित किसानों के द्वार तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने फसल बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण कार्यक्रम का किया है शुभारंभ।
देश भर के किसानों ने करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ही प्रीमियम के तौर पर दिए, लेकिन उन्हें मुआवजे के तौर पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले।
जब खराब मौसम की हो मार, PMFBY दे आर्थिक सुरक्षा बार बार। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
उपज का सही अनुमान है मेहनत का असली सम्मान। फसल बीमा योजना से और सुरक्षित हो रहा किसान। आकस्मिक आपदा से डर हुआ नुकसान, होगा सही आकलन। दावों का समय पर भुगतान, अब बीमा के साथ है विज्ञान। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, तकनीक आधारित पारदर्शी फसल बीमा। बीमा और कृषि विज्ञान की पहल, राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल। यहां किसानों के लिए विशेषज्ञ जानकार, बीमा पंजीकरण से क्लेम तक हर पल मददगार। एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हर घटक, किसान, बैंक, बीमा कंपनी, CSC एवं सरकार। पारदर्शिता इसका आधार, यहां लेखा जोखा भी हुआ आसान। डिजिटल तकनीक से मिला फसल बीमा को विस्तार। फसल बीमा ऐप, यहां बीमा के लिए स्वीकृत फसलों की पहचान। जानकारी यहां फसल बीमा कंपनी की, यहां बीमा किश्त का पूरा ज्ञान। अब उपज नुकसान का दावा करना और भी आसान। 72 घंटों के अंदर नुकसान की तस्वीर भेजने का प्रावधान। अब फसल कटाई प्रयोग का ऑन द स्पॉट अपडेट कर रहा CCE एग्री ऐप। नियत समय पर अपलोड से हो रहा उपज का सही आकलन। उपज हानि का भी तेज और सटीक मूल्यांकन। आकाश की ऊंचाई से जमीन की गहराई तक तकनीक पर हो रहे अनुसंधान। पारदर्शिता से होगा फसल क्षति का त्वरित अनुमान।
कई युवा किसानों से मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला जो खेती में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। गांव में भी किसान के जीवन को आधुनिक, सुविधाजनक, अधिक संपन्न बनाने में भी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
ना होगी जोखिम की चिंता, बढ़ेगा खेती का मान। जब होगी फसल सुरक्षा, सशक्त होगा किसान। किसान देश का गौरव और अभिमान है, और उसका अभिमान है उसकी फसल। प्रकृति के प्रकोप को किसान आपदा के रूप में झेलते हैं, जिसके फलस्वरूप उन्हें फसल नुकसान में हजारों लाखों की आर्थिक हानि का सामना करना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने 2016 में प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का शुभारंभ किया, जिसमें बुआई पूर्व से लेकर कटाई पश्चात फसल बीमा रूपी सुरक्षा कवच दिया जाता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा की पिछले 6 साल की सफल यात्रा में 11 करोड़ से अधिक किसान आवेदनों को 1,23,000 करोड़ से अधिक राशि का भुगतान किया गया है। योजना के यशस्वी कार्यान्वयन एवं किसानों को अत्याधुनिक सुविधा प्रदान करने हेतु राष्ट्रीय फसल बीमा पोर्टल को लॉन्च किया गया, जहां किसान स्व पंजीकरण कर फसल बीमा का लाभ आसानी से उठा सकते हैं। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से किसान अपने जिलों में अधिसूचित फसलें, पॉलिसी की स्थिति और बीमा प्रीमियम आसानी से जान सकते हैं। किसानों को अधिक लाभ देने के उद्देश्य से फसल खराब होने की सूचना देने की समय सीमा 48 घंटों से बढ़ाकर 72 घंटे कर दी है, और अब तो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस ऐप के माध्यम से ये सूचना केवल कुछ सेकंड्स में दी जा सकती है। CCE एग्री मोबाइल ऐप फसल कटाई प्रयोगों का डेटा रिकॉर्ड करने में मदद करता है, जिससे ये पूरी प्रक्रिया पेपरलेस बनती है। इस ऐप द्वारा वास्तविक समय में रिकॉर्ड की गई जानकारी टाइम स्टैम्प और जियो टैगिंग के साथ उपलब्ध होती है। हर साल भारत में 70 लाख से भी अधिक फसल कटाई प्रयोग यानी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जाते हैं। पहले की व्यवस्था में उपज के आंकड़े मिलने में जहां देरी हो जाती थी, अब CCE ऐप के माध्यम से रियल टाइम में अपलोड किए गए डेटा से बीमा दावे की राशि का पारदर्शिता से आंकलन किया जाता है, जिससे किसानों के बीमा दावों का निपटान तेज गति से होता है। फसल बीमा के प्रति किसानों के बीच जागरूकता का अभाव होने का फीडबैक बार बार मिलता था। इसी सोच को बदलने के उद्देश्य से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में मेरी पॉलिसी मेरे हाथ अभियान अंतर्गत किसानों को घर घर बीमा पॉलिसी वितरण एवं जागरूकता का महाअभियान पिछले रबी सीजन से शुरू किया गया, जहां 1 करोड़ 90 लाख पॉलिसियों का वितरण किया गया। जागरूकता की इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए किसानों को प्राप्त हुए बीमा राशि को सबके साथ साझा करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने ग्राम स्तर पर किसानों के दावे के विवरण को प्रदर्शित करने की अनूठी पहल शुरू की है, जो पारदर्शिता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक अच्छा कदम है। बीमा कंपनी एवं राज्य सरकार के बीच उचित समन्वय के अभाव में किसानों को अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था। किसानों की शिकायतों का समय पर निपटान करने हेतु राजस्थान सरकार ने राज्य सरकार के परिसर में बीमा कंपनी के कार्यालय को स्थापित करने हेतु जगह उपलब्ध कराने की पहल शुरू की है, जिससे किसान समुदाय को उनकी शिकायतों का समय पर समाधान प्राप्त करने और योजना में विश्वास बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को सफल बनाने के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों द्वारा तकनीकी इनोवेशंस के माध्यम से किसानों को अत्यधिक सुविधा देने का काम किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी के तहत महावेद परियोजना को लागू किया है, जिसमें प्रमुख मौसम मापदंडों की वास्तविक समय की जानकारी प्रत्येक स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन द्वारा दर्ज की जाती है। महावेद परियोजना द्वारा प्राप्त आंकड़ों से दावों की गणना अधिक सटीक की जाती है और किसानों को उचित लाभ प्राप्त होता है। तकनीकी पहल के माध्यम से किसानों की सहायता करने हेतु ओडिशा सरकार ने भूखंड चयन की पारंपरिक पद्धति में कमियों को दूर करने के विचार से लगभग 7,000 बीमा इकाइयों वाले सभी 30 जिलों के लिए खरीफ 2018 से धान के लिए भूखंड चयन की स्मार्ट सैंपलिंग तकनीक को अपनाया है। इस पहल ने योजना की गतिशीलता को बढ़ाया है एवं CCE के लिए सही भूखंड का चयन करने एवं उपज के सही अनुमान के लिए ये प्रक्रिया कारगर साबित हुई है। इसी आधुनिक तकनीकी उपयोगिता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कर्नाटक सरकार ने कृषक समुदाय के हित में पहले दर्शक ऐप बनाया है, जिसमें मोबाइल ऐप और डिजिटल भूमि रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग करके प्रत्येक भूखंड का फसल सर्वेक्षण शुरू किया है, जिससे किसानों द्वारा बीमित की गई अधिसूचित फसलों को सत्यापित करना बेहद सुगम हुआ है और पात्र किसानों को उचित क्लेम मिलने में मदद होती है। आज देश के हर कोने से करोड़ों किसान प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़कर अपनी फसल को सुरक्षित करवा रहे हैं और फसल नुकसान से होने वाली आर्थिक हानि का समय से अधिकतम भरपाई पा रहे हैं।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चिंत किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें pmfby.gov.in पर।
Ballroom so that we can begin. We'll start with the next presentation that we have. The topic would be takeaways from the crop feasibility and risk vulnerability conducted by National Rain-Fed Area Authority, Government of India by Dr. B. Rath, Senior Advisor, National Rain-Fed Area Authority. Dr. Rath has worked on different capacities in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare for about 25 years in the field of natural resource management, climate change, and rain-fed farming. He was instrumental in formulation of common guidelines for watershed development, national agroforestry policy, guidelines for micro-irrigation, district contingency plans, etc. So requesting Dr. Rath to kindly be on the dais. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And of course, it's a very difficult time after lunch. Listening to any lecture is the most difficult time. Actually, department gave us a study to look into the ecological analysis of the crops within the domain of districts, particularly the risk factor associated with the crops and the vulnerable districts in the perspectives of different natural disasters or climatic events. Because time is short, I'll just give you the findings of the risk analysis and the recommendations. Of course, a lot of discussion is being done on how to improve the guideline, and all the challenges and issues have been already captured in. So these are the four major themes and the terms of reference those were given for this study to rank the districts based on the vulnerability and to identify the cropping system which is suitable to the agroecology for a particular district, to justify the crops that is suitable for that region, and which are the crops which are non-compatible, and management and institutional recommendations to suggest customized and staggered cost sharing mechanism if it is feasible for the crops based on the risk analysis, and the complications in the implementation of the scheme in the critical districts. I'll be only giving you the information on the first three because this part is a lot detailed one and it will take much of the time. Next part. Next. So based on this, actually we did a study, NRA did a study associating ICR, CRIDA and NBSS LUP. All the districts, all the 670 districts across the country based on natural resource indices and livelihood indices. And for this particular crop risk analysis, we have taken into account the natural resource indices based analysis, which mostly gives thrust to the crop drought part
And the water scarcity is the main issue, and the rainfed region and the availability of, non-availability of irrigation, critical dry spells, frequency of droughts. Those are the kind of indices. Almost 14 factors were taken into consider. And out of 670 districts, we have categorized 168 districts as the highest priority category, which covers comprising of districts, more than 70 districts placed in Gujarat, then Karnataka, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu. And other states also, they do have certain number of districts. And if you go by the livelihood indices, this factor is completely changed, because most of the eastern, northeastern, those states factor into this category. And within these 168 districts, almost 35% of the crop is being covered. So the importance of these districts cannot be negated. And as far as other climatic events like flood, we have identified 97 districts, heat wave 40 districts, cold wave 35 districts, hailstorms 9 districts and 61 districts for frost. All the names of the districts and the frequency and the quantum of this event is also given in the report. And we have analyzed the crops. These are the crops we have analyzed. Cereals, all the major cereals, including coarse cereals, pulses, oilseed, fiber crops and commercial crops. All the 3 seasons have been taken into account. This is actually because, as you know, the data availability is the biggest issue. So the ecologically sync cropping system, for that we did the analysis using the long-term data on production and productivity. We have used the data from 1997 to 2018. This is the instability index, is the process we have used for this analysis. This is the standard deviation of natural logarithm and the previous year compared to the next year. And the districts which have coverage of more than 10,000 hectare of at least 3 years average, they were given placed in a descending order, and the analysis was put into that one. And based on the time series data, the risk factor was computed. And from the yield instability index, means the risk factor, the 5 percentile and 95 percentile term was calculated, and the difference, based on the difference, 3 categories have been classified. One is low productivity category, and second is medium category, and districts with 5P plus 2R plus 3 are classified as the high category. This procedure was adopted separately for all the crops, for all the crop seasons. And based on this analysis, we have categorized all the districts based on the crops. For low instability index, means highly compatible, medium instability means moderately compatible, and high instability means negatively compatible. So all the districts with low compatible for rice to green gram, all the districts with names have been identified. These are all the analysis of last almost 20 to 22 years data. And similarly, the medium under the kharif crops for medium instability, all the districts have been identified, and for high also all the districts have been identified for all these crops. Similar analysis has been done for rabi crops. This is for low and medium and high. All the details of the districts and everything is given in this report. I will just give an example how it is given in the next slide. This is the commercial crops for cotton, sugarcane, tobacco, jute and dry chili. The data which were available for the long term, those crops have been considered. How to go for the link? Yeah. This, this is just example of green gram and move. You'll see the name of the districts and the area, number of districts and area coverage on that particular crop. Suppose Mung, Andhra Pradesh, the low risk is Srikakulam, Visakhapatnam, Vijayanagaram and Nellore. Medium is Guntur, East Godavari, Krishna and West Godavari. All these, this type of analysis is followed for all these crops, and entire districts, entire the crop coverage area has been given, and even one state, another column is given for the district with insignificant coverage. Back, please. Yeah. The principles, yeah, next. The previous one. Yeah. The principles considered for customization, actually based on the risk analysis, we have done the, we have proposed a customization of premium as vulnerability as a single factor and combination of two factors like vulnerability and national priority. The factors for vulnerability, actually area of crop, this address the significance of the scale, yield and production to take care of the agroecology, natural resource base, external influence like farmers' response, price support, etc. And variation in yield is based on the long-term data to give you the risk factor associated with the crop. And factors affecting national priority is self-sufficiency for domestic consumption. This is the analysis done by the Niti Aayog, and harvest export potential, sustainable production, nutrition security, and any other factors that is considered from the time to time by the government. The vulnerability, actually low vulnerability means high crop compatibility, and medium vulnerability is moderately compatible. High vulnerability is least compatible, means the negative crops that should not be encouraged for insurance coverage. And national priority is high priority, medium priority, and low priority. This is the factor actually we have suggested. It may be any percentage of X. X is the discovered market premium minus the upper limit of premium paid by the farmer, and this percentage to be decided by the government, and this is the only vulnerable based analysis. Next is, this is the composite factor customization, vulnerability and national priority. This low is X minus Y is a factor that has to be decided, and this the nil means these crops are the negative crops which should not be promoted, and which government should focus on diversification of those crops instead of encouraging any insurance coverage. And for different crops, we have given the statement how it should be covered under single factor customization or composite factor customization. Like for chili, it is both way it has been suggested. And for jute and tobacco and pulses, nutri-cereals, this is a composite factor customization has been proposed. And challenges and improvement strategies, actually for this, the team visited 3-4 states, and we interacted with all the states virtually. The team visited Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and we interacted in virtual mode with most of the states. And the recommendations that has emerged in these 7 factors: scheme penetration, registration, premium, loss assessment, claim settlement, coordination and grievance redressal, and other issues. These are the actually promotion and advertisement is one of the issue, and more effort has to be made for direct or indirect meetings, promotional meetings, and other digital technology application for spreading the and creating awareness and encouragement among the farming community, and regular information about the scheme to be to the registered farmers through either KCC centers, or many of the things might have been there in the scheme, And some of the aspects that may be considered in the new guidelines as felt by the government. And display of list of benefited farmers in village panchayat will definitely encourage farmers. That will give a better promotion of the scheme and how farmers have been benefited by the scheme. And as far as common service centers is concerned, promotion of CSCs among non-loany farmers, flexibility to loany farmers to be also encouraged apart from the non-loany farmers. And then awareness creation among farmers. I've already told that orientation and training programs for Panchayati Raj institutions, they are the actually real ambassadors for any development schemes in the government. And comprehensive and consistent use of media and audiovisual systems. Orientation of local level functionaries like APOs, SSGs, and training and orientation of field functionaries also equally important. And manpower support is also essential because insurance agencies, they are not adequately placed with manpowers. And scale-based minimum number of manpower as a tender be considered as a factor. Then registration process in banks. There is certain issues have been observed by the community that wrong registration of crops are sometimes debar the farmer to get the benefits. And before finalizing the registration process, farmers should be consulted and verifying the khasra number to avoid these complications. Be made understood about the importance of correct information, and digitization of schemes like AgriStack, DigiStack initiative will definitely facilitate the correction process and all this rationalizing all these issues. And adoption of crop survey application as already done by the states like Karnataka will improve the data integrity. Sorry. Registration process of non-loany farmers. Registration process of non-loany farmers may also be facilitated by at CSC, then local banks, local institutions, and promote online registration via self-registration also. And name and address entry to avoid wrong entry. All these things have been taken care actually because now online fetching of information is being taken care. So many of these things are being taken care to avoid these challenges. Entry of crop go down and plot number, automatic linkage of land records with NCI portal in all areas and regions, cross verification by farmers and other sources will address this issue. Then verification mechanism of document. Mechanism of document need to be more efficient and higher upload space in the NCI portal. Many a times farmers complain that the documents, those are the resolution that is being used to accommodate this space is not readable, and more space may be provided in the NCI portal. And timeline in returning and rejecting wrong incorrect document. A rational timeline be laid down for the wrong information that has been put in so that those can be corrected timely. And timeline for submission of correct document information, timeline be laid down for resubmission of correct documents. And repeated error beyond certain limits should have certain penalty. And payments to CSCs, there is observed, it is observed that there is a substantial delay in payment to the common service centers, and the payment to CSCs for registration of non-loany farmers be made within 2 months, and one online system be put in place so that DBT can be made use for that one. And the registration process for non-loany farmers, may be facilitated through the local village level institutions, GPs, CSCs, PSCs, etc. And documents for rent, lease and tenant, that guideline for rent, lease certificate should be clear for consideration, and that has been already, some states they have already done it, and Andhra and few other states they have already given the certificate to the farmers. And detailed consultation with the Department of Land Resources to sort out these issues for a long-term solution. And states may be encouraged to even adopt Model Land Lease Act set by Niti Aayog. Moral hazards, any wrong information to attempt any unethical claim settlement may be checked by popularizing land survey app, and many such moral breach more than once should render ineligible for full premium concession. And registration of farmers, updating and digitization of land records in all the states and linking these records with NCI portal, auto fetching of farmers that has already been initiated, and NCI administrators should interact with bankers to streamline the registration process. Land record details, Aadhaar number, mobile number should become mandatory fields for registration. And mechanism for correction also, mechanism window has to be there to make appropriate corrections. And registration of land and claim distribution in joint ownership, it may be examined whether a joint bank account number should be sought for in case of joint ownership of land. In alternate, bank account number provided by the registered farmers should be assumed as the final in distribution of claims. And certification of crops taken by loanee farmers, truthful reflection of crop grown is critical. Many a times actually crops are grown differently, and this registration process is different, so the claim settlement is a difficult challenge. And the process like Haryana government has initiated Meri Fasal, Meri Beora, similar kind of efforts with more efficiency can be also taken up to take care of these issues. And submission of registration data and premium, better coordination between bank and insurance companies is also important. And all the stakeholders, actors be enabled open access via common platform, which is now being considered very seriously, and government has already taken up that initiative. Penalty for wrong entry in registration, more interaction is required with bankers on this issue, and penalty for wrong entry may be limited to interest on premium paid by farmers. The system of penalty must be accompanied by a system of incentive rather. Honorarium to concerned bank officials, a provision of honorarium for registration may also be provided to the concerned officials involved in the registration process. And premium challenges, there are certain issues. In order to simplify the premium structure, differentiation based on factors like land holding size is not advisable, because that will rather create more complications. As recommended in this report, premium should be rather considered based on district and national priority with reference to the crops, that is whether it is ecologically feasible to that district or not. And return of premium amount, if the farmer registration is rejected due to some reason, the same should be returned with a prescribed time limit, so that further delay and the faith in the scheme should not be there with the farmer. And rejection should result in sometimes automatic transfer of the premium if it is feasible, and higher actual premium for some crops. This report recommends graduated and customized premium-based risk vulnerability and national priority as a factor for premium discovery. We hope that the categorization of risk and vulnerability will at least give a indication how this premium can be factored in the process. And loss assessment, there is a lot of discussion has been made. I should not put more on this one, because a lot of improvement is required for expediting the loss estimate assessment, and as well as the crop cutting assessment, and be it through technology, be it through engaging special hired agencies, or empowering the local authorities. All this process need to be emphasized to expedite this matter. And even State Agriculture Department, they have a huge role to play, how to improve this CC, and even some examples like West Bengal, they tried in 2021 crop health factor but after that they backed out from the scheme. But some of these tools can be thought of, and different states, they do have some innovative ideas. Those can be used together to make some dent in this technology application, and hope that the effort government is putting on this very soon will be having a very comprehensive and technology-oriented crop cutting assessment, and the transparency and reliability of crop cutting will also be enhanced. And as far as insurance companies, they should also encourage using tools and technologies for crop cutting experiment, and also the survey forms in case of localized event post-harvest loss be uploaded on PMU portal and handed over to the insurance companies within few days from the date of survey. So that will expedite the process. And lost estimation and settlement claims, enhanced use of technologies and proportionally higher deployment trained manpower is also equally important to expedite these processes. And issue in claim settlement, delay in payment from the farmer's perspective, and similar factors from State Agriculture Department. The central and multi-language complaint toll-free number may be exercised to take care of some of the localized claims and issues. Effective use of KCC infrastructure may also be used for these activities. Banks, they should rather share the details of the farmer's lease, claim amount and regions, and the rejection to the banks by ICs. So that will enable the factors on which basis he has been rejected, and why he is not getting any claims. So there should be some certain clarity. Linking Aadhaar number, that has already been told, and linkage of KIC with bank accounts, that is already initiated. And insurance companies, the khasra number and column should be marked as mandatory field in NCI portal. And specific agencies be given access to farmer's mobile number for timely communication, collection of document and claim payout without affecting his privacy. Uploading of localized loss intimations on NCI portal be made compulsory. And after submission of the registration details by the companies, the transfer of government subsidies in premium be made at the earliest. To expedite the process of disbursement of claims, the registration number of farmers be considered as sufficient. And stakeholder coordination and grievance redressal, actually a lot of has been discussed in the morning, and we just suggest that the local authorities like DLMC should have the access to NCI portal to facilitate resolution of minor issues. And many of the issues, if it is put in national level, it becomes it's not possible to handle those things. So many of the challenges, many of the local issues need to be resolved at the district level itself, and the district level management committees should be empowered for that one. And periodical compilation of farmers' response by DLMC and state level management committees, that is also equally important. And information, of course, I have already told these things. Actually, because it has been categorized by different institutions and agencies, some of the time it is getting repeated. And information on change in bank details to ACs, auto-fetching system be established for these kind of changes. And some of the other issues, some of the farmers, they requested for inclusion of annual horticulture crops and other commercial crops. And but because of the data, long-term data, availability of long-term data is a difficult factor for us. We could not do this analysis for horticulture crops, but we'll be doing that one in after some time, some year, maybe 1 year or two, after getting these information. And losses due to water stagnation in paddy during harvesting, this has been a consistent demand by the farmers. Consideration for yield loss due to regular water stagnation for a period of more than 10 days before and during harvesting should be considered, and some technical inputs from ICR and universities be obtained for deciding the threshold limits and factors for consideration of these claims. And regular training for CSE's personnel should be there, because the periodic changes that is happening in the system should be updated in the mindset and the application they are doing in the field, that will facilitate better functioning of the scheme at the grassroots level. And these are some of the suggestions: execution of time-bound activities like registration, CC, and many of things actually they have been repeated, because when the agencies are being considered in different elements or issues, some of the factors getting repeated. And infrastructure support with insurance agencies need to be excelled, and time and reasonable payment to the field functionals, that has to be considered. And the portal may be improved further to make it more farmers friendly and user friendly. And successful model and activity of PFMFI may be thought of, because the new guidelines and new process that is being brought in will take care of many of these new ideas and new suggestions. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Begin with our third session for today. The topic would be revision of guidelines, adoption of yield estimation system based on technology, yes tech, and augmentation through collection of real-time observations and photographs of crops, cropic, for which I would like to invite on stage our dignitaries, our panelists, Shri Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary Agri, Government of Rajasthan, Dr. C.S. Murthy, Director of MNCFC, Shri P.C. Chaudhary, Director Agriculture, Government of Odisha, Shri Gajendra Singh, Private Secretary to Minister of State and Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, and virtually we have Dr. K.N. Chaudhary, Scientist, Space Application Center, ISRO, joining us virtually for us, and the other two dignitaries, Shri Hitesh Kotak, CEO, Munich Re, and Shri Prakash Thomas, Head Agriculture Business, Reliance GIC. Can I request all our dignitaries to kindly come on the dais? For moderation, we have Shri Sunil Kumar, Assistant Commissioner, Government of India, requesting you to also join us, sir. Thank you so much.
नमस्ते, गुड आफ्टरनून। जैसा आप लोग जान रहे हैं कि जब कंसेप्चुलाइज हुई थी प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, उस टाइम हम लोग ने कंसेप्चुअल स्टेज पर लाया था कि हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी को हम उपयोग करते हुए क्लेम सेटलमेंट्स में हम स्पीडी करेंगे और एक्यूरेसी लाएंगे। इसमें डिफरेंट फेजेस में हम लोग पाथ में डिफरेंट किए हैं। आज हम लोग 7th ईयर ऑफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में हैं और इस फेजेस में बहुत सारे पायलट स्टडी हुए। अब हम लोग जो हैं इस फेज पर आ गए हैं पूरे पायलट स्टडी को करने के लिए कि हम अब इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएँ। दैट्स प्रेजेंटेशन। ये सारे माइलस्टोन्स जो हैं हमारे लिए कि हम अब टेक्नोलॉजी को एस करें, मतलब कंपल्सरली एस टेक्नोलॉजी है। इसके आधार पर हम लोग ने क्या क्या किए हैं, एक पाथ है। जब हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी जो बेसिकली हम लोग 19 के पहले एक कंसेप्चुअल स्टेज में थे। इस 1920 में हम लोग जो टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड यील्ड एस्टिमेशन का पायलट हम लोग इनिशिएट किए। 20 में लार्ज स्केल्स पर हम 100 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में पैडी और वीट के लिए इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है। इसके रिजल्ट्स आए हैं, उसके रिजल्ट्स के वैलिडेशन हो चुके हैं और हम लोग पैडी का SOP ऑलरेडी रिलीज़ किया हुआ है सारे स्टेक होल्डर के लिए। और वीट के लिए बहुत शॉर्टली हम लोग जो हैं इनके रिजल्ट इवेल्युएशन हो रहे हैं और हम लोग उसको रिलीज़ कर लेंगे। मीनवाइल जो है इस SOP और जो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट हुए हैं, महाराष्ट्र एंड मध्य प्रदेश दो मेजर स्टेट्स जो हैं वो ऑलरेडी टेक्नोलॉजी में इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं PMFY के लिए। और इसके लिए जो भी रिजल्ट हैं, जो सारे जो एनालिसिस हुए, स्टैटिस्टिकल रिजल्ट्स, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एनालिसिस करने के बाद एक्सपर्ट कमेटी ने रिकमेंड किए हैं कुछ मॉडल्स जो हम लोग ऑलरेडी स्टेक होल्डर के बीच में डिस्कस कर चुके हैं डिटेल। अब आगे वे फॉरवर्ड में हम लोग हैं कि इसको इम्प्लीमेंट हम किस तरह से करना है, क्या हमारे लिए हैं ये सारे चीज़ों के लिए। और गोल, चूँकि इसलिए ये टॉपिक आज इम्पोर्टेंट है कि गाइडलाइन रिवाइज्ड हो रही है और इस बार हम लोग कंपल्सरली टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करने के लिए, पहले पायलट स्टेज पर था, अब हम लोग इनको कंपल्सरली टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड यील्ड एस्टिमेशन ला रहे हैं। तो इसके लिए ये सारे प्रिपेयर्डनेस क्या है सारे चीज़ों के लिए ये हम लोग आज डिस्कस करेंगे। एक ब्रीफ हम लोग देते हैं कि क्या टेक्नोलॉजी है। ये ऑलरेडी सभी लोग अवेयर हैं कि ये सारे जो इनपुट्स एंड जो एप्लीकेशंस हैं, इनके सारे यूज़ करते हुए हाई रिजोल्यूशन डेटा, ड्रोन, GST, क्रॉपिक, वेजिटेबल इंडेक्स, वेदर पैरामीटर्स, सॉइल डेटा, IOTS, ग्राउंड डेटा, CCS, ग्राउंड ट्रूथिंग, सारे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड मशीन लर्निंग के थ्रू ऑलरेडी डेवलप्ड हो चुके हैं। हम लोग टेक्निकल पार्ट्स में आज हम लोग डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे। मेजर हम लोग हैं इसको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पार्ट कि हम इसको किस तरह से हम इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, क्या चैलेंजेस है, क्या इसमें आगे वे फॉरवर्ड में क्या क्या इश्यूज आ सकते हैं स्टेक होल्डर के लिए, ये सारे चीज़ें हैं। इसके अलावा हम लोग जो है क्रॉपिक जो हम लोग ऑलरेडी हम लोग डिफरेंट मॉनिटरिंग एक्टिविटीज़ में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जैसे क्रॉप हेल्थ मॉनिटरिंग, क्रॉप लॉस सर्वेस, इंटीग्रेशन विद जीएसटी, आरएस डेटास, फील्ड ट्रैकिंग्स, फार्म जियो रेफरेंसिंग के थ्रू और डाटा एनालिसिस के लिए ऑलरेडी हम इसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं। इसकी क्या हम इंटीग्रेशन करके हम डायरेक्ट यील्ड एस्टिमेशन में और बेटर एक्यूरेसी और हम टाइमलीनेस को ठीक कर सकते हैं। ये चीज़ें हैं जिसको हम लोग ने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर सके। बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशन अप्रोचेज है, इस पर भी बातें हो रही है। और ये सारे चीज़ों को रखते हुए ध्यान में एक हम लोग ने नेशनल लेवल वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज किए थे, जिसमें सारे स्टेक होल्डर को बुलाया गया था और उसमें हम लोग ने एक डिटेल रोड मैप तैयार हुआ था। उसमें हम लोग ने टेक्निकल पैरामीटर्स जो थे वो सारे डिस्कस हम लोग किए। टेक्निकल रिजल्ट्स को और एनालिसिस जो हुए एक्सपर्ट कमेटी का व्यू वो सारे हम लोग ने डिस्कस किए सारे स्टेक होल्डर, इंश्योरेंस, री इंश्योरर्स, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, टेक्निकल एजेंसीज के बीच में। और एक डिटेल हम लोग को रोड मैप बनाया गया सभी स्टेक होल्डर को कि हम किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। और ये टारगेट रखा गया कि जो 23 जो हमारे अपकमिंग टेंडर साइकिल आ रहे हैं उसमें हम इनको इम्प्लीमेंट करें। इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और MNCFC को एक रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दिया गया कि सारे स्टेक होल्डर को ट्रेनिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट्स करेंगे। उसके अलावा जो एक कमेटी बनाई गई है, एक कमेटी है, इसकी ऑलरेडी फाइल पुटअप है और सर्कुलेट हो जाएंगे, जिसमें व्यू हम लोग रखें कि ये जो बेसिक हम लोग रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो कमेटी को दिया गया है, ये जो भी टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन है, जो मॉडल्स हैं, जो उनके स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस के बाद डिटेल SOP क्रॉप वाइज डेवलप्ड करना है इनको, ये आप एक्सपर्ट कमेटी बना के देंगे। टेक्निकल क्योंकि स्टेट्स गवर्नमेंट के पास कैपेसिटी नहीं है डायरेक्ट, या किसी थर्ड पार्टी प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को हमको इनरोल्ड करना है, इम्पैनल करना है, जिसके लिए उनके लिए पूरा इम्पैनलमेंट के लिए स्टेट्स को असिस्ट करने के लिए क्या पैरामीटर्स होगा, SOP होंगे, उनको बताना है। और एक मॉडल टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट्स स्टेट्स को बना के देनी है, क्योंकि स्टेट वाइज इनकी टेंडरिंग करना है एजेंसी सेलेक्ट करने के लिए कि ये एजेंसी किस तरह से आगे उसको सपोर्ट करे स्टेट्स को टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन में। इसके अलावा इस इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ NCIP विथ वेदास जो ऑलरेडी सैक ने डेवलप किया है, भुवन प्लेटफॉर्म जो NRSC का पा है, उसमें भी जो बहुत सारे डेटा इनपुट्स और एप्लीकेशंस हैं उनको भी इंटीग्रेशन की बात है। ये भी हमें सजेस्ट करेंगे कमेटी कि किस तरह से वे फॉरवर्ड होगा हमारा। फिर स्टेट्स को हम टेंडर बनाने में कि क्या क्लॉज होगा, क्या उनके चैलेंजेस हैं, लोकल उनके नीड क्या हैं, इनपुट्स क्या होंगे, क्या इसमें आ सकते हैं स्टेट की उनकी अपनी चीज़ें, वो सारे चीज़ों को स्टेट्स की हैंड होल्डिंग भी कमेटी करेगी, वो सारा चीज़ उनको सपोर्ट करना है। मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कोई अगर चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं या क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट स्टेट्स वाइज होना है, ये भी उन कमेटी को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जा रही है कि वो सारे उनको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्रोसेस की रेगुलर मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन करेंगे। अगर किसी बीच में एजेंसीज, स्टेट्स या स्टेक होल्डर के बीच में डिस्प्यूट है, उसकी रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म क्या होगी, कैसे उसको रिड्रेसल होगा, वो सारे भी हम लोग इस कमेटी के रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में डालें, वो बताएंगे। और इसके अलावा एनी जो और अदर जो भी आइडेंटिफाइड नहीं है या कोई और चैलेंजेज आएंगे, फिर हम लोग उनको इस जो कमेटी है उनको दिया जाएगा। इसके अलावा हम लोग इमीडिएट जो है कि स्टेट्स गवर्नमेंट को इमीडिएट अभी क्या करना है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी टेंडर साइकिल स्टार्ट होने वाला है और प्रिपरेशन ऑलरेडी करना है और गाइडलाइन में ऑलरेडी प्रपोज्ड है कि ये हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। तो इसमें इमीडिएट करना है कि आपका एक मेंटर इंस्टीट्यूट जो आपको टेक्निकल सपोर्ट हो स्टेट सेलेक्ट करें, आइदर वो एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी हो, टेक्निकल एजेंसीज हो, स्टेट रिमोट सेंसिंग एजेंसी हो, किन्हीं को स्ट्रेंथन करते हुए वो स्टेट्स को डे टू डे ऑपरेशन, डे टू डे सजेशंस के लिए उनको स्टेट को इमीडिएटली सेलेक्ट करना है। इसके अलावा जो मॉडल और अप्रोच, जो हम लोग अभी मॉडल ऑलरेडी पैडी के लिए 4 मॉडल दिया जा चुका है, वीट के लिए ऑलरेडी एनालिसिस हो रहे हैं और उसकी हम लोग 2 या 3 महीने में इसको शेयर कर लेंगे पूरे इमीडिएट करके, और नॉन सीरियल क्रॉप्स के लिए स्टडी चल रही है, उसके रिजल्ट आएंगे, उसके एनालिसिस में क्या अप्रोच होंगे, क्या मॉडल होंगे, उसको स्टेट्स को दिया जाएगा। ये उसमें से स्टेट्स को सेलेक्ट करना है कि कौन मॉडल उनके लिए अप्रोप्रिएट होगा बेस्ड ऑन द क्रॉप्स, उनके नीड, डेटा अवेलेबिलिटी, किस तरह का वेरिएशन है, वो सारे देखते हुए वो करेंगे। इसके बाद नोडल ऑफिसर्स, क्योंकि अब क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स बहुत रेगुलर हिस्टोरिकल टाइम से चले आ रहे थे, तो उनके लिए पूरे एक वेल इस्टेब्लिश्ड स्ट्रक्चर था, उनकी एक कैपेसिटी ऑलरेडी डेवलप्ड है, वो सारे सिस्टम्स फील्ड पर हैं। हमें इस टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करना है, एक पैरेलल स्ट्रक्चर या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट क्रिएट करना होगा, और उसमें आइडेंटिफाइड करना होगा ऑफिसर्स को कि क्या रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होंगे, कितने टीम होंगे जो ये इस स्टेट्स को ये सारे चीज़ों को हैंडल करना है। इसके अलावा जो टेंडरिंग प्रोसेस कैसे करना है, इसमें एजेंसी को सेलेक्ट करना है। इसमें उस दिन भी जब नेशनल वर्कशॉप हो रहा था, डिबेट हो रही थी कि हम पहले एजेंसी सेलेक्ट करें या पहले हम टेंडर में इंश्योरेंस कंपनी सेलेक्ट करें, ये चैलेंजेस है। तो ये सारे स्टेट्स को अभी हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे और ये चीज़ों को आइडेंटिफाइड करेंगे। इसके अलावा बजटरी प्रोविजंस जो इम्पोर्टेंट है, हम लोग ये एस्पेक्ट रखते हैं, क्या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पूरी एक्टिविटीज़ करने के लिए अपने बजट को किस तरह से करेंगे, क्योंकि उनके लिए हो सकता है अभी क्या फाइनेंशियल कंसिडरेशन होगा, क्या फाइनेंस होगा, उसको भी एक एनालिसिस करना होगा। किस एरिया में करेंगे, किस क्रॉप में करेंगे, कितना उनका एरिया है, क्या अप्रोच होगा, क्या प्राइस डिस्कवरी होगा, ये सारे को ध्यान में रखते हुए बजटरी प्रोविज़न है। बजटरी प्रोविज़न में साथ साथ हम लोग आज ये भी डिस्कस करेंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, क्या उसका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, हम लोग क्या शेयरिंग पैटर्न होगा। इसके अलावा रिसोर्स एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की हम लोग बात करेंगे, स्टेट्स में आइडेंटिफाइड करेंगे कि अवेलेबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अभी एज ऑन डेट क्या है और हम लोग क्या और डेवलप करने हैं। आज का हम लोग ने कुछ आइडेंटिफाइड किए हैं डिस्कशंस पॉइंट जो हम आप लोग के बीच में रखना चाह रहे हैं कि ये डिस्कशंस पॉइंट क्या डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स की क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होगी, उनके कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, हैंड होल्डिंग नीड्स क्या हैं, वो भी हम लोग डिफरेंट स्टेट्स डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म में 2 स्टेट्स ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स टेक्नोलॉजी के कुछ पार्ट्स जो हैं इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे थे, तो उनके लिए क्या है। उसके बाद अलावा प्रिपेयर्डनेस, हम स्टेट्स वाइज हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि एनालिसिस करें स्टेट्स खुद और उनके लिए क्या प्रिपेयर्डनेस है, ताकि हम इसको एस टेक्नोलॉजी मतलब कंपल्सरली S2 टेक्नोलॉजी हम इनको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। मेंटर इंस्टीट्यूट को आइडेंटिफाइड इमीडिएटली कर लें, इससे स्टेट्स को में क्या अगर उनको सजेशन चाहिए कि किस तरह की एजेंसी चाहिए, किस तरह की हैंड होल्डिंग चाहिए, क्या नीड है, वो भी हम लोग आज पैनल से डिस्कस करेंगे और उनसे भी बात करेंगे कि किस तरह की चीज़ें होनी चाहिए। इसके अलावा जो है कि जो डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज़ ऑलरेडी स्टेक होल्डर क्रॉप मॉनिटरिंग्स, सॉइल हेल्थ मॉनिटरिंग और अदर चीज़ों में जो कर रहे हैं, इसके क्या इसमें किसी प्राइवेट एजेंसीज़ जो क्रॉपिक है उसमें किसी प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को इन्वॉल्व करके और इसको बेटर ढंग से एक रेगुलर प्लेटफॉर्म और टाइम कर पाएँ, जिससे उसकी इफ़िशियंसी बढ़ पाए और हमको इसकी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी सभी स्टेक होल्डर के बीच में हो पाए। इसके लिए भी हम लोग आज पैनल से डिस्कशन करेंगे कि क्या उनका है। इसके बाद अलावा जो एक्सपीरियंस एंड सपोर्ट ऑफ री इंश्योरेंस जो ऑलरेडी फोटो एनालिसिस और अदर सारे चीज़ों में कर रहे हैं क्रॉप फोटो, उसका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है, उसको हम किस तरह से और यूज़ करते हैं, खास करके मिमिक्री और अदर्स जो री इंश्योरर और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी हम लोग चाहेंगे कि क्या इसमें और इम्प्रूवमेंट और क्या इंटीग्रेशन हो सकता है। और फाइनेंशियल कंसिडरेशन फिर है कि आप क्या फाइनेंशियल कंसिडरेशन की बात है, जब हम लोग ने पीके मिश्रा कमेटी जब हाई लेवल कमेटी बनी थी उस टाइम भी रिकमेंडेशन था कि हम लोग फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट अगर करें क्रॉप जो हेल्थ मॉनिटरिंग के लिए जो पिक्चर और पिक्सल्स अदर सारे हमें डेटा जो आते हैं उनके लिए हम मॉनिटरिंग सपोर्ट स्टेट्स को करें ताकि हम एक डेटाबेस हम फील्ड वाइज क्रिएट कर पाएँ। तो ये सारे चीज़ों को आज के पॉइंट में हम लोग रखते हैं। इनिशिएट हम करना चाहेंगे मूर्ति जी से ताकि ये चूँकि ये हम लोग एक टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जितने जो थे रिसर्च से हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन पर आ रहे हैं कि इसको हम इम्प्लीमेंट करें। एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन चूँकि वो ऑलरेडी एक स्टडी है, पायलट स्टडी का रिजल्ट है, उनकी कॉन्फिडेंस है, एक ऑलरेडी प्रोसीड्योर है सीसीज जिसको हमको रिप्लेस करना है और रिप्लेस करने के बाद हमको एक टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन पर लाना है। चूँकि ये सारे हम लोग डिस्कशन किए थे, पाइपलाइन में है, अभी हम लोग ऑलरेडी बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर को डिस्कशन में थे, आज बहुत सारे और सीनियर अफसर ज्वाइन किए हुए हैं। तो मूर्ति जी से हम लोग इमीडिएट हम चाहेंगे कि बताएं कि क्या ये टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करने के लिए स्टेट्स को इमीडिएटली क्या अपने एनालिसिस करेंगे जो हम लोग आइडेंटिफाइड किए हैं एक्टिविटीज़ जो हैं, उसके अलावा क्या चाहिए नीड, वो एक बार हम लोग उनसे जानना चाहेंगे, उसके बाद फिर आगे।
Good afternoon to all of you, and actually this is the time to say yes and yes to bring in technologies, particularly for yield estimation, into the system of crop insurance, because we have conducted a lot of pilot studies, the results are reasonable, and several agencies have showcased their models. So this is the right time to rope in these new methods or techniques into the system because of obvious reasons. I need not tell the reasons for that. So essentially there are 3-4 models of technology based yield estimation. Either you can go for direct yield estimation using simulation models or kind of machine learning techniques or kind of hybrid techniques, or you can go for some alternative parametric insurance, whatever it was implemented in Bengal. These kind of provisions are there. So basically the states, to implement these models, you require certain kind of data infrastructure, certain kind of expertise, because it is a specialized subject. But it is not a complicated subject. It's not a rocket science. So there should be a small setup in the states. Maybe you can certainly take the help of state remote sensing centers, because already certain infrastructure is already available with you. So the expertise that is required is the satellite data analysis for agriculture applications, weather data analysis, and this smartphone based field data. That's what crop peak are these things. So all these 3 systems are very, very essential if you want to generate technology based yield estimation. So ministry will support empaneling, help you out in empaneling the agencies. We give you the SOP kind of thing, and we monitor how the things are happening. So you need to have certain kind of physical facility, some experts sitting at your place. You select an agency, a science and technology agency, maybe you can select one ISRO center or ICR center or any other things as your mentoring agency, and you can run these models. So as of now, at least for certain crops like rice, wheat, in the next year and subsequently, we are also planning to bring non-cereal crops into the system. So as of now, I don't foresee, personally from MNCFC side or from ministry side, I don't foresee any kind of technical difficulties in implementing these models and ingesting these models into the system of crop insurance. Now it is your call to take whether it is 20% weightage, 25% weightage or 50% or whatever it may be, that will be discussed separately. So whatever the technical help you require, ministry will support, and empaneling the agencies and the kind of things. Hope I have clarified this.
ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू सर। स्टेट पर्सपेक्टिव्स में सर दिनेश सर से हम लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि क्या स्टेट्स का प्रिपेयर्डनेस जो हम लोग ने टेक्नोलॉजी मतलब कंपलसरी टेक्नोलॉजी की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो स्टेट्स में प्रिपेयर्डनेस के लिए क्या उनके चैलेंजेस हैं, क्या सपोर्ट चाहिए, किस तरह के वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें टेक्निकल एजेंसी क्या सपोर्ट करे, गवर्नमेंट क्या सपोर्ट करे, क्या सर आपका इस पर?
Thank you. I fully agree with Dr. Murthy that this technology thing which has been discussed since long need to be introduced now in the guidelines basically. Till the time we have certain percentage mandatorily as a technology input for the CCEs, it will not be implemented. So we need to have, say, like in Maharashtra, they have gone for 10%, while MP, I think they have gone for 100% technology. So we can have at least 25% technology for the technology-based yield for the upcoming tenders. And in the districts where the premium rates are high, we should have a higher percentage of the technology basically. Second thing, Dr. Murthy has said that the state remote sensing agencies, I think at least I can say for Rajasthan, actually the position is not very good. We need to strengthen it, and that in that we need the support of the central government and MNCFC. So these are two things. One more input I want to give, that whatever existing systems are already there, like for the localized yield, we already have an app. But while the farmer intimates on the app, the remaining the survey part of it is not done through the app basically, and we can force the we can have the system inbuilt so that the survey of the localized risk should also happen on the app, and basically so that the farmer gets the intimation that what happened to what happened to his call or his reporting on the app basically. Similarly, right now the 3 channels are available for the localized risk. The first is the call center, and then return, and then the app basically. Gradually we should move only on technology based as far as the localized risk is concerned. Thank you.
Okay. सर कोई फाइनेंशियल कंसिडरेशन या किस तरह की उसकी स्ट्रक्चर होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि गाइडलाइन में हम लोग को प्रपोज करना है, तो स्टेट का क्या है, क्योंकि एक क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स ऑलरेडी उनके एक सिस्टम है, स्ट्रक्चर है, सारे उनके बजट प्रोविजंस और सारे चीज़ें हैं. क्या स्टेट्स में जो हम कोई बजटरी कांस्टेंट है जो नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या नई एजेंसी ऑनबोर्डिंग करने के अदर चीज़ों में हो सकती है, इसके लिए क्या सजेशन?
I think for the first 2-3 years till this things stabilizes, central government can think of supporting state technical support unit, and later on obviously the state have to bear the cost basically.
Okay, thank you sir. थैंक यू सर. चूँकि हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी की, और टेक्नोलॉजी में स्टेट्स अडॉप्ट करने के लिए तैयार हैं, उनके लिए हम लोग प्रोविजनिंग कर रहे हैं. हम खास करके री इंश्योरर से ये क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं, या हम लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या इससे प्राइसिंग, चूँकि एक प्राइसिंग के लिए डेटा सेट एक एसेंशियल पार्ट है, और हम क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स का हिस्टोरिकल डेटा सेट हमारे पास है, इसमें जो हम नए डेटा सेट में आएंगे, इसमें कैलिब्रेशन और कोरिलेशन एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट टास्क होगा. क्या ये चैलेंज है, मेजर चैलेंज अभी हो सकता है इमीडिएटली? जो प्राइसिंग में हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमारा जो प्राइसिंग रिड्यूस होगा, ताकि हम कॉस्ट एंड बेनिफिट एनालिसिस करने के बाद स्टेट्स कन्विंस हो सके कि हाँ हम ये चीज़ों को अडॉप्ट करेंगे तो हम बेनिफिट ये हम कॉस्ट हमें ये कट होगा, बेनिफिट हम रियल टाइम पर दे पाएंगे, अदर क्या है. तो ये हम प्राइसिंग एस्पेक्ट से हम री इंश्योरेंस से जानना चाहते हैं किस तरह का ये इनका एस्पेक्ट रखते हैं पूरे टेक्नोलॉजी पर.
थैंक यू. गुड आफ्टरनून. सो आई थिंक येस टेक का जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा सर, उसका पहला आंसर तो येस है. ओके, फिर मैं इसको ज़्यादा डिटेल में बताता हूँ. सो आई थिंक येस टेक इज़, आई थिंक फ्रॉम वॉट एवर वी हैव डिस्कस्ड इज दैट लाइक द UPI मोमेंट ऑफ PMFBY. You know, the way UPI kind of revolutionized the whole payment system, I think clearly yes tech can really bring us, all of us together on one platform and help us solve a significant amount of our issues that we have related to data, related to claims process uncertainty, related to inefficiencies in our last mile problem, and to a great extent remove the qualitative or objective part of our entire value system that we have created in this agriculture scheme. So I think yes tech starting will be challenging. जैसे आपने भी कहा कि शुरुआत में थोड़ा हमें सबको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. We'll have to create the infrastructure. We'll have to create the intent, and the intent will have to essentially come from all the stakeholders, state governments, insurance companies, reinsurance companies, ground level partners that we will have. So infrastructure बनाना है और intent हमें एक positive रखना है. If we are able to keep both these things together, Sunil ji, then I think clearly a lot of the uncertainty that we are being forced to put in the pricing models, to a great extent will be minimized or even removed, going forward. As far as infrastructure is concerned, one another aspect that we will all have to do is, we are so many stakeholders, and all stakeholders have somewhere or the other done some bit of this work. So I think here we will have to keep an open mind. Let's all come on the table. Let's democratize the entire infrastructure so that we don't reinvent the wheel. We don't start from basic level. We all come on the table with whatever we have developed. Let's contribute it so that we can build one strong infrastructure for this YesTech platform. And let us also have that belief that whatever this YesTech platform is created, there is no possessiveness of data, because we are all generally very possessive of our data. Okay, this is my data, I have earned it in the hard way, I don't want to part it. I think we'll have to be very open-minded, share the data with each other so that we can improve the system to a great extent, because end of the day, it will be backed by a lot of machine learning models, and the more data we have of the past that we can feed in, the more accurate our system will turn out to be. So my humble request is that let's come with open mind. Let's share whatever we have created. Let's share all data that is possible with the relevant stakeholders, and of course we can ring fence by adequate data protection agreement so that nobody feels that this data will be misused. So I'm sure that much trust we need to have amongst all of us. And once that is done, then we will need the intent on the ground to really execute this system. The way how UPI has got adopted, I think we'll have to use a similar example how we can incentivize ground level, not just partners, but why not farmers themselves, to click the photographs of ground truthing data so that can be then uploaded on the cloud, and you can use the satellite imagery to start matching things. It's wishful thinking, but if you don't wish for it, we will not get it. So my thing is, definitely if we are able to bring these elements into the implementation, Sunilji, then obviously all the uncertainties that we are forced to put on the pricing, we will be able to bring those down, and that will end of the day benefit the end user and government. And I think what we discussed in the earlier session on universalization and secondly this technology, I think both put together, we should be looking at a very good target range, that we all want to aim for as far as pricing of this scheme is concerned.
Okay, thank you, sir. गजेंद्र सर से जब भी बात होती है तो फार्मर्स पर्सपेक्टिव की बात होती है, तो आज मैं एक क्वेश्चन गजेंद्र सर के पास रखना चाहता हूं कि क्या ये क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स जो ऑलरेडी जिसमें फार्मर्स पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, उनके आइज़ के सामने होता है, और एक टेक्नोलॉजी जो उनको बताया जाएगा, एक सब उसके प्रोसेस में उनको इन्वॉल्व किया जाएगा, हो सकता है एक टाइम लगे। इमीडिएटली फार्मर्स पर्सपेक्टिव में हम इमीडिएटली क्या हमको स्टेप लेना चाहिए, क्या हमें करना चाहिए ताकि हम मोर एंड मोर फार्मर्स को हम बता पाएँ, उनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी टेक्नोलॉजी की और उनकी एक्सेप्टेंस दोनों बराबर रहे, इसके लिए क्या एक सजेशन देना चाहते हैं?
बड़ा
क्या
कठिन सा सवाल है ये। इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जब भी ट्रांसपेरेंसी आती है, टेक्नोलॉजी आती है तो ट्रांसपेरेंसी आती है। अगर आप देखो तो रेलवे का टिकट जब बुक होता था उस पर विंडो पे, तो दुनिया भर की सबसे पहले टिकट निकाल लिया करता था अंदर वाला, और एक समय आ गया कि सब ऑनलाइन होता है, किसी को कहीं ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है। लेकिन जहाँ तक इसका सवाल है कि इसमें फार्मर का बिलीफ कैसे आएगा, ये एक कठिन सवाल है, और वहाँ पे कठिन और हो जाता है जहाँ पे ज़्यादा क्लेम आते हैं। तो इसमें एक थोड़ा सा बैलेंस की ज़रूरत है कि हम जो परसेंटेज लेंगे वो हम कैसे लें। जैसे मेरा अपना पर्सनल व्यू अगर पूछें तो जहाँ क्लेम नहीं आता वहाँ टोटली टेक्नोलॉजी पे चले जाना चाहिए, और जहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा क्लेम आता है वहाँ पे रेशियो धीरे धीरे बढ़ाना चाहिए, जिससे कि फार्मर में गलत सही की बात नहीं है, कई तरीके से उसको पकड़ने की बात है कि कैसे कैसे उस सिस्टम में हम अंदर जाएंगे। तो मेरा इसमें यही व्यू है कि टेक्नोलॉजी पे सीधे फेद होना इसमें मुश्किल है। मुश्किल इसलिए है कि इसमें भी अंत में होता एवरेजिंग ही है, चाहे हम सीसी देख लें चाहे ये देख लें, दोनों एवरेजिंग प्रिंसिपल पे चलते हैं। जब एवरेजिंग होगी तो ऑफ कोर्स ऐसा पोजीशन क्रिएट होगी कि एक आदमी कहेगा कि मेरा जो है, मेरा खेत तो सामने है और ऐसा गड़बड़ है। तो इसमें थोड़ा सा ये इशू है, लेकिन अगर धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करें और होशियारी से करें तो धीरे धीरे समय के साथ इनको समझाया जा सकता है और लोगों को धीरे धीरे बिलीफ आना शुरू होगा। और ऑफ कोर्स जब तक कि हम खेतवार आकलन नहीं आएगी टेक्नोलॉजी, तब तक हमको इससे जूझते रहना है और टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे बढ़ते रहना है। थैंक यू।
ओके, थैंक यू सर। खास करके जो अभी फार्मर्स की हैं, साथ साथ डिफरेंट अप्रोच और डिफरेंट हम अगर करेंगे फील्ड में, तो अभी क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट का डेटा सेट एक है। अगर हम डिफरेंट अप्रोच, अगर मशीन लर्निंग, अदर सारे मेथड हम लेते हैं, CSF और अदर्स, बहुत सारे मेथोलॉजी अगर फ्यूचर में एवेल्युएट होंगे टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ, उसमें डेटा सेट और रिजल्ट्स बहुत वेरिएशन आ सकते हैं। इसमें एक स्टेक होल्डर एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, क्योंकि इसमें एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, री इंश्योरेंस, फार्मर्स, पॉलिटिकल, इकोनॉमिक्स, बहुत सारे सिनारियो हैं जिसके आधार पर होते हैं। सर, चौधरी सर से मैं जानना चाहूँगी कि क्या इसमें फ्यूचर क्या है, कि आगे किस तरह की हम इसमें अप्रोच करें और क्या हम इसको किस तरह से हम एक वे फॉरवर्ड हम डिसीजन लें कि इस तरह की जो कोशिशें होंगी जिसमें हम फार्मर्स की एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी हम ग्रेजुअली हम बढ़ाएं और स्टेक होल्डर का कॉन्फिडेंस भी इस पर आए। तो इस तरह की क्या रिसर्च, फर्दर रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट और किस तरह की चीज़ें आनी चाहिए सर? चौधरी सर।
Thank you, Sunil ji. First of all, I thank to organizers for nicely conducting the conference and giving me an opportunity to be panel member on yesterday's discussions. As far as first of all, I will say what we have achieved and what we can, how we can go ahead. So, as a Space Application Center, SAT ISRO worked with Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare under coordination of MNCFC since the pre-launch of PMFBY through pilot project. Earlier, it was a Kisan project. Now, after the launch of PMFBY, we have taken up many pilot studies for the various inputs generations to the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and this pilot study has played a major role in rolling out of RS technology-based smart sampling and technology-based yield estimation with optimized number of crop cutting experiment at next higher insurance unit, like a block at a block or a district level when crop growth or condition is normal. It will not just optimize the CC number, but provide a better way to state government for optimize use of its resources for better management of low yielding region where likely possibility of insurance payout. Here, as given me, you have given me, I will take an opportunity for sincerely thank and pay warm tribute to late Dr. Sidendu Shankar Ray, former director MNCFC, for his keen interest and tremendous efforts he made for use of technology-based inputs and solutions in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. It made rollout of smart sampling, optimized number of CCs, and technology-based solutions for disputed cases in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Here, we have also developed many methods when, suppose when there is a limited number of remote sensing data is available, suppose 1 date, 2 date only. So we have also developed a water stress adjusted vegetation index based stratified sampling frame for conducting and planning the CC. We have also developed.
थोड़ा इंटरवीन करना चाहता हूं सर। जो
Yeah.
अप्रोचेस हम लोग तीन हमारे पास हैं कि
Okay. Yeah. So we know there are a lot of challenges for yield estimation, but through our experience, we have a lot of conducted various pilot studies, and through our experience, we can say that for a Rabi season, at least for Rabi cereal crop, we can go ahead with the technology-based yield estimation first, and then we go for a Kharif crop. In Kharif crop also, we are somewhat matured for paddy and cotton crop. Paddy, since paddy, we have very much means experience of microwave data handling and microwave data-based yield modeling also. And cotton is a long duration crop, so it provides a longevity of availability of project satellite data because of many, if we get 7 dates in a season, we are easily able to means estimate the yield using the technology.
Okay, sir.
So these two kharif paddy and cotton, and
Sunil ji, I
Rabi
think
season,
it
particularly
is
suppose
digressing.
सर मैं
yeah.
आपको थोड़ा सा इंटरवीन करना चाहता हूँ
Yeah.
सर हम लोग का बेसिक क्वेश्चन था कि टेक्नोलॉजी
Yeah.
के पास जो भी फर्दर रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट होंगे बहुत सारे डेटा सेट होंगे तो बीइंग ए आप रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फर्दर किस तरह से डेवलपमेंट की और ज़रूरत है क्या हम जो अभी अप्रोच कर रहे हैं इसमें किस तरह से रिसर्च और ट्रांसपेरेंसी की ज़रूरत थी सर वो अब केवल आपसे
उसी पे ही नहीं आ रहा था एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि लास्ट वीक में आप जानते हैं कि लास्ट वीक में अपने सेक्रेटरी सर ने विजिट किया था स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर को और उन्होंने ये जो नीड बेस बताया कि ये इतना सारा नीड है हमारे यहाँ डेटा का उन्होंने वेदास जो पोर्टल पर्टिकुलरली जो इधर स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर में वेदास पोर्टल चलता है वेदास पोर्टल में बहुत सारी इनपुट जो है जैसे कि क्रॉप कंडीशन का है एनडीवीआई है एलएसडब्ल्यूआई है वगैरह ऑलरेडी कंटिन्यूटी है रेगुलर जनरेट होता है और ये हमारे जो स्पेस से जो प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के लिए भी ये बहुत सारी जरूरत है उसकी तो उन्होंने काफी उसको अप्रिशिएट किया और मीन्स एमएनसीएफसी के डायरेक्टर भी साथ में आए थे और वो भी
चौधरी जी थैंक यू आई थिंक
यस सर ये एक्चुअली क्या है कि ये सब जो टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए मीन्स ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म का टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अगर हम डे बाय डे मीन्स स्टेप बाय स्टेप आगे बढ़े
थैंक यू सर लास्ट
सुनील जी आई थिंक डॉक्टर मूर्ति विल सप्लीमेंट हिम
एक वो ये भी उन्होंने कहा था सर एक मिनट कि जो कृषि सेट जो फ्यूचर में मीन्स उसके लिए फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट जो एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट ने प्रोवाइड करने का भी वादा किया है हम जानते हैं कि रिमोट सेंसिंग डेटा कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है हमारे लिए और फ्यूचर में ये कॉन्स्टेलेशन ऑफ सैटेलाइट जो होगा वो हमारे लिए बहुत यूजफुल रहेगा हमारे जो पीएमएफबीवाई को इम्प्लीमेंट करने
थैंक यू सर लास्ट चूंकि फील्ड पर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को काम करना होता है बीइंग ए टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन करते हुए जो यील्ड और क्लेम्स की जो एक्सपीरियंस होंगे फार्मर्स को हो सकता है उसमें एप्रीहेंशन हो अदर हो क्या इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पर्सपेक्टिव में फील्ड में खासकर फार्मर्स को क्वेश्चन आएंगे कन्विंस करने के लिए नेटवर्क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैपेसिटी और किस तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट है और किस तरह से अपने इस चूँकि ये कंपलसरी हम लोग अडॉप्ट करने जा रहे हैं तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी किस तरह से ये अपने आप को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को कैपेसिटी को किस तरह से मॉडिफाइड कर रहे हैं ताकि हम फील्ड लेवल पर हम इसको बेटर ढंग से फार्मर्स को हम समझा पाएँ
Thank you, Sunil ji. Good afternoon, all. See, first of all, as an insurer, big yes to yes tech. So we are ready for it, and we wish to get it implemented at the earliest. Since we've been on the field, we've been facing multiple issues and delay in grievance resolution, which is affecting claim settlement on the field. So this technology brings in a lot of clarity and transparency and enhance the settlement of speed. And coming back to your specific question, how are we equipped? See, we also started doing the estimation, yield projection for the last 4 or 5 years. and at the block level, our estimation accuracy is around 80 to 85%. Only challenges is which model to be adopted. There are, as Murthy sir said, there are multiple models available. So challenges would be to finalize the model for this particular state, and little bit to moderate according to the agroclimatic zones, as well as also considering the protected irrigation facilities. So these two parameters need to be considered while finalizing the, and regarding the how to convince or convey to the farmers or last mile people, last mile stakeholders. I think even with the CC yield estimation, there had been challenges. Certain states had adopted higher units CC practices, wherein we used to get complaints from the farmers. In my village, damage was there, but I didn't get the final yield claim. And similarly, the other ways also. Other villages, there were no damage, still they got the claim. But usually, after a few seasons, farmers understood the same. Why it is given the area approach to the benefit of all farmers. So I think we can communicate properly through proper IAC mechanism, how are we going to adopt the yield estimation, and what percentage would be considered on technology basis. If we communicate upfront, I don't think there would be a challenge. So currently, with the direction from Government of India, I think we've been doing good amount of communications, education campaigns on the field. I don't think it's going to be a big challenge. Second thing, how can we, as an insurer, how can we contribute to the technology? See, we believe that this requires a lot of data accuracy, data point, including weather indices as well as ground truthing. See, most of insurers are doing their own ground truthing and capturing data. We can immediately supply the data available for the last 4 or 5 years with the concerned agency or government agency, whoever it is decided. Also, my one suggestion is that how can we see KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendras and agriculture universities all across country capture a lot of data, real-time data. So how can we incorporate their data also into this ecosystem and make them also a stakeholder of the scheme? So we may need to think through that line also. Other than just to conclude, we are for big yes to yes tech, and we are ready with the technology and any kind of support required to implement in any state.
ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
जैसा ऑलरेडी हम लोग ने एक्टिविटीज़ में क्या प्लान है बता रहे थे कि हम लोग का ऑलरेडी प्लान है कि क्रॉप NCIP, भुवन, ये सारे को इंटीग्रेट करते हुए एक हम बेटर टेक्नोलॉजी सोल्यूशन दें, ताकि सारे इनपुट्स, सारे स्टेक होल्डर का इनपुट एक सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म पर आके उनकी लेयरिंग और अदर इंफॉर्मेशन से हम उनको बेटर रिजल्ट दे पाएंगे। होप सो हम लोग ने डिटेल हम लोग डिस्कस किए थे, और उस टाइम ने भी हम लोग ने पूरे स्टेक होल्डर का पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड पाया था, और आज हम लोग ने एक्टिविटीज़ वाइज हम लोग ने डिस्कस करके प्रिपेयर्डनेस और स्टेट्स का व्यू और सारे स्टेक होल्डर के व्यू हम लोग लिए। तो हम लोग भी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि हम कंपल्सरली यस टू द टेक्नोलॉजी, तो इस के साथ हम लोग आगे हम लोग कर सकते हैं, और सारे स्टेट्स का प्रिपेयर्डनेस है स्टेट पर्सपेक्टिव में। किन्हीं और का क्वेश्चन अगर हैं तो हम लोग
Yeah, I'm Giriraj Amarnath from International Water Management Institute. I think it is an important initiative of a good transition moving for PMFBY. Having said that, if you look at this particular technology, we are talking about a lot of satellite data input, whether it is SAR data or optical data. I think there we need to be really assess the risk A country like India today, we don't have a lot of satellite data. We are dependent on foreign satellites extensively. So I think it might be a very important push from ISRO as well to ensure that the ministry, when they are going into a high resolution satellite data, there is a clear need for Ministry of Agriculture to have dedicated satellite mission. And it's a very vast country. We are talking about multiple hazards and risk. So unless we don't have a credible satellite information, scaling this model and building a trust across the stakeholders will be challenging. So this is something we need to keep it in our going forward, because a lot of, you see here, it's more about Sentinel-1 and other satellites we are using. So this is something we have to be very cautious on that.
Okay, sir. मॉर्निंग में सेक्रेटरी सर ने ऑलरेडी कमिटमेंट दे चुके हैं कि जो भी हमें टेक्नोलॉजी और अदर इन्वेस्टमेंट की ज़रूरत होगी फर्दर, हमें और इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत होगी, मिनिस्ट्री उसके लिए ऑलरेडी प्लान किए हुए हैं. जो भी हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट आएगी टेक्निकल एजेंसी और स्टेट से, हम लोग इन्वेस्ट उसमें ऑलरेडी करेंगे. तो ये चीज़ें हैं. और जो प्लान है, क्या हमको एज ऑन डेट क्या अवेलेबल अप्रोच है अदर सारे चीज़ों पर, ये ऑलरेडी कमिटी बनी हुई है. कमिटी उस पर सारे इनपुट्स जो अवेलेबल मॉडल होंगे, जो इनपुट्स है अदर हैं, वो डिसीजन लेंगे, एसओपी बनाएंगे और स्टेट्स को हैंड होल्डिंग भी करना है. उसमें हैंड होल्डिंग करने के बाद उनकी क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, क्या चीज़ें हैं, वो सारे चीज़ के लिए कमिटी हम लोग ने प्रपोज किया है.
Sir, there are two questions. I think half of the question has already been asked by Girija sir. One is like there are two satellites which are the ISRO satellites, LIS 3 and LIS 4. They are high resolution satellites, and technically we can use those data for granular level crop estimations. My first question is that can we use those data? Can that data be made available to us? Second is, we have discussed a lot about the West Bengal, but a concise report that how the weightages have been given, what technology has been used, how that has been used, can that report be made available to the insurance companies to understand that what each and every indices, the weightage has been given, and what is the process that has been followed?
फर्स्ट पार्ट का एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पार्ट कि हाँ, जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, सारे स्टेक्स होल्डर की जो भी हैंड होल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है, इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग करना है, वो ऑलरेडी हम लोग ने प्रोविज़न कर रखा है. ये होंगे थ्रू MNCFC. जब टेक्निकल पार्ट्स किस तरह से शेयर करेंगे, MNCFC जवाब.
ठीक है. So the LIS 3 data and the LIS 4 data from the Indian missions, the missions is already in the fag end of the things. Right now that kind of data is not available. Even if the data is available, its temporal revisit is very high. LIS 4 is once in 42 days. In Kharif season, once in 42 days, what is that? You get 1 or 2 scenes in the month of November. That is of less useful for you here. Okay? So this part is observed, and the question is that the foreign satellites, whatever you say, that is not a limitation right now. The Sentinels, the Landsat, the data is assured up to 2030. And there will be continuity of the missions. So there is no uncertainty with respect to satellite data, but adding to that, Ministry of Agriculture is also working out a separate satellite system for that. So let us not have any doubt on the satellite data availability, and the use of LIS 3 data is not possible, LIS 4 data, let us not work it out on that. The second point is that West Bengal model CHF, we have published in the open source journal. You please read that. If you are not understood, MNCFC is ready to transfer that model to any industry. We share the data, and very soon, under this STEC project, we are working out SOP document. In that document, everything will be there. Still, if you want some additional things, gates are open to you, to MNCFC, just walk in, we will clarify. Not only to insurance companies, to the states, reinsurance companies, everybody, because this entire procedure we want to be more and more transparent. Because we don't want to make this technology-based yield estimation, it should not turn out to be another CCE system. The system is very transparent. What data is used, what is the error propagation, input parameterization, everything is transparent. Sir, only one point. Basically, the Sentinel-1 data, the challenge is that you don't get, there are only 2 bands with the Sentinel-1. Though it's a cloud-free, Sentinel-2, the challenge is that it is not a cloud-free. So when you get the other bands in Sentinel-2, you don't get the cloud-free data. It's your luck
if you get the cloud-free data in with the month tiles. If you can just suggest other datas which are freely available and which we can use in this particular.
So we'll discuss. There are no problems. We'll clarify your doubt. Every Sentinel data is a huge amount of data is available. We'll explain to you further on this.
इसमें कमिटी ऑलरेडी इनपुट्स, क्योंकि इनपुट्स अलग होंगे तो आउटपुट अलग अलग आएंगे, तो इस ऑलरेडी इसमें कमिटी एसओ में उनके टीओआर में है कि किस तरह का डेटा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की बात उसमें होगी, किस मॉडल्स के लिए किस तरह के डेटा का चीज़ है, वो हम लोग ऑलरेडी एसओपी में डिटेल हम लोग डालेंगे. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? ओके, थैंक यू. आज हम लोग ने ये पूरे डिस्कशन के बाद हम लोग ये कंपल्सरली एस टू द टेक्नोलॉजी हम लोग ये रिजोल्यूशन लेके जा रहे हैं और फर्दर जो है डिटेलिंग हम लोग अकॉर्डिंगली जो डिस्कस हुआ उसमें हम लोग गाइडलाइन में इसको डालेंगे. थैंक यू टू.
Sir, I am from Kerala. Actually, the satellite, I think satellite data is not convenient for Kerala situation because of the high cloud density as well as high crop density. Then, sir, what will be the alternative in case of Kerala condition?
Murthy sir.
This is a big challenge. In the lunchtime, I explained to your secretary, Dr. Ashok. In Kerala, because of terrain-related problems and the small fields, highly fragmented, so this is a big challenge to be addressed. However, for rice crops, where there is a plain land, rice area is there, there you can use microwave data. Using that, you can build your models. There is no issue. For other crops, where it is fragmented, terrain-related issues, depend more on smartphone-based field data and weather data, and build an insurance product. So this is the only solution for Kerala right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all our dignitaries, our panelists, and our moderator. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next individual presentation. The topic would be Data in Climate Resilient Agriculture by Ms. Shweta Kolluri, Head Experimentation UNDP Accelerator Lab, India. Ms. Shweta is a data scientist and rural development professional with more than 13 years of experience in India and USA. As Head of Experimentation at UNDP, she leads the design of innovative development experiments for SDGs and tests them for inform that what works and what doesn't. Shweta ji has led the design of unique digital platforms for collective action such as GEOAI to combat air pollution and digital public goods like DICRA for climate resilient agriculture. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Shweta ji? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for inviting us, UNDP, to this prestigious conference on PMFBY NRC. We are very glad to be here. First of all, kudos to the leadership and efforts of the PMFBY ecosystem. We are seeing, the active involvement of central governments, state governments, insurance companies, academia, all of you coming together and striving to meet the needs of the smallholder farmers. On behalf of UNDP and my colleague Amit, who has joined me today, I congratulate Honorable Secretary Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji, the CEO of PMFBY, and my talented colleagues at the TSU who are actively supporting the PMFBY program and all the brilliant initiatives happening here. A big shout out to them. And so I have not much to do with insurance sector. My talk will be on somewhat on yes tech, a big yes to tech, but at the same time, I could relate to quite a lot of things that were discussed here today. For example, Honorable Secretary has mentioned the importance of credible data, trust in data. He's also mentioned digital public goods. At the same time, all these incredible things happening in the agri-stack space, that is going to be the next big move in the Indian ecosystem. So this is the space I come from the digital transformation space. And we have been cooking something interesting in Telangana, the learnings of which I'm going to share today. So we have curated this platform, an innovative platform called DICRA, Data and Climate Resilient Agriculture, which provides an open ecosystem. I think the previous panel had exactly discussed that. Yes to tech, let's democratize data, let's open up, let's collaborate. So these are the exact things that we have been experimenting with, because I have attended, quite a few such consultations. Every consultation we hear the same thing. So we thought, okay, let's try something and do it hands-on and see if it works or not. And we have some interesting results that I can share today. Yeah. So, so before I go on to DICRA, we have discussed a little bit on the transformative potential of the digital public infrastructure happening in India. We have seen, how Aadhaar, UPI, have fundamentally changed the way we operate, the way we work, and the way we, transact with documents and G2P services. So we have seen, we are also seeing accounts aggregator framework, which is, about to transform the MSME sector. So what next? Can AgriStack, can the agriculture open data ecosystem be the next big thing that India would offer? Now, all of this is also important, in the global context, because India is about to switch to the G20 presidency role, in which we are going to steer the global DPI movement across the globe. And India has such phenomenal examples to share to the world, and there are so many countries, especially from the global south, who are interested. And this is the movement that UNDP is also going to support in the near future. So our DPG experimentation, DPG is the digital public good, and now DPGs are defined in many different ways by different people. But according to the Digital Public Good Alliance, so DPGs are those, the digital public goods are those public ones which have got open data, open software, open content, open standards, open AI. So if your product meets any one of these criteria or multiple criteria, it is bound to be a DPG. But at the same time, the platform or the public good that you are building should also adhere to the privacy principles, the do no harm principles, and contribute significantly to the sustainable development goals. So that is the broader definition which is accepted by the Digital Public Good Alliance. So when we first came across this concept and we were, at the same time brainstorming in Telangana's ecosystem, we were in a multi-stakeholder environment wherein, there were government agencies, there were research partners, there were agriculture businesses, there was academia, and also international research institutions. So they did express, similar pain points that you have all discussed today. How do we bring in more trust in the data? How do we bring more, openness to the data? Can we make, open AI so that it is verifiable, so that there are multiple parties that can also check if the AI is fair, transparent, and also accountable, ethical. So can we check on all these dimensions? Now that is possible only in the open ecosystem. So even in our experimentation process, the guidelines, the principles that we have got from this ecosystem was, one, to collaborate on building digital public goods in agriculture. So that was the key ask that has come from the ecosystem. Number two, to target ecosystem level benefits. Let's not cater to, a program or a B stakeholder, but let's look at the pain points of the ecosystem and try to operate at that level. Number three, we leverage whatever exists, and at the same time, the vast societal intelligence. Because again, the context was Telangana, very vibrant digital ecosystem, just like Karnataka, and of course, Kerala has a very vibrant digital ecosystem as well. And also to build low-cost interventions at scale. We are seeing many very expensive solutions, but can we bring them to India rate? when we look at Mars mission, we are very proud because the cost efficiency that we have is unparalleled. So can we bring down the cost significantly? So that was another key guidance principle that we have received. And finally, to strive for future fit food systems. So whenever we talk about future, you have to always talk about climate change because that is a crisis which is looming large. And the world has already experienced 1.2 degree increase in the temperature, average temperatures, when compared to the pre-industrial era. And it looks like we are progressing towards 2. So there are many, many implications of this large climate crisis on agriculture also. That is exactly what the latest IPCC report also says. And agriculture sector is the most vulnerable compared to many other sectors. So this is something that we already know, right? But can we measure it? And can we see what are its implications on various things that we otherwise know and do in agriculture? So with these sort of key principles and questions, we moved on. And in the last 8 months, we have started technically around, I guess, last year, November. So yeah, so almost 1 year it's been. Yeah, so we have worked on this for about a year. And then we kind of built a prototype to demonstrate how these digital public goods work. So ladies and gentlemen, here is Dikra for you. We have built the world's first digital public good in climate resilient agriculture, which is an accredited digital public good. So it's not something which just uses open source, but it has been sliced, diced, evaluated by a large pool of international experts, and then it was given the accreditation as a digital public good. So what it does is basically demystifies the climate resilience in agriculture through various data parameters. It is basically an open geospatial platform. There are no accounts, no login. You just go do your data business, download if you want, build on top of it if you want. If you want to use our analysis, just use it the way it is available. So, and also you can customize your use cases and also publish back. So it's an open ecosystem wherein a large pool of data scientists came in. These are volunteers. These are data scientists from reputed research institutions who have come in, and they have contributed to the system, and some are using it. So it's a very, I would say, active ecosystem with a large number of contributors and a large number of users. And at the same time, it provides not what is immediately happening now or about to happen in the future. It, in fact, looks into the long-term historical trends. What has been happening the last 10 years, 15 years? And what are those patterns that are coming out? And what are we learning from those patterns? Because climate change is not something that will come now and then disappear later, isn't it? So the phenomena is long-term, the impact is long-term, and so are the solutions. So, and that was the reason why we wanted to focus a little bit more on the long-term trends, the time series trends. So there's this data like NDVI coming every other fortnight from another open ecosystem. So we are leveraging on that instead of reinventing the wheel, and then doing the long-term analysis and inform people which geography is showing more vulnerability compared to others. So the value proposition that we see in India, we have had extensive discussion with the government of Telangana. Principal Secretary Raghunandan ji is also here. Raghunandan ji, yeah. Thank you so much for your support, sir. And we have discussed that there are many, there are of course short-term goals and at the same time medium goals, but the long-term goals that we have in the Indian agriculture ecosystem, definitely high crop diversity, better soil health, low risk to crop failure, low greenhouse gas emissions. So these are all the desirable ones, but we have to work and make investments towards it. If we don't, we are seeing that climate change is already impacting our agriculture economy. For example, smallholder farmers' income drops by 15 to 18% because of climate vulnerability. This is only the average figure for India as per the economic survey report. But if you actually look at the rain-fed areas, not the irrigated ones, and for the small farm holder, you'll see that the risk is far more, the loss is far more, and we already know this. And this is a long-term phenomena. So I think more investments need to be made to make the farms more resilient. So with that sort of motive, we came up with this and started demystifying, layering climate risk, not as a composite index, but by each and every parameter, because we know that there are so many programs in the Indian agriculture ecosystem that are catering to each one of them. So can we slice and dice and look at each one of them and see which geography needs attention where? So with that, we have also built something called data-powered positive deviance, because vulnerability is one thing, but not all farms are behaving in the same way. There are some farms that are still resilient, more resilient to the climate change compared to others. So there is something interesting that the farmers are doing in their own microclimate, which is improving their resilience. So what can we learn from them? So we also do something called data-powered positive deviance, and at the same time, send our ethnographers to the field to understand what are those positive stories, from a bottom-up approach that we can learn from, and can they be generalizable to a larger area, and can they, in fact, feed into policies? So these are some of the questions that we are still in the process of unraveling. And by the way, whatever we are offering as an open data ecosystem is free. There is no way to charge. I mean, as I said, there is no account, nothing. So it is all free, open to everyone. In fact, our algorithms are also free. Yeah? So they are all published on GitHub. So you can just go to the GitHub and look into our algorithms. So they are open for peer review. We, in fact, get very proactively peer review done by research institutions and our partners in Netherlands. But at the same time, we are open for peer review by anyone. And there is review also happening at the farmers level when we send our ethnographers. For example, we are collaborating with a partner organization called RICH, Research and Innovation Circle in Hyderabad. So they are the ones who send the ethnographers to the field, who are through community mechanisms trying to understand if positive deviance is really positive deviance as they see on the ground or negative deviance. So they do some sort of a validation there qualitatively as well. So the DICRA framework, as I said, well, we have an interesting utility here wherein we are providing these long-term trends as open analytics, open for everyone. And at the same time, this is not possible without partnerships. So DICRA is not built by UNDP. UNDP was only facilitator of an ecosystem that eventually created DICRA. So for example, we have Research and Innovation Circle in Hyderabad, which is actively contributing with ethnography. We have Government of Telangana, Raghunandan ji and Jayesh Ranjan ji, who are providing us with open data. And we have research partners in Netherlands like Zero Hunger Lab and YATS, which are coming in with data engineering and data science pipelines. And on the top of it, there are more than 100 data scientists, individual data scientists, who are coming in and contributing with algorithms. So each layer is built by a different person, but however, it's coming into a system, being evaluated, and then it goes on to the platform. And the kind of data sets that we are talking about are, I'll come to that in a bit. They are in 3 categories: environmental, socio-economic, and infrastructure. But most importantly, so these are the ones that are, some of them are brought in from several other open source data sets, but some of them need a lot of hard work and AI algorithms to curate them. For example, farm boundaries. Farm boundaries is something wherein we are collaborating with the research institutions, and they are using AI algorithms to look into the bunds and then demarcate the boundaries. We know that that's exactly not how farm boundaries work in India, but it is some sort of a layer which gives probably, bunding. So that is one problem that they are attempting. Polyhouse. Polyhouse are important instruments for climate resilience, helps grow crops in controlled environment. So these are some things that, again, require a lot of AI efforts because we use object detection algorithms to exactly point and locate these polyhouses. So these are some of the examples. I wouldn't say everything is related to insurance sector, but these are some of the ideas that we are toying around with and giving to our ecosystem and getting insights out of it. And as I said, DICRA is completely an open source, open data, open AI, which can be verified by anyone. And we have a data governance architecture wherein different parties play different roles. So for example, on agriculture science, ICRISAT is the one that tells us, okay, what is relevant to climate resilience and how to process those data sets. So I'll take you through very quickly as to what sort of open data that is there on DICRA. So the open data is basically coming from different sources. Like some of the colleagues here have mentioned about European Space Agency, data coming from NASA. There is a lot of credibility, and you know that that will be source of your data and products for at least 2030, like Murthy ji has said. Similarly, we are also taking data sets from, of course, Government of India, data.gov.in is a very important place for us, and also Data for Good. So this is an important research that is done by Meta and their research partners like Berkeley University and so on and so forth. So we source data from various layers like these. So for example, this is an S3 data layer, not curated by our data scientists, but this is an S3 data layer on land use, land coverage, available at 20 meters resolution. This is again NDVI, and this is sourced from NASA. Fire events again from NASA. So most of these layers you'll see are about higher than 500 meter resolution. Some of them as much as 20 meter, but 500 meters is around the spatial resolution that we have got. Leaf area index, and I think a lot of you would be familiar with this because we have all said yes to technology and we've been engaging with this space for quite some time. Market prices are all from the Government of India, ENAM. Soil moisture, again, a product of NASA. And yeah, this is an important piece wherein I've spoken about open analytics and open AI. They're all there on our GitHub, and the algorithms are out there and up for evaluation. So what we see is it can be used by multiple programs in many, many ways, be it in planning, budgeting, monitoring. The other day we were interacting with the World Bank. They said there are massive investments that have been made in Africa. Can we take this technology to Africa to do impact evaluation? Yes, it can be done because you're talking about long-term trends, and if you have invested in area-wide approach, you should see some difference before and after. Similarly, Niti Aayog was interested in, their monitoring wing was interested in crop fires in Haryana. Can we take it there? In 2 days, we were able to curate the data and send the data for Haryana. So positive, negative deviance look somewhat like this. These are again there as some of the data layers on the platform. I have presented it at the block level for convenience, but the same intel is available at 500 meters resolution as well. So over the long periods of time, there are some regions which are seeing an increase in crop fires, and there are some regions, not everywhere things are going bad. There are some regions where the crop fires are coming down, so that are being represented there. So Telangana has made a lot of investments in terms of productivity enhancements, and we are seeing that through data as well, a clear positive trend in the last 10 years. NDVI as well, we have seen very clear positive trends over a period of time. And soil organic carbon, it's a mixed result. There are some areas which need a lot more attention compared to others. The soil moisture has been more or less similar. The trend has been more or less similar across the state. But if you see the areas around Hyderabad and probably more prosperous regions in Telangana, we are seeing more depletion of the soil moisture. So what we would like to see ultimately is also customized climate action. So the large number of volunteers are also coming together to contribute to this theme, that there will be climate action, there will be large number of stakeholders who will come together, start contributing with more data, start getting more insights, and start using them in their programming. And some of the results with respect to our partners, and this is DICRA becoming a digital public good. And what we have seen is in just 3-4 months of going live, more than 1,500 users have started using the data sets, like downloading them and starting using them as building blocks for their own initiatives. So which is a positive thing and definitely appreciable. We are seeing a lot of activity on our GitHub repositories also, where people are going and downloading the data, reusing the algorithms. Yeah. So, so I would say that in less than a year span, we were able to build this for the whole state of Telangana, 100,000 square kilometers covered at one go, not focusing on just few districts, few blocks, no, but the entire state. And now we have come up with a plug and play model which can go to any other state. And in fact, we are making this as a global offer, as a plug and play for any other region in the world. And the scale-up interest that we have received so far are from Gujarat, Jharkhand, Kerala. I'm not sure if Honorable Secretary B. Ashok is there, but yeah, Maharashtra and Odisha and Uttarakhand. So this is like interest sometimes coming from World Bank, interest coming from our state teams who are engaging with the governments. So we are investing a little bit of resources from UNDP's end into these states and making this offer free, open, and easy to access for all the states. And we have also received from various countries, Congo, Nigeria, Zambia. So you can see the list of countries who have also expressed interest. So from this experiment, what we have learned is that there are some people coming for open data, some others who want to replicate our algorithms. So they are coming for open AI and visualizations, of course. But then there are some others who are coming up with a request to share our learning on alternative data. How do we work on the frameworks of alternative data? So, for example, this has an application in circular economy. Like Gautamala was asking us to do something in circular economy based on the frameworks we have developed here. So these are the kinds of interest that we have received during this journey. And yes, so this is a call to everyone. I know multiple states are here. So do collaborate with us. You can collaborate with us by coming up with providing us with high resolution data and intelligence so that we can also solve for crop yield. It's not there yet. Crop yield, we would like to solve for that, but of course we need a lot of training data. We have very data hungry algorithms waiting for it. So please do come collaborate with us with respect to data, ethnography, if you want to do capacity building at the ground level, and you're a civil society organization, happy to interact there. And of course, the financing part, if you want to finance further more in climate resilient agriculture, not in the platform, but on CRA practices, most welcome. And of course, public policy advocacy. So thank you very much. If you have a use case, do throw at us. And please also throw the data along with it. We'll take it in our pipeline and try to build something for you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shweta. We will now be having 5 concurrent sessions before going for tea break. I would like to request Shri Ritesh Chauhan, sir, to kindly come forward and throw some light on our concurrent sessions. Thank you.
So, thank you one and all. We are about 40 minutes behind schedule. And I think the thought process is that we can break for tea and then thereafter assemble within the next 15-20 minutes. So 5 o'clock we can assemble in the respective sessions, for the respective sessions. Can we display the list and the topics? All right, so these are the sessions that we will be doing. One of the sessions will be for bringing the states to join. This I will be chairing. Then we have developed a monitoring and evaluation framework. So in the morning we gave out the prizes and awards for the IEC monitoring and evaluation. Now we are doing a full monitoring and evaluation framework for all the states, for all banks, for even insurance companies, even CSC we are attempting to do on a state level basis. So that will be anchored by Prerna. Then wind system, weather information network data system. This is basically a system that we are trying to bring in, piggyback on the scheme itself of establishing AWS and automatic rain gauges throughout the area. So that will be anchored by Sunil. And Mr. Dandi will anchor measures to minimize disputes in districts. So this is basically, we will be presenting data on skewed distribution of implementation of the scheme. So certain districts within the state sometimes take away a lion's share. So we'll try and find out a solution to that. And FGR shall be anchored by Sanjay sir for all of us. This is Farmers Grievance Redressal one-stop solution that we have made and launched as a beta version in Chhattisgarh. I would be interested if IRDA's solution could also be looked at. So we have factored IRDA into that. So we break for tea and reassemble at 5. Venue is, all these sessions are on the ground floor where you did all your registration. Beyond that, there are 4 or 5 halls. There will be a list outside each hall with the session title and the list of people. If you could, isko pura kariye, full screen kariye. भाई मुझे मत दिखाओ यार, देख लिया उन्होंने बहुत सुबह से. Full screen. नहीं. Somehow National Review Conference is okay. So I think ऊपर जाके I think we can just check it. I will not come in between you and your tea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ritesh Onji. As you can see, the list of participants in the 5 groups will be displayed on the screen. It is already here. All group members are requested to kindly identify and join your groups. And for your reference, the sessions are already mentioned in the agenda given to you in the conference kit. Please have a great and fruitful session and tea break. I will see you all in the evening at 7:30 at the same venue right here. Thank you so much, everyone.